What French restaurant? suspicious. bottleneck. Hopefully that helps. I don't know. Any seeds? I don't know. This is some seeds. Get to work. Get to work. What the fuck is it? Okay, so cut that. No money, that's what it is. Give that dude any fucking dollars, did I? Suck my dick. Played too much Grand Theft Auto for them to catch me. Shit. Whoa. I didn't know that could happen. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Okay. Gonna get from random dealers, because I don't know. Oh shit, I didn't have to come something for it. That's all I ordered? $3.75. What if I don't want to cook any fucking metal? I don't know what that is. But it is 2 o'clock, so... must be because they got rid of the Supergirl or whatever it's called. Shit's going premium now. Another seed there, which you know, seed here. Might as well give her some. Why don't you fucking help, dude? Grab some shit. Come on, Tyler, program that into the game. Is that everything here? Now, why can't I give it to her, right? This is realistic. There's no bed here. No, it's literally foggy now. Zero chance. Zero chance. It must be packaged. What's going on? Did you just take some weed and walk out of here? What the fuck are you doing? Woman, what the fuck? There should be weed right here. There's no weed. I was gone for a whole day. What are you doing? What the fuck? Okay, so I gotta watch you for you to work. What the fuck? If these are empty, he wasn't working the entire time. The game is not released, I guess. Best boss ever.
the Doge crew. We finally asked the one question on our mind. Who's big balls?
That should be obvious.
Why do they call you big balls?
I just said it as my LinkedIn username.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Well,
There he is. Yep, everybody was reporting on him, having opinions on him, everything like that. Yep. There he is. He's right there at the White House. This guy is the executioner of these fucking federal government 20-year bad performance garbage employees. He is their reckoning.
people on LinkedIn take themselves like super seriously,
Yeah.
and they're pretty adverse to risk.
Exactly. You want to know who takes themselves super seriously? A bunch of tone policing Karens. A bunch of annoying, obnoxious, tone policing Karens that complain about everything. That age is over. We are sick of those annoying fucking people ruining our fun.
And I was like, well, I want to be neither of those things.
Yeah.
So I said it, and honestly, I didn't even think I'd notice.
And you can see, by the way, it is a total fucking sausage fest. It is all guys. This is the age of the chuds. That's right. We're here. Right now. We don't have to think about it. We don't have to hope for it. It's happening.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
It's so cringe.
And the best part about this now is that guys can finally make stupid jokes like this, and it doesn't matter anymore. Oh, I'm so glad.
What does Big Balls do?
Right now, I'm working on some payment computer stuff. So one of our initiatives is to root out fraud and waste.
Yeah.
And to do that, we started looking at payment computers. And as mentioned earlier, like there's no accounting of what payments actually go to payment.
Why?
So, like, you look at a specific line item, like $20 million. You're like, okay, well, what is this money going to? And for the majority of payment systems, it's like, well, we don't really know. And
They're like,
In my opinion, I think that if you don't really know where that payment went to, can you at least figure out who made the payment and who authorized it, and then audit that person and their close friends? Because that's what you should do. You should pull their tax returns and figure out where that money's going. Because I think you can reverse engineer this. Great idea. Seems simple enough. Yeah, I mean, as I said, they could pay me, bro. Any scam, any bullshit, for like, there's some of the new ones that I don't know, but I know the guys that do know. And so I can figure it out.
that would be the response.
Is this the most basic responses?
Yeah. That's the most common response.
What do you say when people just say, I don't know?
it's a huge cause for concern because, like, the upstream thing, which is distributing money, literally has no checks and no accountability to the actual American taxpayer. So it's a huge vector for fraud, waste, and abuse.
Do these people not respect taxpayer money?
Bro, Jesse's asking that, bro. This is the most leading question that I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, there's no incentive to if you work in the government. I think the incentives will always decide the outcomes.
Yes.
Do you guys feel like you're putting yourself at risk by doing this because you're stirring up
He's right.
so much hostility by these people ripping us off?
100%.
Yeah, cool.
Well, we don't need to speculate about that. You can see online in the protests.
It's a
that-
bunch of hoes, man. No, you can see that immediately. It's so easy to find out.
But to make that very clear, I mean, I've been hanged in effigy many times.
Yes.
And there have been people that have actively advocated at these violent protests for my death, and also advocated for the death
Oh,
of
they would have all.
the people at Doge.
Exactly. Yeah, he was going to say it. Yeah, they dox them. They spread around their information. They were doing everything. And keep in mind, there is only one reason to spread a person's personal information. It's to make them afraid for their life that somebody may take that information and act on it in a way that could directly jeopardize their life. That's the reason why. That's the only reason for doing it. It's to intimidate and theoretically put somebody's life in danger.
I think the young folks of us have gotten email threats from reporters and the public alike. I think, speaking for myself, I dropped
Post them. Post them. If you've received a threat from a reporter, post it. Show it.
out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see.
And by the way, not only would I post it, I'd argue. I would. Why are you so unhappy about this money being discovered? Let's find out.
Lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed. And
the Doge member dropped out of Harvard.
If there's one, I think this is important to say, if there's one people who really have a shot of success, it's the people who, they're up until 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Doge did not recognize weekends. We're working all the time.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
Because you've grown up your entire life, just like every other kid. You've seen your entire country be sold out for foreign interests, foreign wars, and foreign companies. And you're fighting the fucking tired of it. And you're a goddamn American, and it's time to start acting like it. That's why.
There's a lot of reform that's needed. I think the value of this and the impact here is so much more vast than anything you could learn in a classroom doing computer science.
It's a good point, too.
You guys are sleeping here, I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You guys are up all night. You have this meeting at 10 o'clock every Wednesday.
Probably go back to work right after this.
Yeah.
You're going back to work after this.
Yes.
Right.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
So that's early.
It's early? Can I go to bed?
Yeah, I mean, bro, like, were you never in, like, college? Yeah, 11 o'clock is early. Yeah, these guys probably go to bed at, like, 4 or 5 in the morning. They sleep till noon. They get up. They probably DoorDash McDonald's to the White House, and then they keep going. That's what you do. Yeah.
That's an incredible work ethic. You guys should be really, really proud of yourself. Do good people come up to you and say thank you for doing what you're doing?
Absolutely. There are people in the State Department that will stop you, or all of the agencies that we've been to, that'll stop you in the hallways or write emails and say, I'm scared to write this, or I don't know if you're interested in this, but they usually have great ideas. And if they often have the best ideas because they've worked in the places and they've been stifled by the bureaucracy for so many years. So one of the great things that, at least in my experience, we listen to them and empower them.
So
It's like the gay dude of South Enigma.
To all the government employees who are helping reduce the waste and fraud, because this is, we couldn't do it without you. So
It's a group effort.
yeah, absolutely. So I'm not trying to sort of say all government employees are bad. That's absolutely not the case. It's just that there actually just does need to be a serious effort to reduce the waste and fraud. And we're just making it happen, and a lot of people in the government are very glad to see it happen.
Really important.
you've got to imagine, like, the complete Karen annihilation of finding out that a bunch of basically crazy chud teenagers are now working at the government, and they're shutting everything down. Like, bro, this is like a total federal government worker Karen. This is like a total rapture for them. Yeah, this is their worst nightmare. Yeah, the frat bros just coming to shut them fucking down.
To recognize every single person around this table that's embedded within an agency is supporting that agency, whether they're working on systems or working through people. We are encountering droves of government employees who are missionaries, not mercenaries, who are...
Yeah, that's definitely true. Doge really cut my summer school program I was going to teach at. I agree there was ways, but what does designing education to low social and economic students do and giving them equal opportunities? The reason why a lot of things get shut down isn't necessarily because of what they are, it's how they're appropriated and what that appropriation is. And so, like, if you have a system and the system has a good function, but it's being utilized in a bad way, you still have a bad system that needs to be shut down. And so that's the difference. There is going to be collateral damage and goods, and there are things that are good intention but done badly. And of course they're going to shut them down. Because doing them badly is also a misuse of taxpayer money. You can't just say that, well, we had a good system, there is like some good that this does, so it justifies a, basically blank check of money. No.
Actually here serving because we are trying to empower them and they feel empowered now to ask the question of why aren't we doing this? What else can we be doing? How can we fix this? And I think agency by agency, it is filled with exceptional government employees, right? And when we give them the tools, when we give them the systems, and we meet behind systems to help them do their jobs better, that's the permanent change, right? And they're embracing that, not because it's new to them, it's because it's something they've always wanted to do.
Yeah, exactly.
But for the first time ever, we're giving them the tools and the collaboration.
Baldy's cooking.
Very important message. That message needs to get out a lot more. I'm so glad you said that.
Yep.
We have exceptional people at all of our agencies.
Very true.
Exceptional. I mean, they do a thankless job and they work incredibly hard.
I love to hear how collaborative it is with these people in these agencies, and it's not all conflict. Sometimes in the media you always hear about conflict, and you guys are considered these ruthless suits that come in and scare people, but it's the exception.
There is conflict, but that is the exception.
Conflict is normal. Like, this isn't, again, this is more Karen alarmism. Of course there's conflict. Duh. No shit.
That's actually true of history in general. Because people study the wars a lot, but actually most of the time there wasn't war.
It's just not as exciting.
It's just not as exciting. Exactly.
Well, for the TV guys, we love conflict, but in this case, we love the collaboration. So thank you guys. Thanks for allowing this access in here.
All right, in other news, 100 days of President Donald Trump's second term means 100 days of Elon Musk and his effort to eliminate wasteful government spending.
So Rich Anthony is live outside the White House with more on Doge and just how much it has saved the American taxpayer and what its future looks like, Rich.
Yeah, that's right, Brian Ainsley and Lawrence. Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk say they've already saved billions of dollars for U.S. taxpayers, $160 billion, according to the department, which breaks down to about $1,000 a taxpayer. Ways to go, though, to the $2 trillion Musk initially targeted. Doge has slashed federal programs, employees, entire departments.
Is Doge just getting started? This is a long-term enterprise.
Please, long-term enterprise. Because if we take our eye off the ball, the wastage board will come roaring back.
That's the thing. I learned this about roaches. You gotta cut them in half, and even then, sometimes half of them ends up back on. You throw them in half, and you throw them in a garbage can. One of those halves is coming out of the garbage can. You gotta throw the whole bag away.
They can Doge.
Yeah.
When Democrats get back in power.
We're trying to have it be such that the funding is removed, so the grants are gone. So there's a lot of work required to restart the way.
Smartly.
Musk's special government employees.
Because, like, Elon is also is a systems exploiter, right? Like, that's one thing about Elon, Donald Trump, and, like, even George Soros. These people are expert systems exploiters. And so they know how to stop other people from doing it. Opportunist? Yeah. Bernie Madoff? Yep. System exploiter.
That is scheduled to end May 30th. He also says he's going to be spending more time with Tesla. Democrats want him out now. They accuse Doge of overinflating savings, cutting vital government services, research, and foreign aid. Yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance toured a steel factory in South Carolina where he said the Trump administration's first 100 days marks the golden age of American manufacturing.
Isn't it so weird to actually just see him? It almost feels like that's not him.
And also oil production.
Now, to me, that marker means a lot of things for the state of South Carolina. It means a lot of things for this planet. It means a lot of things for America. Number one, 100 days means energy dominance. We have started baby drilling. It means cheaper gas, and it means America that is self-reliant.
As for President Trump, after that address last night at the University of Alabama, he was spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Back to you.
So they're not going anywhere. It's just their leader's going to go back to one of his full-time jobs. Going to probably be there 1 or 2 days. Thanks, Rich. He's going to be there 1 or 2 days a week. They did bring up that one of the things that Doge has done is their actions have led to the layoff of 283,172 job cuts. That is half.
That's a good start. It's a really good start. You guys are doing great, but you got to up those numbers.
Of all the job cuts in the country, but it was always been the intent to thin out and lean out the federal workforce,
Gotta
which is
prune the trees.
3 million people. Many of them took buyouts.
Yeah, to get paid through September. If you took that deal,
Yep.
you had to sign up. What was the beginning of February, and then you were paid through September. Many of those people left and got other jobs, so they're getting 2 paychecks now.
Well, I'm concerned really about if a new house comes in.
They need to start arresting people, otherwise it's just performative. Oh no, I'm very much a Old Testament kind of guy. Like, I am the arrest them, lock them up, charge them with treason if possible, especially for like some of those judges that are like keeping gang members in their house and helping them. I would charge them treason. I would go all the way.
Terms or a new Senate.
Back to basics. Yep.
In 4 years.
You gotta set an example. Yeah, like people say, oh, that's horrible, that's horrible. I say, bro, you're just getting started. Do you think this was bad? They're still trying to play nice.
I feel like they're just going to put all this stuff in place. So I'm just curious, when they do this big, beautiful bill, if they can put some guardrails in place where they can't just reallocate all the stupid spending on all this nonsense, wasteful gender studies.
That's why elections have consequences. That's why
They need to not think about that. They need to think about ways to delegitimize and expose the amount of corruption in the people that are against them to a degree that it totally destroys and hamstrings their movement so they don't get reelected, period. Like, stop thinking about cooking the books and start making sure that you're writing the pages of the future. That's the way I see it. They won't do it. That's what they need to do. Yeah, if they want to keep winning, they have to show crucifixions. Not literally. Probably. But they have to show it. It's a dumb take. No, it's not. It's not. Because they have, like, the people in the future government, you know how Trump just ignores the Supreme Court and does whatever the fuck he wants? That's what they'll do too. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what rules you put down. They'll just ignore the rules. That's the truth.
you vote conservatives, this is what you get. If you don't like it, then you vote the other way. But Elon did say he put into place safeguards so that doesn't happen. When you take
I'm going to start timing people out that call women that are blonde snow bunnies. Just because a girl is a snow bunny and she's blonde, that doesn't, just because she's white and blonde, that doesn't make her a snow bunny. I'm so fucking sick of this. Fucking stop it. That's not what it means. That's never what it's meant. It's fucking annoying. Anyway.
a contract. In order to get another contract, you have to fill out all the paperwork. It takes time. So it would take a long time to get back to where we were originally. but you mentioned in the first hour the Iron Mountain limestone mine. It's this mine that's about an hour outside of Pittsburgh, and it's where retirement forms, folders, all the documents from people who work in federal government services when they retire. It takes about 6 months for that retirement to go through because all this paperwork is done by hand. It's stored in manila envelopes, cardboard
It's
boxes.
done by hand? Really? That sounds like a bad process.
And there are 10,000 applications per month, so it takes a long time to go through everybody's files. But there are a lot of people that work at the mine. There's 700 plus people that operate 230 feet underground. So if they do close down this mine and make it all on computers, then to make it quicker, the retirement quicker, those people do stand to lose their jobs. So maybe we could train them to do the computer system.
So it's already happening electronically.
Exactly.
This can't be reversed. No one would want to. Here's what Doge has done with the mines, and this is their game plan to modernize retiring and getting Social Security.
Yeah, so basically, if anybody doesn't know, the reason why only a certain amount of people can retire from the federal government for a year is basically because, well, the government can only process so many retirements per year. It's because all of this paperwork is stored in an underground mine, and it's in all of these different file folders. That's right. Yep. It's right there. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No, it's not. That's the dumbest thing.
If somebody wants to retire, they can't because it takes 6 months to compile the paper and carry the paper into a mine where it is stored.
It's like a joke. Really, it's like a joke.
And then also, all the calculations are like ridiculous.
Everything has
in
to be
2025.
reconciled, adjudicated. This is thicker than the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah.
And if I have a problem,
We are in good hands. Oh boy. Yep, that's all I need to know. We're good. Everything is totally fine. I'm gonna be safe. I feel safe again? Yep.
trilogy.
Yeah.
And if I have to process this, I would rather do my taxes in the dark than have to go through this. And so what we're doing is we're bringing this process online with modern software. And I'm excited to share that as of tonight, we have 25 retirees going through an entirely online retirement process.
Wow.
The government, for the very first time.
What?
It sounds so simple. Yes, and it's great collaboration with government services, etc. So this has always been their dream, and we're just here to help accelerate it.
That's right. It sounds like something we'd be talking about in the 90s. Like, oh, this is our first, we have computers, and we have the first 25 people retired.
All the people that are debating about marriage in Congress, they didn't try to fix this. Obama didn't try to fix this. Joe Biden didn't try to fix this. All of them could have fixed this only because of Elon Musk and Doge and Donald Trump. This is good.
But it's indisputable the gains that they've made. It's indisputable that now if you're going to want to get money from the government, you have to write what you're actually getting it for.
Yep,
and be
everything's
accountable
computer.
after you get paid.
Get ready
This
for
is certain things with systems, nothing to do with jobs that are just games. So
And that young man that went to the mines, he showed you that thick stack of one person's retirement. That's one person.
Right. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Tillman.
And I'm Ainsley Air.
Oh my God, is that the full interview? No, it's not. There's more of it. We're gonna watch more of it tomorrow. So, but this is the first part of it that I wanted to watch today because it's the shorter version and I thought it would be really funny. So, Big Balls has been revealed. So we have not only, so let's just get this straight. We have a, what do you call it? We have, let me make sure I get all this straight. We have a guy come in here who's named Big Balls and make a joke about it. It's all guys in here. They're talking about like all this government bullshit. A Lord of the Rings joke is made. Everybody's laughing. Guys, I'm thinking we're back. I'm thinking that we are back in a big way. And it feels good. You're goddamn fucking right. Oh man, we're never leaving again. Yeah, this is a total Karen apocalypse. We're done. Is see Wow to come back. We voted for this. I wish if I had known this shit was going to happen, I would have voted for Trump. I'll tell you that. I am so happy with all this. I am thrilled. Yeah, there it is, boys. And the boys are back in town. Yep, that's right. Well, anyway, I told my dad I'll be over at his house at 10:30. Or sorry, 8:30. It's 8:31. So we'll probably back to this. So, zip.
Van Jones asks black Trump supporters if they would vote for him again. Hear their answers. Oh, I will.
We started off the broadcast tonight with the president's cabinet shakeup, and that's, of course, only a fraction of what's unfolded over the last 102 days in the second Trump administration. The question is, what are voters making of it all? CNN's Van Jones has been talking to Trump supporters dating back to 2016. He is, as you...
This is your favorite slot content? Yeah, did you guys see the New York Times write-up? Here's what 7 Americans think of Trump's first 100 days. And it was absolutely, it was mind-melting. Absolutely mind-melting. It's the New York Times goes out of their way. I feel like they're doing some Jubilee where they have like a back catalog of the craziest median voters out there so they can get the most entertaining write-ups. Because I feel like there's no way they're talking to average people. If you talk to the average Trump supporter and you ask them, like, why'd you vote Trump? They're just going to be like, well, because he's going to get them damn immigrants out or something. You know? But these people always have the most median voter syndrome.
Trump's 101st days have been kind of a mixed bag. I think for the most part, it's been positive, and I still feel that I've made the right decision voting for Trump. As mayor of my small city here in Roma, Texas, I am concerned about the tariffs. We've recently developed a 300-plus acre industrial park development for imports, the import of produce and other commodities. So we are concerned about how that's going to affect our development, and we've gotten several investors to come in and look at our this development, wanting to invest, but some of them have actually told us we're very interested in developing in your city. However, because of the tariffs, we're going to take a pause and see how things play out the next 2, 3, 4 months.
That sounds like it's going great, man. Net positive. That's fantastic. He identified as a Democrat until the migrant crisis, and after years of what he described as chaos at the border, voted for Trump, a Republican. Is he? Oh, so he's Hitler? I mean, he's, I assume, Latin. His name is Jaime Escobar Jr., so I'm assuming he's Latin American, so he's one of the Latin voters who switched from being Democrat to Trump because of the migrants. I mean, the biggest downside in his view is the nation remains so divided. I just don't like so much negativity, he said. We got to be able to listen to one another. Fantastic.
After 100 days in office, do I have any regrets? No, I don't have any regrets. My Jill Stein vote, personally, was not necessarily directly for her. Mine was more of a protest vote. I just felt as a country we should have put a stop to the war, between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Actions I've been supportive of is trying to stop the war in Ukraine. I see some of the angles he's coming from in terms of tariffs, but I don't like the side of it where we are alienating a lot of our United States allies. I'm in sales myself, so
this is a fascinating little biopic here. I'm concerned about American economic hegemony, but also I voted for Jill Stein to stop the war.
Me, I'm always going to be in favor of negotiation. I think he's taken a kind of almost like they would say in sales.
Hey, listen, man. Okay, at least his personal brand of retardation was motivated by humanitarian concern for the massacre of Palestinians. Right? So listen. In a world where 50% of my countrymen are Adolf Hitler, there are definitely varying percentages.
The hard sell angle of negotiations where it's going to be like my way or the highway. This is the way I want things done, and that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, man. A real estate agent. He said if he had to vote for president today, nothing would change. I could understand that from a Jill Stein voter.
President Trump's first 100 days, to me, has been a bit chaotic. I think that my vote So Kamala Harris was the right thing to do. But this is who we have. Wake up, realize that you're the president for all of us. You know, you're trying to erase African American history. It's like you're trying to erase what we did in this country. Those that he has chosen to deport, they still deserve due process.
So her bit, I would say like a probably progressive leaning or centrist Democrat, her cool, like, distinguishing feature is that she's right about everything and a good person, which is how you know she's not a Republican. It's like, you have, like, all the Trump supporters trying to justify their votes. All the bad things that he said he'd do that he's done that are hurting me, he's going to undo, or someone else is doing them, or actually, like, the good thing hasn't happened yet. I don't like all the division and hatred, but also the Democrats are all child-killing files, and Trump isn't, even though he's friends with Epstein. Really, it was a protest vote against the system. Democrat trying to explain why they voted for Kamala Harris. Well, I think good things are good and bad things are bad, basically. Parentheses, uninformed by historical materialism. It's just funny. Like, you talk to a Republican and they all have their own dance routine. And then it's like, yeah, here on our panel of 7, here's the Democrat. She's just correct and also like a good person. Nice. No wonder Republicans are so upset. Democrats don't want to talk to them, but Democrats are never upset. Republicans don't want to talk to them. Look, the first guy up here, the Trump supporter, he ended on, I just don't like so much negativity. My brother in Christ, you voted for the Nazi. They're always like that, man. Yeah, I voted in Hitler 2.0. Yeah, I did it because I consumed, gallons of anti-migrant propaganda and thought they were destroying the country and was willing to vote for the person who was openly anti-democracy in order to deal with it, even though it wasn't a big deal to begin with. Eat shit. But why can't we all get along, Not her. I'm not going to watch the end of this video, but at the end of it, I bet she says, and that guy 2 spots above me, meet me in a parking lot. I'll show you, nigga.
Words to describe the first 100 days. Hang on tight. Here we go. I mean, it's just been totally unpredictable. I voted Republican. I voted for Trump because I wanted change. I don't know that I made the right decision.
Is she based? Have you ever seen a white person before? I didn't even say anything because I thought we understood what we were looking at here. But you don't need to bust out the calipers for this one. Like, Jesus. Might as well be wearing a hood.
It's been totally unpredictable. I voted Republican. I voted for Trump because I wanted change. I don't know that I made the right decision or the wrong decision. I made the one that I have the highest hopes for.
Oh, okay. An uncharacteristic bit of self-awareness from somebody who votes for Trump. I think that, no. Listen, I have to give credit where credit's due. I think that bit right there indicated more self-awareness than I would normally expect. Because my expectations are through the floor. My expectations are like completely unintrospective jingoism, right?
There are things that I like about what he's doing,
but it can only go so
he's
far.
Willing to make changes, and he's willing to charge in there and say, no, this is wrong, we gotta fix it. There are things that I don't like, because in the process of your bull in the China shop attitude, Mr. Trump, you are trampling all over people's lives. I think the Doge cuts, to an extent, needed to be done, but Doge just kind of went at it with the bulldozer effect, and with no care or concern for the fallout. The tariffs do affect the flower shop a lot, because all of our flowers are imported. Yes, we have the increased cost on the glass with the tariffs, but the increased cost of everything affects my customer base, because I'm not a necessity business.
I don't think that's true. I think getting flowers for a cutie pie that you like is a sort of life necessity. Florist who imports your flowers? Dude, we import like all flowers. Flowers are very, very, very imported. A lot of them only grow in certain places. Also, you can keep flowers fresh, like, over very long distances with the right preparation. A registered Democrat. Okay.
With the choices I was given in November, I think I made a great decision by supporting President Trump, and no regrets. There are too many.
Yeah, well, your caller should be double reinforced because it's hanging off your body and looks like shit, basically.
One Hamid is a businessman who is center-right and who happens to be a Republican. And the other Hamid is father of 2 brown Muslim children. Businessman Hamid.
Jesus Christ, man. Listen, I have 2 wolves inside of me, okay? On one hand, I am an immigrant member of a minority group, and my children are as well. On the other hand, I am Adolf Hitler. What do I do?
An immigrant from Pakistan. I love his policies. I love what he's doing so far. The tariffs. Yes, hey, people were taking advantage of us. That there were corrections were needed in the market.
Indians watching this, take note, okay? When people from Pakistan want to issue dog shit opinions on American politics, they do so here, looking into a camera, not through a blue check Twitter account where you pretend to be an American, okay? I've got eyes on you.
Everything, even though businesses slowed down a little bit since when he first took over, but that's understandable. Sometimes you have to take a step back when you want to move forward. But father of 2 Muslim children is unhappy or worried, more like worried with all the rhetoric, crazy rhetoric is going on in the country, and deporting people without a due process.
This guy's like the reverse of the average Trump supporter, because he's like, yeah, I love the tariffs, this thing that's objectively bad for everyone. But the thing I don't like is the anti-immigrant sentiment and the mass deportations, which is the thing that Trump is pulling highest on.
President Trump's been in for 100 days. I still support that I voted for him. There were a lot of changes that needed to be made. It's much the debt. We have got to do something about that. I really support what Elon Musk and President Trump are doing, trying to get rid of the waste and the fraud, or whatever you want to call it. I'm a rare teacher that supports getting rid of the Department of Education.
Whatever, man. Sure. You hear they're going to be teaching the Trump big lie in Oklahoma as part of their official curriculum starting soon in the next school year? They're going to be putting that in the history books. That we're doing like actual Hitlerjugend shit. The idea that the election was stolen, like the history books that children are taught, it's going to say that Biden stole the election.
I mean, I do have some students that are concerned about some things. They're friends with illegal immigrants, and they're afraid that their friends may be deported. I think if you're in this country illegally and you are not violating the law and you are working a job and you're living the American life, there needs to be a process to citizenship. I like that he's getting rid of these illegal immigrants, especially the violent criminals. But the lack of due process, I'm not a fan of that.
How the fuck do you talk to these people, man? Speaking of the Department of Education, did you see this? The Justice Department ended a decades-old school desegregation order. Others are expected to follow. Let's see. The end of the 1966 legal agreement with Plaquemines Parish Schools. I don't know the details of this desegregation order. Whatever. Just put the civilizational decline in the bag.
When I evaluate Mr. Trump, I really think that he has a good heart and good aim for the US especially, and for the whole entire world. You know, not always it comes to reality. I mean, 100 days are not enough for me. And I'm hoping that he will continue fighting with the general crimes that are ongoing in the US. I hope that he will continue what he started with Israel and will bring back home all 59.
There we go. Of course. Mr. Khan, born and raised in Israel before immigrating to the US. Holy shit! Somebody born in Israel and moving to the United States? That's the opposite of how it normally happens. That's crazy. Is that sarcastic? I mean, it's kind of like a reference to the fact that a ton of people in Israel are like the most Hitlerite American Jews who come over, and it's because they want to like LARP a settler colonial project, you know, warriors or whatever. What was that with the settler documentary that came out recently, and all of the like perfect unaccented English you hear from people talking about how their blood is in the Levant for 4,000 years or whatever. Yeah, this is my ancestral home, said a guy from Philadelphia. Fucking Jesus. Louis Thoreau, thank you. Sadly, it seems humankind as a group is just too dumb and gullible for democracy. Nah, that's bullshit, man. This is all capital. Literally, everything we're seeing, it's literally all money poisoning the water. Like, you're looking at a guy who's being given nothing but poison to drink, and you're saying, I guess humans just aren't meant to drink water. You know, there are forces creating this. You know, when we take over again, okay, you know what we're banning? We're banning crime coverage on the news. It is fucking wild how many people have been made Hitlerites because they delusionally believe that crime is up. Except car chases, those are cool. Yes! Dana, you always have such good ideas. Car chases should stay. I agree. Because nobody looks at a car chase and thinks, oh my god, it's so dangerous out. You think of a car chase as like a funny oddity that you experience from the comfort of your home, you know? You don't live in Germany? No, I'm saying car chases, not ramming into crowds of people. That's very different, okay? Very, very, very different, okay? When I'm saying car chase, I'm talking about like 2 hours of helicopters following a 15-mile-per-hour car chase on the 405. That's very different. Los Angeles actually experiences the far end of the car infrastructure safety effect, right? Which is that if you have so many cars that they never move. The 405 is very safe to drive on during peak traffic hours, right? Because no one's going at a speed high enough to injure anyone. In car chases, everyone roots for the criminal? Yes. Because machines, cars turn us into monsters, right? If you see police chasing a perp, people root for the police. If you see police cars chasing a car, people root for the car, not the police cars. Wish we saw more bike chases. Maybe in like the Netherlands? No. Oh yeah, there was this video too.
You know, a Democrat who was a former senior advisor to President Obama. For tonight's...
You do well. And here we are, South Carolina, with 3 Trump voters. You weren't always a Republican.
No. Actually, I come from a family that was like super Democratic. My first time voting, I voted Democrat. I voted for Joe Biden.
What about Trump appealed to you?
This guy is so not racist against white people, he would have voted for Joe Biden a second time if he could have.
I'm allowed to cuss?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, part of it is he's an asshole. I like authenticity.
You voted for Obama in...
I love Americans. Also, none of you can make edgy racialized comments, all right? Only people with the past, which is me and no one else, all right? I'm just getting ahead of this, okay? Because I know you people, sometimes you people, you catch a whiff of the race humor, and you're like, oh, surely this is a simple weapon, easy tool to wield. And then you club yourself in the head and everyone around you, okay? It takes years of expertise. We're on black too? No, you're not. You're a collection of orange text. You understand the rules, don't you? You've been online long enough. Through the anonymity of the chat box, everyone is white. When you're on YouTube, on Twitter, everyone can pretend to be black because they want to say soft A rather than MF. Like this MF, you know, people don't want to say that.
Then you voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. But 2020, you voted for Donald Trump. Well, what made the change?
I began listening to someone. Her name is Candace Owens.
Ooh, wow. That's like several levels past. Ooh, boy. Okay, yeah, wow. All right.
And I read her book. And it just opened my eyes to man.
You read her
you're
book.
fat. You're fat.
Wow. My guess is that this woman consumed Candace Owens' content before she left the Daily Wire, before she became an open neo-Nazi. Because for a long time, Candace Owens' grip was the Democratic plantation. The idea that Democrats condescend to and look down on black people through the bigotry of low expectations because Democrats assume black people will just always vote for them. Which is true, kind of ignores the fact that Republicans are infinitely more racist towards black people, but, you know, it was only after leaving the Daily Wire that she pulled into a new drift.
Maybe he's not this person that I have been led to believe that he was.
So you voted against Trump in 2016,
yes,
but then in 2020 you voted for him?
Absolutely.
Why?
I saw how things were going. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised, and that was what's happening. I saw the economy getting better. I saw country relations in certain countries getting better.
What are some things that he's doing that you do like?
For me, I like the border. I just don't like the idea of someone coming here illegally and getting benefits that can serve my community. So that's the reason why I support him on that border policy.
When you think about the border, you think about people coming here who are getting more help than people who live here, who were born here.
Yeah. And
a very real thing that really happens. Again, we're talking years and years of targeted propaganda. The idea that migrant or asylum seekers, you know, get a bunch of free shit from the government. One of the big ones was the Biden phone. The idea that every migrant got a phone for free from Biden. And what they would get was this cheap-ass little phone. And the reason they got it was so that they could use the app. Was it CPS One? What was it called? The app the Biden administration wanted you... CBP One, thank you, wanted them to use to make their appointments for their asylum claims, which, by the way, actually worked. A significant, like over 90% of asylum seekers were consistent with their meetings, and far more than 90% were like they had some issues with making the meetings, but they overwhelmingly, they wanted to attend. People don't seek asylum in the U.S. hoping to be an illegal immigrant, having to always live on the fringes of society, right? They want to be a legal migrant because they want to be able to like benefit from the same systems that we do.
I got that perspective not from news channels. I got it from social media.
Why would you admit that? I know, we know, but why would you admit that? Okay.
Talk is like a holy grail. We even see it with the things that we learn about the United States government. Outside of the United States, people are showing Americans, hey, look at what's going on. Do y'all know that your government's doing this? Have you seen this? Have you?
Like what? What? You're so vague. What are you talking about?
From this perspective?
You know, people when they think about a Trump voter, they usually think about like a white dude with like a red hat on and a pickup truck, and y'all are not that at all. So Donald Trump's team...
I really don't want to lean into the pick-me accusations because they're usually pretty obvious. I will say that black conservatives get so much joy from being like, yep, I bet you didn't expect me to be black. It's like their main fucking... I mean, we're talking about conservatives here, so any like grace and charity that you extend to them, that's on you, right? They voted for Trump. We know what they are. But they do delight in the identity to a large extent. Weirdly, Latin people don't. I haven't, to my knowledge, ever seen a Latin person go like, yep, bet you didn't expect that, huh? It's probably like a legacy thing, right? Because overwhelmingly black people vote for Democrats, so there is more of a defiance of expectation. I don't really know. They have to believe they're a bit like unicorns with their white coworkers, and well, they probably enjoy the accolades from other conservatives because they kind of exist to be a shield, right? Like they're a token. They fucking are, okay? We don't have to pretend. These aren't the Bush years where both Democrats and Republicans, like, signaled a desire for racial equality. It's just Hitler shit day in, day out in this administration. We don't need to, like, pretend that they're pretending.
Went in, they took down Harriet Tubman's picture for a quick minute. They're trying to, like, knock out the black museums. What does that have to do with the price of eggs, and how did that impact you?
In some ways, it's a slap in the face. In other ways, I don't care. I care more.
Fascinating.
About how I'm going to take care of my children.
I don't think the average American cares about that. I know I am sick and tired of seeing black people sit there and complain about something but not taking the action and steps to actually try to change things in an appropriate manner.
Under the Trump
correlation? Correlation? What? The facial expressions of gold. Van Jones does have a very expressive face, which is pretty funny, but it did also look like her body and her face were fighting her to let that one out. You know? Like, she seemed confused by what she was saying. Well, I find it hard to hate them. Dude, they're just as much evil as the average white Trump supporter, you know? If anything, they have to be a little more evil or stupid, right? Because you have to fight against a larger body of evidence that it's not your self-interest as a black person to vote this administration to office. You're kind of fighting uphill on that one in terms of self-interest. It's like, sure, they're going to be victims of this administration, but so is the average white racist, right? I mean, it's like it's not like they're benefiting from any of this. They're not getting anything. That's one of the reasons I got canceled for this once, man. But I was right then. I'm right now. I hated the argument that white people benefit from white supremacy because I only think that's true in like an old-timey extractive sense, right? You could argue that's the case when you had systems like slavery or like like old colonialism, like mercantile colonialism, sure, because the extraction in that case is a very like direct process. But nowadays, racism against black people does not benefit white people. Look at what racists are doing to this country for everyone. The tariffs, our education, everything. Did anti-Semitism benefit the average German between 33 and 45? No! It led to a lot of them dying in a war. And the rest of them lived in a bombed-out, occupied ruin. It did not benefit them. So I've always pushed back against that because I think that you're unnecessarily ceding ground to the idea that white people it is in their interest to be racist, and I just think that's false. I think that's completely false. What about men and patriarchy? I feel the same way in that respect, sure. Are men happy? Are men in South Korea happy right now? Are men in Japan happy? Are men here happy? Are the incels happy? No, it seems like it's a caustic. Chauvinism is a caustic ideology that's created, a contradictory and. Look, I just don't think these systems of oppression benefit the people doing the oppressing. I think that only works in the most unabstracted senses, right? Where like you can press the big button that means that because you're from X group, you get stuff from Y group. But in reality, it doesn't work that way because men don't press a button and then get things from women. Men and women are both humans that interact with each other in a really like delicate, tapestry of social interactions. And men actually really, really covet the affirmation and affection of women. What about things like the gender pay gap? Wouldn't that be a benefit? No. Think broadly, okay? The fact that, for one, the pay gap thing is complicated because it usually has to do with women's choice of careers or what careers they're pushed into more so than like environment pay. But even within intra-environmental pay, the idea that it's like men are benefiting from the extraction from women? No, the business is benefiting that sexism allows them to extract more wealth from the women, more surplus value. That's not men getting money off of women. That's a business taking advantage of sexism to take. It's the same with immigrants, right? Like, you could argue, well, don't immigrants take jobs away from locals if immigrants are able to be paid less because they have less bargaining power? Yeah, but the bargaining power that they don't have is because we're racist towards them. Like, if we weren't racist towards immigrants, they would have the same bargaining power as a worker. They would be in the same unions, right? An unwillingness to unionize with non-white coworkers has prevented a lot of sectoral industries from securing better pay for the white people in those areas. You know?
And Biden administration, they came to certain agreements with police departments to be less brutal toward the black community. Trump has now ended all that. How does that help the black community?
I have a lot of issues with police reform and just with how police officers are treated as a whole. My husband is currently going through the process to become a police officer.
That tracks. That sounds about right. Obviously, yeah.
The amount of hatred that cops get, even the best ones, I think has become a huge problem because it has been, especially around election times when it definitely comes.
That's why do you have a mod pack when you don't moderate and all you do is disagree with me and then argue with chatters out of curiosity?
Doubt of like, oh no, the cops are bad. The cops hate you because you're black. They're immediately deemed as evil.
This man's talking about running for a third term. Now, what do you think about that?
The third term, for me, absolutely not. I think it's at the end of these 4 years, it's time to move on.
This is a prime example of him trolling people because people have said, like, oh, if he gets in the office, he's gonna be a dictator. He's gonna.
This woman is crazy. She's easily the worst of the three.
Try to run for a third term. So he's like, okay, y'all think I'm gonna do it? I'm gonna mess with y'all and say this to take y'all up.
I thought you loved this man because he's so authentic and he's such a
But you
truth
need
teller.
to know the difference between somebody trolling somebody, and this is a prime example of him being a troll.
If you had to do it all over again, would you vote for Donald Trump again, yes or no?
Yes, I would. Mm-hmm. Now, in the future, I am not a diehard Democrat or diehard Republican. If there were a Democratic candidate who was more aligned for me, then I would vote Democrat.
If you go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump, yes or no?
Yes.
I think I might know the answer on this.
Yeah, I'm glad they acknowledge she's fucking crazy as well. Didn't they recently do like a big poll? I don't know, was it AP North? But they asked around, they said, if you would go back, who would you vote for? If you could redo the election? And even though Trump's approval rating has gone down like enormously since his inauguration, Kamala Harris still loses against Trump. Like, actually, because Kamala Harris and Trump were dead on with each other prior to the actual election, Kamala Harris might be doing worse against Trump now than she did back then, which honestly makes sense. She's been dead on the water since the election, right? She's been silent. She's been gone. You know, she's not a real. She dipped. She's gone. She's out. What has changed? Trump has only been more of what he already was. If we run Kamala again in 2028, I just need you all to know that's going to be a real test of my utilitarian position on voting. And I'm not joking. That would be like a grave insult to me personally. That one. If anything would push me to start talking like people I've argued against in the past, it would be that. I'm just letting you all know that ahead of time.
Yes. It really is. No, I'm sorry.
If you had to do it all over again, would you vote for Donald Trump, yes or no?
1,000% absolutely yes.
And Benjamin.
That's great. That's great. This is the poll? I don't think the poll was from the Miami Herald. Or, well, maybe this is just his reporting on it. Emerson College. I don't know if this is what I was thinking about. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Trump the other day did an interview with Time Magazine. It's the whole thing is just like it's Trump. It's Trump. He doesn't know anything. He contradicts himself in the interview. Nothing. It's not new. Though it's like a lot worse than his first term, because I feel like at some points he was at least adjacent to conversations held in confidence. Now he doesn't know anything about anything. So, you know, he's just kind of spitballing his answers. In our interview last year, Mr. President, you committed to complying with all Supreme Court orders. I said, what? You committed to when you and I spoke last April. Are you still committed to complying with all Supreme Court orders? Sure, I believe in the court system. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that you have to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You haven't done so. Aren't you disobeying the Supreme Court? Well, that's not what my people told me. They didn't say it was. They said it was the 9-0 was something entirely different. I can't believe it, man. When Stephen Miller, when they had Bukele in the Oval Office, and Stephen Miller, and one of the reporters said, how do you feel about the 9-0 ruling ordering you bring back Kilmar? And Stephen Miller interrupted and said, oh, no, that was a 9-0 ruling. That was a 9-0 ruling to keep him there or something. Like that was a 9-0 ruling that agreed with us. That's why he jumped in so fast. Can I get that clip again? Hold on 1 second. It's like so indicative. God, I can't believe it was only like a week ago. Here we go.
Court has the authority to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. Is that simple? End of story. And that's what the Supreme Court held. The Supreme Court said exactly by the president like that. In his country, that's cool. Is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegal.
Yeah. These are sick people. Martha Gibbs,
yeah, I mean, Stephen Island, I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin. Except for Venezuela, that wasn't refusing to take people back in places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what the Supreme Court held, by the way. Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual.
This was right after, this was in the morning after the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, and Stephen Miller jumps in here. This is the first time Trump is hearing about it. Again, he's not doing his daily briefings. No one's telling Trump anything because no one cares, because no one thinks he has any authority beyond as a mascot. So Stephen jumps in to say, because so Marco Rubio was saying this federal judge doesn't have the authority to order us to bring back Kilmer, right? But this is after the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. So Stephen Miller comes in and he says, yeah, and that's what the Supreme Court ruling was about. It was them agreeing with us that we are not obligated to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He jumped in. That was the first Trump heard about it. Guarantee you. 100%. Dollars to donuts. And after that, he was really aggressive about pushing that narrative. He's the person who aggressively pushed this, that it was 9-0 in our favor. The idea, by the way, like, and if you don't think it's insincere, right? The idea that the three liberals on the court would vote in his favor on this? No, it's an obvious lie, but he's doing it to get ahead of the president here.
The Department of Justice, FBI, DEA, ATF, the U.S. Marshal Service, Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol, and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement now have a monumental victory for President Trump. The biggest legal win of this administration so far. A total embarrassment for crazy Judge Boasberg, who's been trying to force this president to bring foreign alien terrorists back onto American soil, trying to turn our planes around, trying to empty prisons in foreign countries and bring them back to for the Constitution tonight, and to.
Is this the same legal ruling? No, I think no. Here he's referring to a different ruling. You sent me an incorrect video, and for this you'll be found guilty. This is him talking about the SCOTUS ruling that undid the pause on the deportations. This is not him talking about the 9-0 ruling. Different one, different Supreme Court ruling. Whatever. It's irrelevant to the point that I was making. Anyway, that time, right here in the Oval Office, I guarantee you that was the first time Trump heard about the 9-0 ruling against him. Well, that's not what my people told me. They didn't say it was. They said it was. The 9-0 was something entirely different. Notice how Trump isn't even refuting the point here. All he's saying is that he was told something different. Like, if Trump was briefed on the collective narrative that the 9-0 ruling was in favor of his administration, wouldn't he be, like, staunchly defending that point? Wouldn't he be like, no, the 9-0 ruling was in favor of us. It said that we don't have to oblige the federal courts in requiring us to bring back Abrego Garcia. But he doesn't say that. He just says, well, I wasn't told that. Let me quote from the ruling. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Aboriginal Garcia, AI, Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. Are you facilitating a release? Okay, listen to this response, please. I leave that to my lawyers. I give them no instructions. They feel that the order said something very much different from what you're saying. But I leave that to my lawyers. If they want, and that would be the Attorney General of the United States and the people that represent the country, I don't make that decision. Dude, i.e. I don't know what I'm doing. He's not doing anything. He's not, Trump, you're not supposed to say that out loud. He's retired. He's retired, dude. You're not supposed to say that out loud. You're asked about the failure of compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. Oh, I don't know anything, and I don't make these decisions. What? You're supposed to pretend that you're the president. Have you asked President Bukele to return him? I haven't. He said he would. Did you ask him? But I haven't asked him positively. But he said he would. But if you haven't asked him, then how are you facilitating his release? Well, because I haven't been asked to ask him by my attorneys. Nobody asked me to ask him that question except you. Dude. Like actually, Jesus Christ. I don't think anything else like this is happening, certainly not in American history, but like in the world. I can't, this is the most open, he doesn't even have handlers who are prepping him on these questions. They're not even putting in the effort to make Trump think and act like he's the president. In the previous administration, even though Trump didn't have the decision-making power for the most part, they would at least keep him up on the doctrine so that he could act as the president. In monarchies and in empires, this would be when the viziers or Praetorian guards killed you. Oh, dude! At this point, every single vizier would be putting banana peels at the top of staircases. This is so. He's just a birthday boy. I feel like I'm doing a poor job of communicating how severe this is. This isn't just he's old or senile or incompetent. He's all of those things. It is that the administration and Trump both are not putting in any effort to convey the impression that he isn't those things. The president is admitting that he is not acting as the president, that he does not act with the office and the authority and the duties of the president. It's not, there's not even a pretense. Yeah, but nobody cares anyway. Yeah, isn't that the scariest part? Isn't this what the conspiracy theorists freak out over? This is the reason why they're obsessed with the idea that there's a big master plan, a bunch of crazy people controlling the world or whatever. Isn't it way scarier that the most powerful country in the world is nominally controlled by a person who is openly admitting he has no power, and it's not even getting discussed in the news? This is the tenor I want Democrats, I want everyone to be taking. It's not just that Trump is bad. There are lots of bad presidents. Most presidents have been bad. It's not just that he's crazy or evil. Again, see previous presidents, okay? This is completely unprecedented. It's in the emperor has no clothes moment. It's the emperor has no clothes, and he's admitting that he has no clothes. And no one in his court is pretending that he has clothes, but nobody's acknowledging it. Like, at least in the emperor has no clothes dynamic, there's a shared understanding that everyone can recognize the king has no clothes and the king himself is delusional. In this case, we're all just bumbling along. We're pretending. The only reason this country still exists and hasn't descended into, like, a Mad Max-style Road Warriors anarchy is because our institutions are trotting along through inertia alone. There is no one at the top. There is no cabinet of neocons or, like, evil, competent people running things. It's literally just private equity people, you know, speculative investors pulling out the copper wiring. That's it. The only reason the house is still standing is because they need the house to stand to get at the copper wiring. It's too much of a pain in the ass to get at the copper wiring after the foundations collapse. The problem with your country is that you don't have any real opposition to this. You know what? I actually think that's true, yeah. This is an unironic, like, failure of Darwinian evolutionary mechanics, right? This is what happens when you don't have any opposition. In any previous society, at any previous point in history, if an empire was led like this, we would be swallowed by our enemies. We would collapse and our ruins would be picked apart by our neighbors. Every other kingdom around us would go, wow, ripe for the picking, let's go. That doesn't happen anymore. Because we have nukes, because the global economy is so intertwined, but we deserve it. Oh, we deserve it. We deserve it. And poor countries and empires actually mostly survive long term. Yeah, but they lose ground. Why aren't we losing Wisconsin? We should lose Wisconsin, at the very least, to Canada. Like, we should be losing ground. New Mexico should just rejoin with old Mexico. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The closest America gets to a competitor is China. Yeah, and China's the good guy in this situation. So, that's the hope, right? The hope is that China uses this opportunity to take as much ground as possible and that we, perish. It's the only fair thing, frankly. There is no parallel to what America is right now. There is no equal to the level of willful incompetence and, like, anti-reality bias. There's no equal to it. I can't think of a Roman Empire equivalent. Well, usually if your king is crazy, you still have competent generals and administrators and viziers and so on and so forth, but that's not even... Anti-intellectualism nowadays doesn't exist the way that it used to, Anti-intellectualism in, like, the fascistic sense is a very modern phenomenon. You have to have an enlightenment, you have to have capital R rationalism for people to ideologically reject rationalism. Irrational people who believed in very irrational, unprovable things back in the, Middle Ages or whatever, didn't believe it because they were rejecting rationalism. They believed it because they had a doctrine they were adhering to. I don't know. It's pretty bad. Do you think this kind of rejection of reality can ever be solved or gotten out of? Yeah, with, like, a cultural revolution. Maybe. Just written. It's just written. The whole thing is incredible, by the way. I don't want to go over again, Trump doesn't know anything. So the only thing that's interesting in the interview is the shocking, like, lack of, the effort that has been put into making it seem like he knows anything. The Holy Roman Empire had a century of practically no real ruler, and they still kept on talking. You don't understand what I'm getting at. The society was a lot more federalized back then. They didn't have, like, health laws and shit, but it goes beyond that. The whole administration is like this. We're not talking about one guy at the top missing a seat. Like, the fact that there's no pope doesn't mean the whole Catholic Church collapses. This is worse than that. Okay, but besides a cultural revolution, which I think is unlikely, what do you think might need to happen? No, I think that's what needs to happen. That's the point we're at. We're full in. We're committed, okay? We're locked in. Buckle your seatbelts. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any way out of this. Nazi Germany only ended because it was bombed into rubble. If they didn't start World War II but persisted as an empire, or what if they won? Or what if they reached a stalemate? What if they made it to Stalingrad and the shores of France and then just held that territory for years and years? What ends that besides a collapse? Who's going to bomb us? Well, I didn't say we need to be bombed. I said we need a cultural revolution. Economic collapse also seems like a viable possibility, but we're not getting... Pete Buttigieg is not going to show up and, like, fix all of this, okay? This is so black, dude. I mean, that's what it's the historical, it's the cycle, okay? That's how it is. It is what it is. The Chinese Cultural Revolution was very fascistic in nature. No, God, no. It was like the least fascist thing in the world. It was extremely authoritarian. It wasn't fascist, though. Not even a little bit. It's still good for accelerationists, right? Well, accelerationists are people. And we're all going to have to suffer. You know how many gay people got lynched over time? Yeah, I do. That's not fascism. They were lynching gay people back in the Middle Ages. They had invented fascism. Stop defending cultural. I'm not defending cultural revolution. Well, you don't get pissy. All right. Two sides of chatter attacking Bosch for opposite points. Yeah, I noticed. It's easy to talk about this when you're not starving to death or being shipped off to an offshore below. I don't understand why. Like it's this weird blend of like contrarian edgelords and people who think I'm being a contrarian edgelord. Okay, I don't think they understand, like, because okay, it's only been a few months and the treats from China are still like more or less in stock. This is almost irreparable. We're dealing with a level of political rot that is unrivaled in the world, and it's in the biggest and most powerful country in the world, and there's no signs of it being repaired anytime soon. The main political opposition to what is happening right now, the Democrats, aren't even capable of naming the problem. They can't even identify it. They don't even have the language to describe the underlying nature. They think it's about corruption. It's not about corruption. They think it's about authoritarianism. It's not about authoritarianism. These are symptoms. There is a greater cause. There's a greater cause and a more fundamental set of problems. And even if the problems were as simple as they thought they were, you can't just convince people out of it. You can't argue a person out of being authoritarian or irrational. It doesn't work that way. They don't understand the problems. They don't understand the solutions. And even if they knew what the solutions were, they don't know how to get people towards those solutions. They don't know how to uproot the root cause of the problems. They don't know anything. So I'm not trying to be contrarian or edgy or whatever when I say stuff like we need a cultural revolution. What I'm essentially saying is that I don't know how we get out of this, but it would need to be very transformative. It would need to be, it goes so far beyond whatever you think would need to happen, probably more than that. Now we might be able, in the meantime, to get these middling little half measures, but for me, progress isn't just, well, what if we got 4 years of Pete Buttigieg? And Pete Buttigieg, like, all of the underlying problems stay there, but Pete Buttigieg makes the oligarchs calm down a little bit, and like ICE calms down with the deportations a little bit, you know, like that. But then in 4 years, what happens? Trump 2 comes in, Steve Miller runs, or whatever. And this isn't even to speak of the climate crisis, man. That shit is getting accelerated. We're already surpassing the most pessimistic timescale for stuff like ocean level rises, water temperatures, global temperatures. Every year the hurricanes get worse and more frequent, and the Trump administration's response to that is doubling down on every single practice you can engage in. Yeah, the insect die-offs. We're going to have millions of acres of crops that won't be properly growing because the soil culture is just gone. Like, the soil culture can't sustain the nutrient-hungry, genetically modified crops that we've made. The bees aren't going to be pollinating the damn flowers. This is all going to happen within our lifetime. Pete Buttigieg is not going to fix this. So when I say stuff like a cultural revolution, I'm acknowledging the fact that, like, the scope of the solution will need to be as dramatic, if not more so, than the scope of the problem. And the scope of the problem is really big. Unfortunately, fixing things is usually more complicated than breaking them. You know, it's pretty easy to provide a materialist explanation for why we are where we are now, because it's already happened. But when you talk about solutions, you're talking speculation, you're talking about a more complicated process. Fixing things, it's harder than breaking things, you know. And there's no historical parallel to what we're going through right now. Not a real one, anyway. Not one that really encapsulates or describes the scope and severity of the problem. So, isn't it possible to make tiny drones to pollinate the plants? Get this guy to Ukraine. Get this guy and his big ideas to Ukraine. Yeah, Bosch is anti-animal agriculture, which is what helps restore the soil, and now this is directly a problem for crop agriculture that can only get worse with less animal agriculture. Yeah, man, I'm sure that, like, 50 million chickens that die a day in grinders, or like the chicken coops where they're packed in so like close that they can't move or flap their wings. What are you shadow boxing over? Just have your hamburger. We're not even talking about you right now, you f***ing carnivore. Why are you bringing it to? Oh yeah, man. It's actually vital to the soil culture that we dedicate 70% of our arable land to growing wheat and hay, so the cows can sit in like steep shit, and we can inject them full of antibiotics that are slowly cultivating the next super virus to kill all of us. Like somehow this protects the soil? What are you talking about? Get out of here. Jesus Christ. Do you think it's the duty of the world to take action in whatever fashion against the U.S. in the fight against climate change? I mean, what does one even say to this? Well, I'll tell you what I say to this. I say, people who think I'm being edgy when I say culture revolution, you really think there's a painless solution to this? You gotta understand, man, like, these statements are being uttered by people who have known climate change as a thing for 60, 70 years collectively as a group, and they know it'll kill all of you, and they're fine with it. They're completely fine with it. They welcome your death. So you're saying vote blue no matter who becomes obsolete in the current state of the system? No, you should still vote for the least bad candidate. Where do these people come from? Everyone wants to make it a damn debate. Everyone wants to fight. Are there any lovers in chat? We have too many fighters.
So much for joining this video, Americans and future Americans. Today we are talking about how I officially am no longer a resident of Canada. That is basically what I've been busy with on my quote-unquote vacation. As you know or do not know, I am a dual citizen. I am both a Canadian and an American citizen, and I am no longer a Canadian resident. Legally, I'm out. I'm out. That's basically what I've been doing for the last few weeks. Woo! Let's go! I am now not in North Dakota anymore. I am no longer a member of Gay Dakota. Well, actually, I am still a Canadian citizen, but I am no longer a Canadian resident. To which state? I don't know. Listen, pick your favorite Jewish conspiracy theory. Talk about which states don't have income tax. Do the math. All right, let's not get too controversially or anything. Listen, all I'm saying is, Asmongold and I were in Florida for the last week at the same time, maybe. But the point that I'm trying to make is, Canada has fallen. It has been completely overtaken by fucking degenerate losers, and it's a glorious day. Now, I am not gonna sit here and say that Canada cringe and lame and pathetic. I am gonna say that Canada's fallen. We are witnessing the end of a gigantic empire. It's over. It is actually over. So today we're going to talk about how over it is. All the conspiracy theories involved, the crazy amounts of reasons. And I'm also going to be talking in my best Canadian accent. Now that I am no longer a Canadian resident, I am going to talk in a Canadian accent since I finally have freedom of speech. All right? Ready for my Canadian accent? God, this is crazy. I can't believe that the Canadian elections have actually gone this way. How do you like my Canadian accent? That was good. I'm sorry. I know that was a little racist, but it was too funny. I couldn't pass it up. So, locked in, boys and girls. Today we are talking about a fantastic situation if you like drama and chaos. But anyway, during the elections, everyone said that Carney was going to win by a lot. Carney is the leftist, and Pierre Poilievre, the candidate. Everyone said Carney was going to win by a landslide. But it actually ended up pretty close. It actually ended up incredibly close, and then Carney pulled ahead and won. But right before Pierre Poilievre caught up, something suspicious happened. Something very suspicious happened. Let me show it to you. Just wanted to remind you all that you do not hate the mainstream media enough. It's a propaganda minefield that tells you half-truths for their own purposes, unlike me, who's upfront about my purpose, being chaotic neutral, making fun of the idiots wherever they may hide, and that is why I partnered up with Ground News on my journey to find the biggest political clowns that we can get together and throw tomatoes at them. I reached out to Ground News because they take thousands of news stories from around the world and lays them out in one dashboard, adds context on each source by his factual reliability, and most importantly, they will show you if the narrative is being controlled by corporate media or independent voices.
Maybe I
For
shouldn't eat
example,
any crown,
one of
that's
the biggest
on me.
wins of the Trump administration, in my opinion, was Elon Musk using Doge to slash funding of USAID that was going to condoms in Mozambique and Sesame Street in Iraq. And not only is it amazing that we're saving billions of dollars going to this fraud, waste, and abuse, but the Supreme Court even judged in Elon's favor to keep slashing. If you look at left-wing news sites, the way they describe this story is as a massive constitutional crisis, fear-mongering and threatening the downfall of Western civilization. But if you look at right-wing news sources, they describe it as a massive victory against the liberal establishment. Consuming media this way from only one source is becoming so divisive and only giving you half a story. So I propose a movement putting that era in the past, and that's what this video sponsor, Ground News, is all about. Ground News also has a blind spot feed, specifically for news stories not properly on either side of the political spectrum. I completely support this mission and this movement, and I use Ground News to research video topics appropriately before promptly making fun of the idiots of the internet. Which is why I got my viewers 40% off the same unlimited access Vantage plan that I've been using. That's just $5 a month to stay sane while the rest of the internet melts down over the next wave of news. Just go to ground.news/nuts or scan the QR code. Stop letting the media rewrite reality and get Ground News today. Now back to the chaos.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going...
Yeah, like for me, for example. So, interesting thing happened. Suspiciously, as the Conservative Party in Canada, or the whatever you want to call them, was slowly catching up. Suspiciously, the website went down for everyone. And then the website went back on and bam, Carney won. I'm not saying that there was fraud, but I am saying it's funny that it happened. It's kind of weird. Listen, I'm not locking in and talking about all sorts of globalist superpowers taking over the world and shadow governments manipulating shit. But I am saying that Carney is very good friends with China and also didn't live in Canada for the last decade, but instead, I'm pretty sure he lived in Ireland. He, in fact, doesn't call himself a Canadian. And the website went down right before that happened. I don't know. It's pretty weird. Pretty weird.
On the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well.
Yes.
So we were able to get on.
In the newsroom, the website crashed, and Carney won by the way.
On another computer, though, some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like...
Also, by the way, Carney, very anti-Jewish. Pierre Poilievre, pro-Jewish. So this thwarts the Jewish cabal theories, I guess. Unless that's what the Jewish cabal wants you to think.
This on X, Patrick saying elections.ca isn't working for me. Have this issue.
Pretty weird. Sussy-wussy.
An obvious concern.
And the thing is, Canada doesn't have a Trump that's going to, call out Canadian elections for being rigged or anything. None of that shit's happening. Obviously, Canada's not like that. In fact, Canada's entire identity right now is not America. That is literally the entire identity of Canada.
Rachel.
Yeah, so
essentially, no one's even going to even look into anything because why would they? But anyway, Joe Biden tweets at 11:21 p.m. later than any time he's ever tweeted anything in the history of his presidency, suspiciously enough. Pretty weird and suspicious. He tweeted out, "I congratulate Prime Minister Mark Carney and the Liberal Party on their success in Canada's election." Of course, obviously Joseph Biden or whoever is puppeteering his account. I'm confident Mark will be a strong leader for the fundamental values and interests Americans and Canadians share. I don't know, man. I don't know. Pretty weird. Carney lived in England nuts. He spent that decade working as head of a bank in England, causing tax raises and high inflation. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised by that even remotely at all. Yeah, obviously. So, how come we were never up this late while president? Because he's not up this late because this was not tweeted by him. This was probably tweeted by the same person that operated his auto pen, giving presidential pardons to everybody and their mother. So, anywho, this is going to be very interesting. I am very curious to see where this goes. I am, however, recognizing that it is incredibly likely that Canada has fallen. It's over. 1,000% vote. So, Babylon B decided to steal my entire shit. Alright? I gonna lie. I don't want Canada to get absorbed by America. I do not want Canada to become America's 51st state. Now, you might say, Nuts, didn't know you're this much of a Canadian nationalist that you want autonomy. No! I just don't want a country as butt-fucking stupid as Canada that elected Carney to be part of the American voter population. Okay? I am just saying, because Canada was annihilated over the last 10 years with a far-left government. So they decided to elect another far-left government. You can't even make this shit up. Everyone was so upset about Trudeau, they just elected the same fucking guy with a different coat of paint. This time he's singing Chinese tunes instead. Like, dog. Also, bro, you can really steal my gay North Dakota joke. Come on, Babylon B, that's crazy. That's a new low. So, in other news, this is Mark Carney's child, Sasha Carney, 24, went to Yale University, uses they, them pronouns. She's saying it's not like Mark Carney is woke or anything. I'm glad that wokeness is finally gone in Canada. I'm glad we've eliminated all the wokeness in Canada with this election. Everything is getting better. Everything is getting better now. Don't worry, guys. What fucking country calls an emergency election? That's what happens because the government is so bad. Only to vote in the same government. Literally, man. Are we on the same page? They called for an emergency election. The former prime minister stepped down. This never happened before. Trudeau stepped down because the country was so cooked. And then they literally voted in the same government with the same talking heads, except even more to the left and more pro-China and more anti-America. Like, this is crazy. Now, again, I'm not saying that there's some shadow cabal manipulating shit behind the scene or anything, but I am saying, if there was, this is the kind of shit they would pull. But let's be real. This is crazy. Canadians are wicked schmuck. So, obviously, this is a mix of things. It's obviously not just anti-Trump, but it is mostly and that is mostly, literally. Like, if you look at the stats, this is Canada per capita economic growth laggard for 10 years. As you can see, the U.S. grew by 20%, Denmark 18%, Spain 17%, Netherlands 14%, Italy 13%, Sweden 10%, Japan 8%, France 8%, Canada 0.5% down. The last 10 years for Canada were awful, like unbelievably bad. I don't think people recognize the fact that the housing market in Canada is an absolute disaster. I'm pretty sure they imported over 1 million immigrants over the last year, aside from the illegal ones. Like, dog, I am not saying that Canada's cooked. I'm saying that they're fucked. It's over. Oh Lord. Now let me pull up a graph because I think it's important for you to recognize this. I'm gonna draw you a picture. I think this is important for every single person to recognize. All right. So Canada had a problem. The problem was not enough houses. All right, not enough houses. There were too many people, not enough houses. So obviously, the supply was not enough for the demand. So houses prices skyrocket. All right, this is pretty obvious. So you're probably wondering, what is the solution of the Canadian government? All right, so the houses market skyrocketed. So what do you do? Now, you're probably going to say, you build more houses. Now, who's going to build these houses? Well, it's easy. You just get immigrants. You get immigrants to come in to build the houses. What if there's a solution? Immigrants build houses. All right, easy. All right, so you bring in immigrants, they build houses. That'll probably help literally anyone, right? If you bring in immigrants, they'll build houses, so everything gets better, right? Well, unfortunately, the next unforeseen step is immigrants
did not build houses.
Also need houses. All right? It turns out immigrants also need houses. Now, the solution for this is obvious. And then, of course, the prices skyrocket. Right? Makes sense, because they need more houses. So, the solution is simple. You need to build more houses with more immigrants. Do you see what I'm... This is a housing market pyramid scheme. This is what happened in Canada. This is literally what happened in Canada. I am not even exaggerating. This is the Canadian market. This is why you cannot buy houses in Ontario. Because there aren't enough houses, so the housing market goes up, so they bring in immigrants to build houses, and the immigrants need houses, so the housing market goes up, so they need to build more houses, so they bring in more immigrants to build those houses. This is the Canadian way. It is so cooked. No one can buy a house in Canada if you are literally not a boomer sitting on real estate that is going up in value. Because boomers' housing market, that's great. If you bought a house 50 years ago, well, your house is now 10 times the price. Huge dub for you and you only. But if you're trying to buy a house and you're 20 to 30 years old, well, you are cooked. You will not have a home in Canada. So that's obviously shitty, and obviously not going to be any better, because obviously the economic growth is awful in Canada, and obviously this is not going to do anything to fix that. So talking about the boomers, this is the reason why the election was a nightmare. The most important factors when deciding votes. All right, reducing your cost of living. All right, under 50%. You know, all right, so the boomers don't care. Boomers don't care. Only about 35% of boomers thought that this mattered because they already have houses. So what do they? All right, dealing with Donald Trump. Boomers, 50% of them. What? Obviously, the 18 to 29-year-olds don't care, all right, at all. 15%, that's nothing. That's essentially just the woke freaks, all right? Then 30 to 44 more people care about it because they probably already have maybe homes or something. 45 to 59, right? They also have houses. They maybe don't care. They don't even necessarily need jobs anymore. They're close to retirement. And then you got the people that are already retired, that are already retiring, that already have houses. Boom! They all only voted because they hate Trump. And the crazy thing is, this isn't going to matter remotely. The essential Canadian politics boil down to two presidential candidates. One guy who didn't like Trump, and the other guy who viciously hated Trump. And guess what, gamers? Guess what? That's who won. Because of these guys. Birth rates drop, so there are less children, there are more old people. The old people all hate Trump because he insulted Canada. And they get their news from the fucking CNN equivalent in Canada. Literally, that's where they get their news from. The news says, I can't believe Trump is so mean to Canada by tariffing us. And we already had tariffs on them. I can't believe our good friend, America, would stab us in the back like that. And the boomers eat that propaganda slop right up and vote to destroy the country. We're on the same page? Isn't that awesome? Hell yeah, dude. This is literally how the election went. It's absolutely insane. That's why the media is calling it the Trump effect. Correct. That is why the media is calling it the Trump effect. Unironically. So, anywho, absolute state of Canada. All right, so, listen, if you are going to vote in Canada, are you voting for Dr. Barr-Nunn Singh, or maybe Sudeep Verma, or Ratan Singh? Now, I'm sure that no one mixed up this guy with this guy. I am certain that no one confused this fellow and this fellow. This was probably not confusing at all. You see, if I went to Ontario to vote, I probably would be completely cooked, not knowing who to vote for. Listen, I'm not trying to take this to a racist place or anything. It's just very confusing. That's what I'm trying to say. Canada, why would Trump do this? Canada. These memes are fucking awesome. Because it's literally true. And the people in Canada, I mean, obviously a lot of people get it. Obviously a ton of people get it. However, despite the fact that a lot of people get it, the boomers especially, they just eat the media slop. They're like, wee, Trump me. We have to vote for the guy that's mean to Trump. I don't care about the housing market. I don't care about the future. I don't care about the birth rate. I don't care about Canada. Fuck them. Canada's being made fun of by Trump. We have to vote in a retard. Anyway, hell yeah, move. Great move. So this, obviously there are meltdowns about this. still going. They are still going. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. Every time. That's crazy. Woo! At least Canada didn't vote in a fascist. Propaganda wins again. Unfortunately, Canada melted. So I wanted to check this out. Paul Joseph Watson said it's over. He's making a Canada video. I wanted to see him breaking down some of the meltdowns going on in Canada right now. I escaped. Yeah, I officially escaped. I did escape. It's true. I did, in fact, escape. I am officially an American resident. We got out. We got out. It was great. That's not Nancy. She's having a seizure, which works. Anyway, lock in, boys and girls. We got some retards to make fun of.
Canadian boomers voting for infinity belongings to make sure the value of their house doesn't slightly drop.
True. That's the move. That's the move. Hey, the more people imported, the more the housing market is going to be crazy. The more the housing market is going to be crazy, the more their house goes up in value. Infinite boomer victory. It's crazy to see how easy it was to do that shit. Woo! Yeah!
Out of everything.
Yeah, I showed you this. This is insane.
Cost of living, making housing affordable, making Canada a better place to live. Boomers' number one priority. Hating Donald Trump.
Is that not insane? Is that insane? That is the number one priority of boomers. Hating Trump. Like, holy shit. You've got to be fucking retarded to think this is even remotely normal.
Canadian Zoomers, I can't get a job. I have no way to ever afford a house.
Well, yeah, no, but they don't care about Canadian Zoomers. We're living in an age where, let me tell you something else. All right, this is going to be incredibly rough, and I'm sure people aren't going to like to hear this. Morality and values shifted a lot over the last, I'd say, couple of years. What was considered decent and moral was older generations to look after their children and looked after the future and looked after the next generation. That was essentially what morality used to be. That the old would sacrifice themselves for the young. Men would go to war to protect the future of their country and their family and stuff like that. I think the most obvious instance of where society absolutely flipped on their virtues was COVID. When essentially COVID said we are going to stunt an entire generation of children with the social distancing, the forced propaganda, the sitting at home, not going to school, vaccine thing, essentially saying you might kill a 95-year-old man if you leave your house. And essentially, they sacrifice the young to protect the old. Realistically, everyone should be trying to protect everyone. That would be lovely. However, it seems like it's been a massive shift in modern Western morality, and it is so fucked up. I don't know how this happened, but it did happen. And you literally see it happen. This is boomers voting because they don't like that Trump is insulting America, absolutely not caring about the future of their own fucking country. They do not care. They don't. They don't care that the new generation cannot afford houses, cannot get jobs, are getting completely obliterated in the marketing practices, especially with DEI shit happening in Canada also. They are going up against competition with people that are literally getting privileges as well. If you look at something like this, Canada boomers do not care about the next generation. They're just like, wee! Carney's gonna get back at Trump, wee! This is like some end time shit. Not trying to be scary or anything, but this is wild.
The government is importing millions of foreigners. We must stop this and make our country a better place to live. Canadian boomers, Donald Trump is a fascist.
Wee! Wee! Can't believe this would happen.
Experienced 10 years of Trudeau turmoil.
That's the craziest part. 10 years of a government so bad they had to call an emergency election to vote in the same government. Yeah, and Trudeau, the guy that, the Prince of Woke himself. We don't say mankind here, we say people kind.
Record inflation and housing prices. Country being deluged by third world migrants.
Since 2020, there has been a threefold increase in the migration of Indians to Canada.
Woo-hoo! I actually like Indians. Indians are cool. There's just like, they imported more people than the country can handle.
And they are now approaching the 4 million mark. This is what Toronto looks like now.
I mean, that's true. That is true.
And then respond in unison with, yep, let's have some more of that, please. Migrant population of around 30% on the low end. Some say 45%. Over and...
That's crazy! That's crazy, man. Oh my god, that's wild. Oh my god. Canadistan going crazy. Going crazy.
Million entering year on year.
Yeah, that definitely will fuck up the entire population. And that's crazy. They're rude to women. Alright, so I'm not trying to overgeneralize in any way here or anything, but I am saying that if you bring people from a third world country that have values of a third world country, and you bring in 1 million of them, it is absolutely going to change the average way people act in a first world country. You are literally diluting the values of the country when you are bringing in people with other values. That's why currently in England, they're fucked. And you got 13% of ninjas committing 50% of the stabbing.
Native Canadians are minority in their own country by 2041. They voted for more of the same decade of unadulterated woke madness under Trudeau.
Too woke? Too woke? You mean not woke enough?
They vote in a leader who has a they-them kid.
Look, it's not... They woke.
Years of nightmare lockdowns, mass mandates, and mandatory vaccines that turn their own population into enemies of the state.
Oh yeah, in case you don't know about the trucker protest, I feel like this wasn't really talked about in the rest of the world. This was like only talked about in Canada. The Ottawa trucker protest is rooted in extremism, and national survey experts say there were a bunch of truckers that didn't want to get vaccinated, and they ended up in prison! Prison! Yeah. What a glorious Western nation.
This is not a peaceful protest.
It literally was a peaceful protest. It literally was a peaceful protest in any way that you can have protests. You know what's not a peaceful protest? I'll tell you what's not a peaceful protest. Firebombing Tesla dealerships. No condemnation. You know Tesla dealerships in Canada were being firebombed too. Zero condemnation by the Canadian government. No one cares. That's fine. Wearing an American flag in Canada? That's violence. Violence. Freeze their bank accounts immediately. That's another thing Trudeau was doing. Freezing the bank accounts of people that didn't like it.
They go and vote for the same party that inflicted it all on them.
I think that Canada is like, you can take the wokeness out of Canada, but you can't take the Canadians out of the wokeness or some shit. Like, they are hilarious people that are very funny, and they believe the media. They believe the media. The media will tell you, no, I believe that you are in fact 14 different genders at the same time. Holy shit, I didn't think of that myself.
Major European countries literally going dog because of net zero. They vote in one of the leading proponents of it to run their country.
Look, we can't stabilize the climate unless we get to net zero.
They voted for Trudeau 2.0 because they didn't like orange and me.
Yep.
Making fun of them. The country's going to the dogs. The kids have no future.
Yep. I mean, he's literally spitting facts right now. There's nothing you can even say. He literally is just correct. They are not fighting for the future of their people. They are not fighting for their country. They are not fighting for anything. They are only fighting for a guy that won the social, vindictive amounts of propaganda pushed by gigantic government entities and outlets. Government-backed, probably USAID-funded bullshit propaganda machines. Just talking to the boomers, and the boomers are slurping it up.
Boomers turn out full force to empower the status quo because they're worried about Trump.
What does that even mean they're worried about Trump? What does that mean they're worried? Trump made a mean tweet and they decided, you know what, I am going to fist fuck my entire country.
Show the viewers how it differs. Just click on here on baby boomers.
Okay, so now we're saying this is all respondents. This is just people who are boomers. What do they think is the top issue?
Canada-U.S. relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party.
Our boomers decide to vote. No immigration, save our country, low cost of living, affordable housing, wages increase, value of house goes up by 1%. Boomers.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. That's insanity. It is absolutely insane. The country was in such a dire state. They were like, you know what? We can make this shit worse.
This would, despite Trump suggesting Canadians should vote for the Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre desperately begged him to stay out.
Yeah, huge Poilievre L. Huge Poilievre L. Like, that dude also tried to appeal to the anti-Trump people, because the thing is, when it comes to Canada, I think, I'm going to give you an example. I'm not sure if this number is completely accurate. I think 75% of Canadians are anti-Trump. So, Carney locked in and went full anti-Trump. Poilievre knew that if he would be pro-Trump, then he would lose 75% of the people immediately. So he cupped out, and he decided to also go anti-Trump, but he wasn't as anti-Trump as Carney. So therefore, he lost. This is insane. This is crazy. And Europe is in the same place as Canada, by the way.
As Ground News' biased comparison shows, the majority of stories covering this week left, with the Independent even suggesting that Trump is happy the Conservative lost due to Poilievre's last-minute denouncement. The left also seems happy that the first thing Carney did upon winning is to bash Trump.
He's so brave. He's so brave. Did exactly what everyone in the media has been doing for the last 10 years. Wow. Exactly what the mainstream has been doing ever.
This is why I've partnered with Ground News for years. They're the only website and app showing me the full...
True. And I am also sponsored by Ground News, by the way. I, too, Nux, your boy, sponsored by Ground News. Maybe even linked in the description of this very video.
By gathering news from across the political spectrum, then breaking down each source's political lead and financial backing, I can see...
It's important. I agree. Ground News is good. Go to Ground News. Ground.news/Nux, I think, is my code. Definitely do that. It's happening.
See it for yourself. Ground.news/BJW.
Yeah, Ground.news/Nux. Alright? We're doing this too. We also got the Ground News sponsor. It's crazy.
Or scan the QR code on the screen. Ground News has helped dissipate all the overwhelming clutter on social media. Instead of endlessly scrolling and trying to figure out what's important, spit, they show me the truth in one clear form. The best part is, Ground News isn't a new tool you have to learn. They're a better version of the doom scrolling you're already doing. One look at their blind spot thing, you can see how many supposedly neutral outlets actually lean left, why they adopt certain narratives for particular stories. I've never felt more informed and ahead of breaking news. Ground News is truly becoming a valuable tool in helping shape my daily news digest. And after reading your comments, I know you went through too, so I got my viewers 40% off the...
Oh my god, I got my viewers 40% off too at Ground.news/Nux. That's crazy.
Limited access content. Just go to ground.news/BJW.
Or Ground.news/Nux, I'm just saying. I'm so honored when they reached out to me, to be honest.
Or scan the QR code on the screen. That's just $5 a month to think for yourself and what you can. Since we've all got that one friend who only shares news from the BBC.
You want to see a recent recent BBC insanity? I don't know, man, it's crazy. Let me see if I can find this, because I did save it. But if you know the BBC, the British big ass butt fucking network. That's what they call themselves. That's what they call BBC. All 7 swing retards. All right, here's BBC's new article. Check this out. Will burn Jews just like Hitler did, says BBC's reporter in Gaza. Woo! Woo! BBC! Let's go! Anyway.
Save the debate and send my link instead. Ground News is independently owned and subscriber funded, which means their sole mission is to hold the media accountable.
Going to make them more hostile to us and possibly for China closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
The conservative that's running is stupidly no friend of mine. I don't know, but he said negative things. So,
He's right. He's right. Why did Poilievre need to go ahead and be like just a mini Carney? It was such a stupid move. Damn, it's crazy.
He says negative things. I couldn't care less. I think it's easier to do naturally with a liberal.
Is Poilievre throwing away a 25-point lead purely Donald Trump's fault? Even after attacking...
Yeah, wild that he went ahead and did this. I'm telling you, man, the wokeness is so ingrained. The Trump derangement syndrome has become it's in the fucking water in Canada. I am not even kidding. It's in the water in Canada, bro. People are drinking that shit and they are developing new versions and new development of Trump derangement syndrome. They are inventing new strains of it every day. They're going to release a Trump derangement syndrome vaccination mandatory at this point. They will freeze your bank account if you don't take Trump, anti-Trump vax. I'm telling you, man. It's insane. Oh my God. And I like Poilievre. I really do. He just so dropped the ball with the Trump shit. He really did. 5 boosters required. It's so ingrained in Canadians. Honestly, I think because of the media. I think the media did such a good job completely absorbing Canada's conscious and just completely convinced everyone that the random leftist media talking points is all true. It's literally all true. I literally heard someone in Canada saying, you believe Trump? He wore a blue suit to a black suit event at the Post. Like straight up buying the lies and talking points and hoaxes. Like I'm not even kidding. Someone literally told me that like 2 days ago. Not even joking. How insane is that? Oh my. Well, it is evil. It's manipulative and evil, obviously. But, and I think this is more important, I think it comes from like a level of dumbass. They eat the Trump derangement syndrome at one. It's why Canada still technically has Queen Elizabeth on the penny. Well, not pennies, but on the coin. It still has the Queen because they never had the spine to be like, yeah, we want to be autonomous. Oh my God, I can't believe it had a black dress code. And then there's Trump in a blue suit. Can't believe they fell for it. Oh, but then he took the suit out and everyone has blue suits. Oh, even Biden had a blue suit. Look at that. That's bullshit. They fell for the media hoax. And they did. They fall for every single media hoax. And they did. They fall for every single media hoax ever.
Trump on the eve of the election and losing anyway, Poilievre gave a pathetically cold concession speech in which he immediately grovelled and sided with the Liberals to stop Trump.
Well, I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government.
We will.
No! Even in the crowd, they're booing Carney. They're booing the entire process.
Always put the first. As we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump.
Why are they irresponsible? They're literally reciprocal tariffs.
Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister in all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests in Poilievre.
It's insane. It's crazy. God, this clip is so based. This is why he lost. I really think so. Either it's some shadow cabal shit, whatever you want to say, whatever, I don't know. But it's this. It's the fact that even he couldn't break out of the Trump derangement syndrome.
It's like that Apple clip would resonate with enough young voters to get them to turn out for him. Before his victory, Trump did every major podcast under the sun, exposing himself to millions of young voters. Poilievre did.
Yep.
Played as a seat. And
yep, that's it. Gotta pander to the Indian population of Canada. And that's who you need to pander to. Absolutely.
To a minority of people who are never going to vote.
Well, a lot of people don't recognize this. Eating apples is cool. That clip was cool. That was a badass clip, but that's not the point. The point is, all right, let me show you the. All right, let me show you. So this is the political spectrum. Okay, here you got the left. Here you got the right. Okay, the center. All right. So as it stands right now, this is the current Canadian government right here. This is Carney. This is Poilievre. Alright? This is Carney, the left, and this is considered the right-wing government. Okay? I just want to make that clear for those of you unaware. This is Pierre, Poilievre, and this is Carney. Unironically, they're both left. The right-wing party is still left-wing. Like, that is the level of insanity that we're dealing with. Even Trump, just think who's right. There is no right. He's more, Pierre is more right-wing than Carney, but it's still not right. It's still not right-wing. There is no right-wing in Canada. then there's blunt Quebecois who are like here somewhere in the fucking stratosphere, making believe they're actually contributing something to society. Like, I'm telling you, man, that's how insane it is. Bro, even Trump, I would argue, is here. You know, center-right, if anything. That's the insane part. Trump is not far-right. Trump is center-right. The world has just shifted so left. It's wild.
Vote for him anyway, but I still just can't get past how easily boomers are brainwashed by legacy media narratives. They see violent crime increase in their country by over 43%.
Well, I guess that's what happens if you bring in millions of people from third world countries that do not at all assimilate with the culture. Crazy that this happens.
No, they vote not because they're scared by that, no, because they're scared by Trump's tariffs.
Well, you know why they're scared of Trump's tariffs? Because it's the media. It's all the media. The media hit the nerve. It hit the Trump derangement syndrome nerve, and that is literally it. That is unironically, literally it, in my opinion. They went full retard. The media did not mention the statistics of violent crime increases. The media doesn't talk about it. The media does talk about Orange Man bad and his 7 evil swing states. They're coming for us and our children. They're going to conquer us. They want us to be the 51st state. They have no respect for us. That is literally the media every single day. The media never mentions the increases of violent crime. You know why? Because that might not actually fucking work if they're trying to brainwash an entire population. Donald Trump is evil! I'm going to say this in my best Canadian accent. I can't believe Donald Trump watches the way Bruce shoots the funerals. I can't believe it. That was my Canadian accent.
Tariffs and controlling the Truth Social, when either the Liberals or Conservatives would have just done a trade deal with Trump anyway.
To be honest, I'm not going to lie. They don't know. You can't, obviously you could blame Canadians for being ignorant, for sure. But, they don't know. I'm telling you, as someone who's a Canadian that speaks to Canadians, they all hate Trump because Trump bullied Canada and did tariffs on Canada when Canada was nothing but good to America. That is literally the talking points every single guy says from Canada. I am not even exaggerating. Every single time. And then you tell them, it's reciprocal tariffs. They're like, what? No. What? No. What? No. What? No! They don't even know it's reciprocal. You tell them the violent crime increases, and they're like, what? No! What? No! They don't believe that either. Because they just think Orange Man baddies mean to Canada. That's what the funny man that was talking on the television box said. Actual Trump derangement syndrome in the water. And another one's fallen.
This happening to their cities. Voting a guy who's bound to continue mass migration at already vastly too high pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know it's a crazy cliche. I know it's demoralizing, but I really hope someone...
Well, let me give you a glass half full. Glass half full. We almost had that in America. If Kamala would have won, that would be America, right? Like, glass half full. You gotta recognize how glorious it is that America didn't go too close to the sun.
One can convince me otherwise in the comments, but can we really conclude anything other than the fact that Canada is finished?
Insane. Thank you so much for joining. Canada, 1,000% cooked. It's true. It's real. It's happened, and that's why I am a well, that and other reasons. I am no longer a Canadian resident, which is definitely nice for me. Love that for myself. Thank you so much to me for doing that to myself. It's awesome. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild watching Canada literally implode like this, and they don't even know. They don't even know how bad it is because they're in their own little bubble. And I'll be real here, the boomers that voted for me, likely they won't notice. They'll be like, yeah, now we have a country that's anti-Trump, so that works. That works, hell yeah. They're anti-Trump and stuff, so that's good. That's awesome. But, I'll be real. I'll be honest. After they die, the next generation will scream and hate their parents for putting them in this position. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy. Hell yeah, the world is moving to a place that is definitely very scary. But don't worry, because you have funny news. I will laugh at the retards and make fun of as much chaos as you possibly can. There is a reason why my avatar design is red, white, and blue, and not just red and white. But I am not smart enough to figure out that reason, and I'll let you let me know what you think about that in the comment section below. Definitely subscribe for future insanity. There will always be more chaos and retards to make fun of. Hell yeah! Lock in for future retards, and I'll see you with the next one, gamers. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxenor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
I like this. I like his YouTube shorts. They're good. Meta, thank you for the 8 Australia. Much appreciated. Higher Nancy, thank you for the $10. Emma Senzo is the African first out of the night. You were late to the punch, but still appreciate it. And also, yes, it was really glad we were able to give you that out. Carabas Nancy, being the oldest, global, and thank you for the $5 as well. I really appreciate that. Congratulations for your first HRQ church. Hope it didn't seem too much. Executive orders have been working for a long time, but they kind of need to be broken because Congress is the whole system is I mean that. The American federal government genuinely is fucking awful at doing its job. I don't even mean politically, like left versus right, or like, oh, it's so fascist or whatever. I just mean in terms of making sure anything happens. The Electoral College, the Senate, Congress, it's like a terrible system. The only part of government that operates even remotely effectively is the administrative state, and that's the least democratic part of government.
This is going to be fun.
We need a new constitution. To Calmo 99, thank you for the $5. Do you think there's a moral difference between voting for / supporting Trump in 16 versus 16 or 20 versus 24? Yeah. Oh yeah. I think so. Joseph Woods, thank you for 10 Australia. As an Australian, thank you for delivering this great news to me. Just woke up at 6 a.m. shift on these 3 hours. This was the start I needed. I'm overjoyed, brother. Good luck with your shift, okay? Good luck with your shift. Yeah, yeesh. Hope it goes well. Good luck.
3 hours suck.
The Irish, thanks to €6. I brought people in public. It's recommended by our pastors. What do you think of the health issues with this practice? What should I say? I don't think there are any ethical issues with practice. Drawing people who see public is a kind of vested, honorable way of practicing your craft. I don't think there's anything. Sometimes people are weird about it today because people don't like being wrong. But we all live in a super, surveilled world. For one, you're in public. That's the point of being in public, you know? I don't think you should take a picture of a person who, trips and, their bike rack gets exposed, and you're like, oh, look at this fucking retard, Sorry, it doesn't have to be Australia, it's just, it was on. And then most of them make fun of it. Obviously, don't be a dipshit. But, if you're in public, I don't know. I had a close friend who was a very, very talented artist, and he drew still lifes of people out, not to the but people he saw. And I always remember this one who, old guy, was on the bus and he was this, he was like an older, maybe mid-60s white guy, with a strong beard, and he was dressed like fashion, he was wearing this coat. And I remember playing the spotting issues in the water because rather than just sitting down in the seat, he grabbed the pole on the bus and kind of looked around the seat very athletic and sort of like, to sit down. And that was what made my friend. Honestly, the sentiment is really cool. I think it's important to preserve it. Ivan Sizemore, thank you for $10, much appreciated. Really blue, $20. Oh my God, that was just over in the rice and beans. You see the rice and beans, they're actually like beans and rice. There's beef and rice. Get the rice and beans. $20 and you buy a lot of beans and rice. cop when the guy gets to go and apologize for persecution. Oh, I mean, he's out. He's literally out. He lost his seat, so looks like Australia made a choice. Well, listen, I defer to your regional expertise. Boiling rice is easy as shit if you make it difficult. It is, but you can get a good rice that will last your entire life for like 25 bucks. And you can keep rice warm for several days. You know? It's just nice and easy, you know? Hold on 1 second. This is a microscopically small batch of food. At least they're small on YouTube. And I saw a show. So,
today I got a new denim shirt that has these really cool framed patches on them. But I noticed something weird. The frames on the top are white, and the ones on the sides are blue. And I started to wonder why that is. Turns out that's just the way denim is made. You see, denim is a type of weave that consists of the warp and the weft. You have blue yarns going in this direction, and white yarns going in this direction. So it makes sense if the rope goes down and finishes the edges of the fabric, it starts with gray. And the only yarns that convert in this direction are blue. And in the other direction, the only yarns that convert are white. And pretty cool to see the concept of how denim is.
quit gatekeeping. Where's the shirt? You know what? I could make this shirt. It's just patches. I could do it. I like this guy a lot. I really, really like this guy's content.
So I just put my favorite pair of pants. After owning them like 5 days, this is kind of what it's went away. So I did what everyone else would do in my situation. I called my mom, and she told me to iron it out. The idea is that the iron melts the wax, and then the towel soaks everything up. And it worked perfectly. So I just threw my favorite pair of
That's sweet.
So I just received my first ever custom tailor pants. They look beautiful, except for one very weird thing. There's a small little bit from a butter mass that I material. First I thought the tailor made a mistake. I did some kind of interfacing a line that by accident got sewn in. So I called him and asked him what's up with the thing. Turns out that's a prompt. You never heard about that. You need to fiddle with pocket with, and then you keep it center of the pants behind the put it out. So you don't get situations like this. So I just received my first ever custom.
I've never seen one of those. Also, like, apart from t-shirts, which are naturally brand, you know, the pants that I get, like this one, never guys. You gotta take care. If I stream tomorrow, it's going to be later in the day. I'm doing a little late. You can have fun, zip around a little bit, you know. While it's still legal, 40, 15 minutes cities, so you're not allowed to drive around. Take care, drink some water, etc., etc. Okay? See you guys soon.
Irrational hatred for Jews and Twitch streamers, welcome to a brand new video. Today, we are going to be looking into how Hassan Piker has surpassed 400%, and he is currently sitting strong at 410% cooked. Next one's going to be special, but he is literally 410% cooked right now. I've done the math. 400% cooked, that was a masterpiece of a video, I do say so myself. However, Season 4 has taken off, and it is hitting the ground running everything.
Outside of the United States creating a domestic capability, I have not heard about Europe talking about creating a domestic capability. I've not heard about any of the competitors in Southeast Asia trying to create that capability. It really is an interesting thing, and I think it's because the world, like if I was a politician in Cambodia or Vietnam, it's one thing to be the other person who creates shoes, or the other person who creates trinkets. But if you become the person if you become the country that creates semiconductors, it's just putting a giant target on your country, especially if you're right next door to China. Gotcha. Right? So it's better to just say, it's somebody else's problem. Okay. We're going to buy our healthcare equipment from China. We're going to keep everything peaceful, right? That's what it boils down to, is the two leading economic superpowers. The near-peer competitors, they absolutely need to control the future manufacturing.
They have a huge appetite for semiconductors. Wow, that makes a ton of sense. The concentration of semiconductor manufacturing in Taiwan seems to be a problem. Is this a potential catalyst for an armed conflict between China and the United States?
I think that's the question that everybody's really asking themselves when it comes to what does a future conflict between these two near-peer competitors really look like. When you consider war as a topic itself, wars are not fought over ideals. They never really have been. They've always been fought over economics, right? When you look at the Gulf War was a war catalyzed because of oil, right? I mean, even if you go all the way back to the Napoleonic Wars were a response to boycotts from the UK that were preventing goods from getting to Napoleon. Right. So wars, the thing that makes it worth it to spend all that money and spend all those lives is economies. 100%. Now, that's what we're seeing right now, even with Ukraine and Russia, right? It's not a war of ideals. It's not a war for the future of democracy. Those are all things that we're told. It really is a war because Russia knows its future economic livelihood is tied to Ukraine. And it cannot let it go.
Yeah, no, that's a great framing. I'm reminded of the Bastiat quote, if goods don't cross borders, soldiers will. And as I often say on this show, I say money is the means and ends of all warfare. Money sort of interpreted broadly, because obviously it's resources, right? It could be land, oil, productive capacity, whatever it may be. But the point is, you're only going to engage in the most expensive enterprise in human history, which is military combat, if there's some prospect of economic gain. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it, right? It's not a profitable business you wouldn't engage in. And this also plays into where we think Bitcoin is such a radical phenomenon, because it makes those resources harder to steal. People have recourse to put wealth in something like Bitcoin. Very hard to confiscate that forcibly. So presumably that's, in the long run, is a disincentive to armed conflict. Okay.
Where do you get water from?
Well, I think that those are all great points, right? I think it's a great point that decentralized banking, decentralized money begins to kind of tip the scales against the benefits or the incentives for militarized conflict. You're exactly right. Military conquest is the most expensive endeavor out there. And no one's going to invest in that without the intention of having a higher return on investment. Yes. Inside the world of war theory, there's multiple types of wars in war theory, but the two that I want to mention here are there's interstate war and there's intrastate war. interstate war is what we're seeing right now between Russia and Ukraine. It's what we saw when America invaded Afghanistan. It's what we saw in the Gulf War. It's what we saw in World War II. When two standalone states, sovereign nations, when they're in conflict with each other or one invades the other, that's called interstate conflict. It is extremely expensive. It's logistics, moving troops, moving equipment, moving weapons from one place to another. It's expensive in lives. It's expensive in terms of the opportunity cost, because when you mobilize troops and weapons to go somewhere else, you're losing productivity in other endeavors. Right. So it's a very expensive maneuver if you're going to pursue interstate war. So what the world discovered circa 2011 in Syria is that intra-state war, or a war inside of one state between two factions of the state, that really started in Syria. And interestingly enough, guess what war was just recently announced as over this week? Syria. And guess who won? Bashar al-Assad, and the dictator that the whole world was working against. So it's really interesting when you compare what is announced about Syria this week. Syria was just welcomed back into the Arab League. All the Arab nations that used to fight against Syria and fund the opposition to the Assad regime, all of those Arab parties are now inviting the president of Syria to come back to the fold. Right? So all of those sanctions, all of the death, all of the warring promises. If you remember, Assad was the one that used chemical weapons against the rebellion, and in the famous Red Line incident that Obama never actually took action on. Right? So this is a huge, interesting piece, 12 years of history to see how dictatorship and authoritarianism can win, no matter what we say. And that sort of victory is what really fuels Putin and Xi Jinping to say, maybe America doesn't have it figured out. Maybe they really are just making propaganda of their own that democracy is the best thing in the world. Because Syria is still standing in the hands of Assad. And they said that would never happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it seems like for all the advantages of decentralization, free market economies, you get a lot more wealth creation, productivity, as we touched on. There does seem to be this drawback, which is you're not as strong militarily, perhaps, as a super centralized police state, I guess, for lack of a better term, that can just move more with less effort, right? Whereas we suffer a lot of democratic gridlock here in the U.S., authoritarian China can just move on a dime, right? It's like whatever. Xi Jinping, thank you. Whatever he says goes, right? So everyone just kind of follows suit. Yeah, that's a tough one, right? That's how do we deal with that problem?
My theory is that's where you're seeing the rise in discussion about central bank digital currencies, right? The CBDCs. You're seeing this as a workable solution, because blockchain technology, without a doubt, is superior technology. Nobody argues that. Nobody in the health sector, the educational sector, the financial sector, everybody agrees blockchain technology is a massive evolution in terms of technology. It's also a technology that plays well with AI, right? The two make each other more secure. So the world's not trying to necessarily work against blockchain. But when you have decentralized banking, currencies like Bitcoin, those currencies have two fundamental problems. The first fundamental problem is that the early adopters are oftentimes illicit users, because they're trying to use money that's not on the market. That's why you saw so much of it being used in human trafficking, and so much of it being used in drugs, and even now you're seeing digital currencies being used in fentanyl trafficking. And whether a big part of that is narrative around those currencies, but there are actual use cases that demonstrate that there is accuracy to that narrative. The second big thing that goes against them is that there's no way, like you were saying, to create domestic productivity around a currency that's not being tracked and managed by the state. So if they can't draw taxes out of it, if they can't draw profit out of it, then the state doesn't really want to support it. And policymakers don't want to support it, and the people who decide what can and can't be adopted at scale are the policymakers of the nation states themselves. So their way around that has been the development of CBDC. Right. And I think the headline example is China. who last year outlawed and made all digital currencies, all cryptocurrencies illegal while they developed their own internal CBDCs, of course. And now they're making them mandatory, right?
Yeah.
Now people are getting paid. Sovereign state workers are being paid now in digital currency issued by the state of China.
Yeah, and it's also instrumental or even indispensable to social engineering programs like the Chinese social credit score system. Like you have to be able to selectively control people's money, turn it off, etc., to socially engineer them into the outcomes that the state desires, forcing behaviors. With the Bitcoin thing, it's illicit use cases. I think the whole argument is just completely bunk because a tool is amoral, right? I mean, it doesn't have amorality, right? You can use a hammer to do something productive, like build a house, or you can use a hammer to do something destructive, like bash a skull. To try and assign moral culpability to Bitcoin, it's like, sex traffickers or drug dealers use it. Well, they also use a lot of US dollars. The vast majority of every criminal transaction that's ever been conducted in the past 100 years has been conducted in US dollars. You don't see anyone demonizing the US dollar about that, right? To try and blame the tool, I think, is just a failure of rationality. And to the other point, that you can't easily tax Bitcoin. You can't obviously manage it or govern it or regulate it at all. That is a feature, not a bug, as far as I'm concerned. Now, the state doesn't like it because the state can't unilaterally extract wealth through it. However, you have to consider that everything the state is extracting is theft, right? So you're extracting these resources from productive market actors. To the extent that you stop extracting from them, you stop stealing from them, you're actually increasing the incentives for market actors to be productive. So I think it's a major net benefit for humanity in terms of innovation, productivity, etc. And the last caveat I would say is just on blockchain technology, and this is something you'll hear in the Bitcoin community, it's a farce. Bitcoin is the only blockchain technology. Everything else is either a gambling device or a scam, basically. Now, maybe we're overly generalizing, but I think if you study the past 14 years of market history in and around Bitcoin and crypto, the thesis has largely been proven. So it's interesting though, because you have this tool in Bitcoin that's the ultimate enemy of the state, yet it's the ultimate enemy of the state precisely because it's the ultimate benefit to the individual.
Right, it goes back to our conversation about equality, right? Guess what the state does not want?
Right.
The state does not want
fairness.
The individual to be at the same level of power as the state.
Yes.
Right? They want sovereignty over right, the people. They want you to be distracted, they want you to be working, they want you to be engaged in domestic matters while they're engaged in larger matters. And they do. They want to extract your wealth as the price, right, as the currency of their efficiency. There's an awesome triangle, again, from Bitcoin triangles. There's this awesome social triangle that talks about the evolution of society. And if you've heard this before, just tell me to shut up. On the bottom of this triangle is tribalism. On the bottom of this triangle is individualism, right? When you and I were cavemen, you eat what you hunt, I eat what I hunt.
Right.
If you don't hunt, you go hungry. If I don't shut the cave with a giant rock, a bear eats me, right? That's how it works. You do you, I do me, game over. We evolved and organized ourselves into the next tier of the triangle, which was tribes, right? Tribalism. Now it's like, hey, I'm pretty good at climbing trees and grabbing coconuts, and you're really good at hunting deer. Let's work together, become a tribe, and I'll grab your coconuts and you hunt my deer, and we'll trade. But the guy across the street, like the people that live across the lake, fuck them. We'll go kill them, and then we'll take their women, hunt their deer, and eat their coconuts. Right? It was tribe against tribe. Well, the next tier above tribalism is called the state. When you move from individualism to tribalism, you gain some efficiency. I don't have to learn to hunt deer. You don't have to learn to climb trees. But we lose some freedom. Because now I'm depending on you. I have to ask you for meat. You have to ask me permission. Right? So we lose some freedom. Well, guess what happens when you move from tribalism to state? you lose more freedom. Because what the state has to offer you is they can centralize and create scales of efficiency around policing, protection, education for the future, right? Social welfare systems to protect you when you're old and take care of the sick and the needy. So the state is bringing value to the community, and that's how they do it. But then inside that state triangle, there's another triangle where you have different levels of state actors, right? That go from decentralized states to authoritarian states. But this social construct means that as you go up this social ladder, you increase efficiency, but you lose individual freedom. Interesting, right? So the state knows that they're the ones that came up with the theory. They understand that. So their job is to keep people satisfied. Right? Let them eat bread, or let them eat cake. We got a little bit.
Cake. What did they say in ancient Rome? Bread and circuses, right?
Bread and circuses. Right? Let them deal with that, and then keep them out of the larger matters.
Yeah.
But you're exactly right. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is as the leading example, takes that away. It makes it so that individuals now don't have to rely on the efficiencies of the state.
Is it hyperbole to say that the state is kind of like a modern slavery complex, and that it's using these different mechanisms to control the lives of people and enrich itself?
I wouldn't say that's straight up hyperbole, because when you look at other democracies around the world, most notoriously if you look at the United Arab Emirates, they're a democracy in close allies of the United States. They are a perfect example of modern day slavery. Right? They bring in foreign workers and they hold them to contracts, they take their passports and they force them to work for low wages. Right? Because they have a system that has allowed that to happen. Of course, we support that system because we get oil from the UAE, Venezuela. Right? So you're not necessarily wrong that it's a modern construct of slavery, but I think the big difference between the slavery that we're all so familiar with when we talk about slavery and current slavery is that slaves of the past were taken away from one point of freedom and then forced into a world of forced labor. Whereas for us, we're born into this system that's already forced labor. Right? And you do have the opportunity to break free.
Yes.
But that's not an equal opportunity.
Yeah, I would say that we've definitely progressed in that sense. That in the past, as I understand it, ancient slavery, like if you're born a slave in ancient Egypt building a pyramid, there's no social mobility. Like that's what you do until you die. Today, there does seem to be the possibility of social mobility through, changing jurisdictions or becoming an entrepreneur, et cetera, et cetera. Not a lot, like it's still rare, right? If you're in those, if you are a wage slave or domestic slave, that you can get stuck in that situation. But there's at least some opportunity or some option to escape it, whereas in the past there seemed to be none at all. But it does seem to be a useful framing where it's not to say good guys, bad guys. It's like when you look at human history, we've been enslaving each other forever. Like it's like probably the defining feature of human history is war and slavery. And so why would we think that today we've somehow thrown off the yoke of that? I mean, we're still living in it. It's just a different format or a different implementation of it, perhaps.
I feel like the conversation itself that we see splashed across headlines is another version of bread and circus. Right? Let's all focus on the slavery of the past. Let's still argue about that slavery instead of have the conversation about the tax bill. Yeah. Let's find a way to get people fighting for, remuneration or reparations. Yeah, reparations about something that happened, in the past, because that's going to satisfy them today.
Yes.
And then 10 years from now, we'll have them focused on the outrage that they have from today.
Yes.
Right? And they do that to all of us. It's a common thread because you always want to. There's a specific demographic that you want to distract, and that demographic is the highest income earning, most productive demographic. What is that demographic? Your 35 to 50-year-old career, educated, productive professional, right? Male or female.
Right.
And the nice thing is, in those age frames, from 35 to 50, guess what we're doing to ourselves? Having kids, building businesses, getting married. Those are massive distractions in your life that keep you away from caring about current events, or keep you out of politics, or keep you away from the voting polls. So when they add on top of that, news stories and headlines and social issues that just infuriate you, but you can't do anything about them, it just continues to aggravate It's a strategy that we call at CIA. It's a strategy that we use in covert influence campaigns. You are influencing a body of people to create almost like user-generated content that feeds into a cycle of distracting them further.
Yes. Wow.
Sad news for you, it's not just the stock market anymore. U.S. 10-year bond yields are now higher than Greece and Italy. That's like hydrogen bombs. Are they really higher than Greece? Holy f***ing sh**. We're at nearly 4.5. Oh my god. Is it worse than yesterday? Yeah, by 0.1%, which is not nothing. What does this mean? Okay, I'm trying to get better at explaining this, okay? There's a more or less finite amount of money that circulates in the United States in the form of the investment into our assets. The investments are more or less divvied up between investments in the U.S. government, the Treasury, in the purchasing of bonds, or in the private stock market, right? Money has to go somewhere. People move money around to the places where they think it'll make the most. People move money into the stock market when they think the stock market will make a high return. People move money out of the stock market and into bonds when they think the stock market is trending downward, but the government's a safe bet. Right now, the stock market is trending downward and people are pulling out of bonds. The higher the yield goes, they're trying to incentivize more people to buy bonds, so that means fewer people are buying bonds. This is how the government borrows money, by selling its debt. If the yield goes up, people are not buying that debt, but people are also not putting their money in the stock market right now, for the most part, on average. If we go back to a 6-month view, you can see that right around here, the bond yields were actually higher. So you might think, okay, so why is it such a big deal that they're going up right here, right? Well, the difference is people were investing heavily in the stock market back around here because this was after after his election, but before his inauguration. This was the honeymoon period of time, this chunk right here, where people were like, yes, Trump won, we can say card again, yes! And all of the wolves on Wall Street hogs started dumping money into the market because they expected it to go to the moon. So you would expect bond yields to go up during this time, right? But this chunk right here, this chunk is rising while people are pulling money out of the market. That's very different. Does everyone understand? I've only just recently learned about this myself. I'm not a big econ guy, but I did some in-depth investigation, by which I mean I went on Twitter and I asked people talking about it, hey, what do you mean? Tell me what you mean. Can you tell me what you mean? What do you mean by that? And then they told me what they meant. Incidentally, this is like the best way to learn about things. Current yields, U.S. government 10-year 4.51%, German 10-year 2.57%, Canadian 10-year 3.25%, Greek 10-year 3.49%, Italy 10-year 3.81%. Jesus Christ. So the implication here is that right now, of these 5 countries, people find the U.S. government's bonds the least appealing. Even though the economy is crashing around the world, still good for accelerationists. The potential long-term ramifications of this, if this is what people think it is, are very, 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 very bad. People are also wondering whether or not there's foreign involvement, right? Whether or not foreign countries are dumping their bonds, cashing them in, pulling the money out of the government. There's no proof so far that it's happening, but people suspect China or Japan might be. I don't know if they are. Eventually that would come to light. Yeesh. What does this mean for Switch 2 prices? Well, on the plus side, well, hold on. There is good news here. Everyone hold on. On the plus side, our currency is going down in value rapidly, which is great for exports. So if we start manufacturing the Switch here and then sell it to other countries, that'll be better for us. But if they're made in Vietnam and sold here, that's really bad, actually. Yeah, believe it or not, since the beginning of the year, the value of the dollar versus the euro has dropped by nearly 10%. Yeah, 10. It's something like 8.9, I think. Let me check. Since the beginning of the year. It's really bad. Look at that. If we go back to the beginning of the year right here, 0.97. A dollar was worth 0.97 euros. Now a dollar is worth 0.88 euros. See, on the other end of this gigantic spike downward right here. So relative to the euro, the dollar has dropped about 10% of its value in 3.5 months. Well, 3.5 months. So, yeah, why would Biden do this? I don't know. Now, Trump has explicitly said he wants a weak dollar. So this is in line with his aims. The New York Fed expects GDP growth now to be below 1% and boost inflation as high as 4%. Well, that's pretty cool. We did recently get, hey Bosch, one detail about bonds, nobody can pull their money out. I'm sorry, to be clear, what I mean is not renew the bonds at auction. When they hold bonds, what I mean, like they hold the bonds, they don't rebuy them at auction. They allow their bonds to depreciate, you know. You can pull your money out of the government in aggregate. Why does Trump want a weaker dollar? Part of it, maybe because he's an envoy of chaos, and part of it, I think, is because he wants to turn America into a manufacturing haven. You got to understand, a lot of this really is down to his pathology, right? I think a big part of it is that he and the other oligarchs want to turn America into Russia, right? They don't really care about the health of the country. They care about their wealth, and it's easier to exploit an undemocratic country. But also part of it is just that Trump is a stubborn, stupid egomaniac, and he grew up during America's economic boom. Again, Trump was born in 1946. When Trump was a young man, America was the global manufacturing powerhouse. He saw everything. He saw our post-World War II boom. He saw the Rust Belt decay. He saw everything. He saw NAFTA. He saw manufacturing get moved to Mexico and then to China. He saw all of it. And he didn't understand any of it. He was just doing reality TV game show, whatever it was, you know? I think he understands that part of the reason why America is no longer a manufacturing powerhouse is because of our overvalued currency, which is true. It's not necessarily a bad thing for us not to be the prime manufacturer of the world, but, you know. So it's also possible that he genuinely thinks like that's how you return to the glory days. Who knows? Who knows how much of it he's aware of? I don't know. I'm not psychic. So he wants the citizens to hurt and hate him because Masterful Gambit, sir? I feel like I gave a more compelling explanation than that, but that's okay. Do you think there's any veracity to those theories with Peter Thiel and breaking America into techno-fascist city-states? Yeah, absolutely. Guys, the powers that be have literally always wanted that for all of human history. You can go back to any era of human history, and you will find, like, well-educated aristocrats being like, I think society would be run better if I controlled this province. I and none other. And they'll all have to call me king. This happens every century. It keeps happening over and over. It keeps swatting them back down. Over and over and over again. I'm pretty sure that's why the Holy Roman Empire was the way it was. Like, yeah, the Silicon Valley, tech fascists are just the modern version of that. They're not smart enough to understand that they're part of the historical cycle. You know what I mean? Like, all the brain power in the world to, I don't know, engage in venture capital shenanigans, but none of it to understand where you are in the grand, dialectical exchange. Well, while we're here giving a nice econ roundup, let's go over the other big numbers. Recent inflation report eased all the way down to 2.4%, which is pretty spectacular, to be honest. It was lower than people expected. Though, the most compelling explanation that I've seen for the decrease in inflation, which is, again, for March, not April, this is before the tariffs kicked off, we're talking about before the tariffs, is that people are anxious about the economy and they're not spending. Because people aren't spending, corporations can't really price up their products, you know? The supply-to-demand curve is being scaled back in accordance with lower consumer demand, which is what a recession is. So we don't have the GDP numbers. We have the inflation rate estimated for that month, which seems to indicate greater consumer anxiety. So that's cool. Oh, it says right there the 12-month rate. Whenever you read about the inflation rate in a month, they're talking about the annual rate extrapolated from that month. A 2.4% in March doesn't mean that prices rose that much in March. They're estimating that over the year at those rates, it would increase by that much. Yeah, the rolling 12-month average as it moves along. unless you're talking about Brazil for some reason, or Turkey or Argentina, where it's actually minute by minute. Okay. Oil prices by barrel. We're doing the econ roundup, okay? Because I feel like I've been doing a bad job of like consolidating all of this. All right. Well, oil could be doing better. Remember, low oil prices typically. If oil prices spike downward, that means that the businesses that buy oil do not expect to need as much, which indicates a recessionary influence, right? A recessionary indicator, because they don't think they're going to need to use it to trade. You know, oil prices went down, of course, during COVID, most famously. Right now, WTI crude is at 61.5, which is a marginal improvement from where it was yesterday. But on the whole, they're still pretty goddamn low. I think it's $60 a barrel for crude. My understanding is that this is around the point where it's difficult to start any more offshore fracking, or offshore drilling. Like, this is a price point where you can't economically justify fracking, offshore drilling, or other more expensive ways. It's pretty expensive to do offshore drilling or fracking. Like, you got to set up a lot of infrastructure. I was doing some Wikipedia kung fu on that last night, and it's pretty damn complicated. I mean, I knew it was complicated, I guess, just like reconciling with the extent to which it is, you know, more green energy then. I wouldn't expect that. Isn't this generally also the point where profits become really, really narrow? Yeah, well, it definitely does help that OPEC has been putting out a lot lately in terms of their oil production. Just keep in mind, and we talked about this yesterday, that oil production is an inelastic supply. Once you open up an oil well, that oil's coming whether or not you want it to. Whether or not price goes up or down, it's not like a factory where you can say, hey, you know, people aren't buying as much of this widget. Make less of this widget. That way, we're not overproducing it. Once you open up the oil tap, the oil comes, and it's very expensive to shut it down and then reopen it later. People lose jobs. It's a huge hassle. So for the most part, you keep those wells running no matter what. I'm his financial advisor, Sue Ross. Yeah, are people taking me less seriously now because I'm wearing a t-shirt rather than a suit? Is the effect that pronounced? Yes? Damn. Do you even own a suit? Have you been watching my... Well, actually, you're not incorrect. That wasn't a suit. That was a sport jacket. Whatever. Anyway, yes. Basically, if oil prices get too low, it's a large negative indicator. Okay, final econ roundup. How's the market doing? I actually don't know. I haven't checked today. Holding steady, I assume? Up 1.6%. Okay. Holding steady in the grand pattern of things, I guess. The S&P 500 up 1.66%, but it's been fluctuating multiple points every day. So, you know, whatever. We see the overall. We have the big crash following the reciprocal tariffs, and then the big up when he paused them, and we've been wiggling since. How's CNN's Fear and Greed? Probably up to like a 10, a 14. People are only feeling moderate amounts of extreme fear. That's nice. Oh, it was 15 a second ago. Now it's 15. This index is kind of the same as VIX. Yes. Prices inverted. We are so back. Like I've said a million times before, but I have to keep repeating it. Look at the stock market during any period of time that we now recognize in retrospect as a crash. Look at 2020. Look at 2008. Look at 1987. Look at 1931 or whatever, which year the Great Depression big crash was. I don't know why. It should be pretty evident. I feel like I should remember that. It's pretty important. 1929. Okay, yeah, I always blank on that. There was a long period of volatility back then. Long period of volatility. Anyway, you look back at any of those historical crashes, and there's always a ton of fluctuation because everyone's trying to outsmart the market, make a bunch of money on the. What do they call that? A dead cat bounce? The idea that, like, if you drop a dead cat from high up, it'll bounce. Why? What's with our euphemisms? Why do we say that? And why are we so mean to cats? Curiosity killed the cat? No, it didn't. Mostly makes my cats like butts, which is like, but you know, they're cats. Even a dead cat would bounce when dropped from great height. Yeah, it's like, why are we mean to cats? How would a cat bounce? I don't know. If you're like the elasticity of its dead body is kind of fucked up. By the way, what does many ways to skin a cat mean? That's what I mean. Why are we so fucking mean to cats? What did cats do? Cats have been useful to us. They followed our armies around and ate up the dead, or they killed the rats during plague times. They would go after rats and eat them, so the rats wouldn't get to us and the fleas on the rats wouldn't spread the bubonic plague. I know dogs historically have been considered more useful to us, and dogs will do basically anything they ask them to, but like, cats are really cute because they keep sitting on my computer exhaust. That's true. Ruben keeps doing that when I play Total War. My computer's already belting out a bunch of heat, and then he'll sit and cover 2/3 of the vent on top of my PC, and it'll be like a wind turbine in there, but I can't remove him from it because I know he's having a blast, because he's basically having like a blow dryer applied to his belly. But he doesn't like the blow dryer when I blow dry my hair in the morning, so okay, whatever. Plus it's loud. Trust me, my computer is also loud when I'm playing Total War. I need your opinion on beavers. I mean, they're really cute, right? Like, they're kind of weird looking, but they're really cute. Still in Biden's economy? The U.S. economy shrank. This doesn't happen very often. Imports for the first quarter went up massively, which is almost certainly in large part because businesses wanted to stock up on their supply before the tariffs hit. That makes sense. Keep in mind this is for quarter one, right? So up until the beginning of April. Imports subtract from GDP, so the contraction growth may not be viewed as negatively, given the potential for this trend to reverse. The report provided cross signals to the Fed. While the negative growth number might push the central bank to consider lowering interest rates, inflation readings could give policymakers pause. Stagflation! We'll see how things go. After all, these reports are only describing a pre-tariff environment. But yeah, it's possible we might be, again, producing the worst case scenario, which is stagflation. That would be when the economy is going down, but also inflation is going up. It's sort of the worst case scenario because it limits what the central bank is capable, the Fed is capable of doing to respond to it. You know, usually raising interest rates lowers inflation, but makes it more difficult for the economy to grow, and vice versa. So you kind of have to prioritize one, you get the other issue, you know, whatever. It's not great. Here, hit me with the summary.
First quarter advanced GDP and employment cost index data hitting the wires as we speak. Steve Weissman is back at the table. Rick Santelli's in Chicago. The CME, he's got the numbers.
Yes, first quarter, our first look at GDP expected to be down a couple of tenths, and what we end up with is down 0.3%. Down 0.3%.
That's great.
We haven't had a negative number since -1%. That was in the first quarter of 22. That's what we're comping to. On consumption, better than expected. 1.8%, better than the 1.2, 1.3 we were looking for, but less than half of the 4% in the rearview mirror, and 1.8 would be the lightest going back to.
So again, hear that, okay? Consumption was down significantly in the first quarter, even though that was pre-tariffs and pre-inflation. And people might have been buying more in anticipation of the upcoming tariffs. To put it another way, when you look at this combined with the very low consumer confidence report from the past month, it's looking like really bad. Yeah, it's about to get real bad, you know? You don't need to be an econ major to figure this one out. These are all doomsaying numbers, okay? People are scrawling lamb's blood on their door to keep the econ ghosts out. It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
The second quarter of 23. If we look at the pricing index, it's on the warm side, 3.7%. That's about 0.5% higher than expected, and 2.3 in the rearview mirror. 3.7 equals the last quarter of 22. You have to go to the previous quarter, the third quarter of 22, to find a higher number. And in terms of the core pricing index, it is 3.5%, about 0.4 higher than expected, and that is 0.9 higher than 2.6 in the rearview mirror.
That's great. Keep in mind, by the way, that if we're taking a look at the value of the dollar, the DXY, the dollar index, look at this, man. I've said this before, but it's still crazy. US DXY was up to basically 110 right near the beginning of the year. Right now it's down to 100. The dollar has lost about 9% of its value since the beginning of the year. Yee! There's a reason why gold prices are soaring right now. The value of the dollar is it's not looking great. It's plummeting, actually. In a short time frame, especially considering the fact that these adjustments to the dollar's value were before the tariffs really hit, like we're still kind of waiting for that to really hit. This is all anticipatory price changing. That's pretty nasty. Yeah, see, the goal is that if we make every dollar worth dog shit, we can pay off our debt for basically nothing. See, we just need to print the world's very first $30 trillion bill. Hand that over to ourselves, and congratulations, the U.S. is debt-free. Yay! I never thought I would turn into a buy gold guy, but I'm not gonna lie. As long as society doesn't completely collapse, I've been hearing some convincing arguments. Yeah, you get 1 grain of gold for a tier 4 sub. That's the new incentive program. Or you can buy gold. Oh, you can. There are markets. Incoming gold sponsor? No. That being said, a lot of people are buying gold right now. What's the gold price? Well, it's down 0.6% today. I see gold futures are up over the past year to date. You can see it right there on the left-hand side. Over the past 6 months, the average price of gold has rocketed an ounce from around 2,700 to 3,300. Pretty big gain. Better than investing in Nvidia. Pay that much. Gold is at record high prices. If you want to buy gold, you missed the boat. Isn't that kind of dumb? Just because something goes up doesn't mean it can't go up more in the future. I mean, we haven't even seen the real crash yet, by the way. Lego is still worth more. Yeah, you always miss the boat in finance because you're always being inspired by the growth that you see before. The reason you get into anything investment related is because you're looking at it and going, wow, somebody else made money off it. I really missed the boat. But then it turns out there's another boat, right? There's usually more boats. I'm not advocating people buy gold, I think. This isn't financial advice. Anyway, in response to the quite bad Q1 GDP report, let's take a look at 2 Trump Truth Social posts. This is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win and that will drive the market up. Everything else is terrible, and record-setting inflation has taken its toll. Make America great again. That's from January 9th, 2024. Let's take a look at a Truth Social post from today, 29th, 2024. Now here's from today. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in, and companies will start to move into the U.S. in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. This will take a while, has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it'll be like no other. Be patient. Yeah, Trump on November 5th, 2028. Guys, that was all Biden. Everything you just saw, pointing back at the ruined, flaming remnants of DC behind him. All that shit, all of that was Biden, by the way. True, he'll do that? Yes, he will. And he'll believe it. He'll be 100% sincere from his perspective. Anyway, the funny thing is that the stock market actually didn't do that poorly today. I think it went up overall. So he's saying the stock market is Biden's responsibility. The real thing that got hurt today wasn't the stock market. It was the GDP report for Q1. So, yeah, the all caps, nothing to do with tariffs is extremely funny.
Much of it we don't need. Somebody said, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. Much of it we don't.
If you're looking at it from a psychological perspective, because it's all psychology with Trump, he doesn't actually know anything and nobody clues him in on anything. You have to understand that he grew up after World War II. The greatest time in his life, the period that he reminisces about, that he waxes nostalgic for, would have been before economic globalization. He lived and developed in his formative years an understanding of American domestic manufacturing when it was atop the world. For a while, we were the domestic manufacturing center of the world because we were the only industrialized country that hadn't gotten over by World War II. Except for Pearl Harbor, all that happened elsewhere, So a lot of his love of tariffs mostly stems from the fact that he thinks he's bringing America back to that point in time. He's not. But I do think that he thinks that. The degrowth shit's pretty funny though. Trump literally being like, okay, so the economy is going to do great, but also you'll have far less and you'll like it. Real Carl Schwab stuff, right? You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. To be clear, by the way, I'm in favor of a kind of degrowth. I just think that it needs to be framed and understood properly, right? I think that degrowth needs to be culturally emphasized, not economically mandated. Unless you're talking about something like car use, because in that case, the incentives that you want to put forward need to be stuff like very good public transport. You can't just make cars more expensive. I think that's inhuman, right? Like, I hate cars, but there are a lot of Americans who live in cities that are basically incapable of being navigated without cars. So what are they supposed to do if they can't afford a car, right? Like, I mean, like, obviously I'm not out here to just let everyone not walk. You don't understand how America's built, man. You don't understand how America's built. There are lots of places across this country that are not, you couldn't do it. I'm a walker. I love walking, and I gotta say, some of these places, I'm not gonna be walking to get my groceries. 2-hour walk to pick my kid up from elementary school, that. Anyway, there are responsible ways to handle degrowth. Obviously, this isn't it. I just know that some people are going to be like, well, don't you think it's good that people are getting, like, fewer, more expensive items? I mean, in theory, if practiced well, yeah. But I want people to value those things because there's more meaning to them. For example, if you have a person who has a very nice outfit, a wardrobe full of nice clothing that they've like cultivated over a life of caring about it, and you were like, hey, what if you want to trade all that out for a wardrobe that's 30 times as large, but everything in it is cheap crap? They would say no. If you went up to a person who really likes, say, good cappuccinos and like a pastry in the morning, the average Italian, I suppose, and you were like, hey, do you want to pay 10% less on that, but they taste like dog shit? It's like a Starbucks cappuccino and like a reheated Starbucks little pastry next to it. Do you want to pay 10 cents less per meal for that instead? They would probably say, you know, eat shit, arrivederci. Italians care a lot about their espresso. I just want people to care about things in general. We do thoughtlessly consume a lot, you know? This just isn't the way to do it. One thing that's really pissed me off, by the way, is this trend of people saying, like, you can cuck the big fashion designer brands by going straight to the manufacturers in China and just getting it there for much cheaper. Like, there have been so many massive Twitter and TikTok videos where young people have been like, hey, here, what's your hack? Look at these Chinese marketplace stores where you can buy like a Chanel bag for like $50 or something. And it's like, if you want a Chanel bag, you can thrift it or whatever. You're not buying a Chanel bag. You're buying a knockoff, which you can buy in America if you want. They're knockoffs. Do you really think that Chanel is contracting a factory to produce their bags, but Chanel is also contracting the factory, even though they're producing extras they sell illegally on their own margins? I thought it was from the manufacturers. Do you think the manufacturers of Chanel bags are legally allowed to just go, oh, no, we'll sell to you directly? We make these super high quality bags that cost a lot everywhere in the world, but like we'll also sell to you directly. Why would Chanel do business with that manufacturer? They don't have those contracts. And it takes a lot of skill to make a Chanel bag. Maybe not as much as it's worth, but yeah, if you want a knockoff, just walk to the fashion district of LA. Exactly. They sell products that got rejected because of minor imperfections? Oftentimes, no. Chanel will not allow that. Why would Chanel allow people to get essentially like almost perfect Chanel bags for much, much, much cheaper by going through the manufacturer in a process that Chanel isn't properly involved? You can get factory seconds from some brands, but you get them from the brand itself. If you're not getting it from the brand, you're getting a ripoff. Well, not a ripoff, I guess. You're getting a knockoff. I guess it just kind of sucks to have like knockoffs of designer bags when there's lots of like cool bags out there that you can get locally that support local artists and stuff. I don't know. Or don't buy brand handbags. Well, I don't really care about Chanel bags. I guess I'm talking more or less about the general idea, you know? I just want people to care. Like, if you're prowling around Chinese direct from manufacturer sales for like American designer clothing or bags or whatever, you probably don't care about the quality of the item. You probably care about like having the designer label on it, which is cheap consumerist bullshit. If you want a high quality bag, you can probably find some made in America that are a lot cheaper than Chanel. I don't know. I'm just using it as an example.
The crucial new report showing the U.S. economy shrinking for the first time in 3 years. The GDP fell at a rate of 0.3% as President Trump's massive and ever-changing tariffs rattle consumers and businesses. Moments ago, on his 101st day in office, the president tried to pin this data on his predecessor.
Core GDP, and and this is, we probably saw some numbers today, and I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is quarterly numbers, and we came in and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy.
And I'm joined here by some...
Sorry, I needed that little bit there. You're going to keep hearing this for the rest of his presidency, by the way. I know it's late workwear bags. From Bilson? Yeah, Bilson makes good bags. You know, at the flagship store they have in Seattle, they have a little workshop where they have artisans come over and like make handmade stuff over there that you can buy like on the spot. Like they're not mass manufactured or anything, they just have some like Bilson branded stuff that they kind of put together, you know? That's awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Bilson's gone downhill lately. Private equity shit, unfortunately, but you know, Bilson still makes good stuff. Some good stuff, even though it's too expensive. So they basically need to order. No, it's just a craftsman like making stuff there, and you can buy it if you order. An executive order the other day saying that like he's going to kill all of us. Remember how on Inauguration Day Trump set a 90-day timeline to determine via joint recommendation from the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security whether or not they wanted to implement the Insurrection Act, and then the timeline passed and they didn't do it, which was nice. I'm glad they didn't end the world, basically. We have another timeline. Always got to have a timeline, folks. Always got to have a doomsday counter ticking down. Strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. That's good. I love protecting innocent citizens, so this should be good. When local leaders demonize law enforcement and impose legal and political handcuffs that make aggressively enforcing the law impossible, crime thrives and innocent citizens and small business owners suffer. Remember late last night when somebody was trying to convince me that downtown Toronto was like a scary place to be at night or whatever? They were like, bro, you grew up in LA, you don't know shit about the streets of downtown Toronto. That was good. That was really fun. My administration will therefore establish best practices at the state and local level for cities to unleash high-impact local police forces. Protect and defend law enforcement officers wrongly accused and abused by state or local officials, and surge resources to officers in need. Great homoerotic. My administration will work to ensure that law enforcement officers across America focus on ending crime, not pursuing harmful, illegal, race and sex-based equity policy. Of course. The Attorney General shall take all appropriate action to create a mechanism to provide legal resources and indemnification to law enforcement officers who unjustly incur expenses and liabilities for action taken during the performance of their official duties to enforce the law. Or in other words, if cops ever break the law and beat you up or kill somebody or do racial profiling, the Attorney General of the United States of America is going to step in and directly protect them. So it's essentially like qualified immunity, but beefed up like 1,000 times is the idea. This mechanism shall include the use of private sector pro bono assistance for such law enforcement officers. Or in other words, Trump has deputized several high-profile law agencies by threatening to bar them from federal work via executive order, and as to blackmail them essentially, or to strong-arm them into providing free labor. So you're going to have like high-profile private lawyers who are forced to work for free as like essentially like debt slaves for the federal government, whose job it'll be to explain why it was necessary for Derek Chauvin to hold his knee on your neck for 9 minutes or whatever. The Attorney General and other appropriate heads of executive departments and agencies shall take all appropriate action to maximize the use of federal resources to provide new best practices to aggressively police community against all crimes, expand access and improve the quality of training available, increase pay and benefits for law enforcement officers. Oh yeah, very necessary. Strengthen and expand legal protection for law enforcement officers, seek enhanced sentences for crime against law enforcement officers, promote investment in the security and capacity of prisons, increase the investment in and collection, distribution, and uniformity of crime data across jurisdictions. Within 60 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General shall review all ongoing federal consent decrees, out-of-court agreements, and post-judgment orders to which a state or local law enforcement agency is a party, and modify, rescind, and include such measures that unduly impede the performance of law enforcement functions. Or in other words, cops have unlimited political power. They're a second class of citizen who has more legal rights than you. They will have more money. And the federal government will intervene and protect them at all existing levels across the board in all cases to the best of their ability. And here we go. Within 90 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General and Secretary of Defense, in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security and the heads of agencies as appropriate, shall increase the provision of excess military and national security assets in local jurisdictions to assist state and local law enforcement. Within 90 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of Defense, in coordination with the Attorney General, shall determine how military and national security assets, training, non-lethal capabilities, and personnel can be most effectively utilized to prevent crime. So, there you go. They didn't go with the Insurrection Act, at least not yet. Now they're going for the, to what extent can we militarize the police and use our massive bloated military budget to secure the population. It's so comforting to know that after all this illegal police state BS, Chuck Schumer's bravely defending our rights by sending us a letter. Hey, don't expect the Democrats to save us. All of this is Democrat-related. Unironically, dude, the Democrats completely gave up on any police reform after Black Lives Matter. They mocked people who said, defund the police. Really, they were like, well, defund by 100%? Okay, it's irrational. It's actually fine for every police department to suck up 40% of every municipal budget. And they just completely gave up on it. And since then, Democrats locally and nationally have continued to endorse the tough on crime rhetoric in an era of lowered crime rates. Yeah, Biden talked about increasing police funding. It's just, don't expect the Democrats to save us here. The Attorney General shall pursue all necessary legal remedies and enforcement measures to enforce the rights of Americans impacted by crime and shall prioritize prosecution of any applicable violations of federal criminal law with respect to state and local jurisdiction whose officials, A, willfully and unlawfully direct the obstruction of criminal law, including by directly and unlawfully prohibiting law enforcement officers from carrying out duties necessary for public safety and law enforcement, or B, unlawfully engage in discrimination or civil rights violations against white Christians, no doubt, under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that restrict law enforcement activity or endanger citizens. Or, in other words, they're going to go after state and local officials, presumably Democrats, who in any way impede the right for police to violate their rights. Neat. They're going to go after J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker has been a little bit more fiery lately. That's true.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now.
Governor J.B. Pritzker took the gloves off in his speech Sunday night at the McIntyre Shaheen 100 Club dinner, and Granite State Democrats loved it.
These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
Those calls for disruption and Republicans to not know a moment of peace did not go unnoticed.
Those Chicago gangster tactics just don't play here in New Hampshire. The Granite Staters expect us to get to work, solving problems, having riots in the street, shouting in megaphones, burning cities down like we saw for 6 months back in 2020.
The Democrats have to realize this, okay? We don't live in a shared reality anymore. The idea that the Black Lives Matter protests burned down half the country is locked in as a fact in the mind of these people, and they are less people for it. They're just not rational people that you can talk to or argue with, and you're not going to appease them. There's no level of pro-cop rhetoric that you can engage in that will appease them. Absolutely not. So there's no point in trying.
That's not what Americans want. That's not what they elected us to do.
Pritzker was swarmed after his speech. Young Democrats in particular telling us they didn't expect to be so fired up by the governor of Illinois, who also happens to be a billionaire. Analysts say in these earliest stages of the next First in the Nation primary, potential presidential candidates are attempting to channel the intensity of the feeling right now in the party base.
In the full speech, J.B. Pritzker talked shit about it says here in the title, "Do Nothing Democrats," which is nice. It's such a base speech. Yeah, well, we'll see if it turns into any action. It should I hope people have to understand looking at this that again, no work can be done with Republicans. There's no point in appeasing, getting along with them. There's no point in bipartisanship. You can't agree on a shared reality with them. They don't exist in reality. You're talking to children, and the difference between them and children, honestly, is that children are more open and curious about the world, and also less evil. Like, that's the difference. They're not political entities that can be reasoned. You know, we understood this in World War II. Okay, Neville Chamberlain didn't. You know, Roosevelt and Churchill did. There's a point past which you just can't. You're not going to reach a bipartisan consensus on this. You're just not. You need to take the country with overwhelming democratic force, and I like an overwhelming mandate. And the only way to do that is to show a better message. And you're not going to do that by capitulating and giving half versions of what the Republicans want. You're not going to. You never will. No one who is terrified of crime in the MTA is going to vote Democrat because the Democrat adopted a half measure on the criminalization of, I don't know, walking funny in the metro, whereas the Republican just wants to shoot everyone in sight who's darker than me. Oh, half measure gold too.
What I find ironic about the current conversation surrounding our party is that the voices flocking to podcasts and cable news shows to admonish fellow Democrats for not caring enough about the struggles of working families are the same ones who, when it comes to
people who are scared of crime in their white suburban neighborhoods are the worst, they're never going to change. That's why I was making fun of the person who was playing up how dangerous downtown Toronto is at night. You people are pathetic. For one, it's the safest time in history, ever, for one, okay? Every human but you has enjoyed their lives in a more dangerous context. And for two, the more safe people are, the more they whine about danger, okay? Why is it that when I see Brazilians post online, they're talking about anime and how fat their women's asses are? You know, Brazil has a way higher crime rate, like orders of magnitude higher than America, right? Why can they enjoy their lives, but you're terrified? The average crime rate in New York City is lower than the average in the state of Louisiana. It's totally irrational. You made fear your personality. It's pathetic. And I don't think it should be respected. I don't want to coddle you. I don't want to meet half measures with you. I want to stomp on you. I think you're a worm. You're a worm in the dirt. You suck. Your whole political personality is defined by wretched terror because people on the internet made money from telling you that things are worse than they are. Yeah, it's a fear point. It's a death point. You're not going to win anyone over. No one is going to be compelled. Did anyone vote for Biden because Biden said he wanted to increase police funding? No. But I bet you, he didn't end up running in 2024, I guess, so I guess I should say Kamala. But Kamala didn't really say anything. She implicitly adopted positions of Biden election. So I guess I should say, did anyone vote for Kamala Harris because she was the right amount of strong and crime? Maybe a few. But I'd be willing to bet Kamala Harris could have come out and been a lot more popular with the right sectors of people if she had trashed Republicans for their culture too. Really, I do. If she had been smart about it, and she'd been we live in one of the safest eras in all of human history. Republicans are petrified of every city. They're whiny, they're weak, it's disgusting. And they promote the antisocial culture that leads to crime being more common. They contribute to income inequality. They want people to be fearful and alone, and that's what leads to crime. But she didn't do that. Democrats don't do that, obviously.
relief of the struggles of real people had been timid, not bold. They didn't want to fight.
Aren't people tired of the polarization? I don't know if you're joking, but the answer is no. Democrats actually are. The average Democrat is waiting for someone to tie them to a rocket and fire them to the White House. No. People actually like polarization. People do. Look at how all of Canada, especially the Liberals, got energized by polarization against the United States. People like polarization, obviously. People like good guy, bad guy narratives. Have you paid attention to humanity? Like all of humanity? It's very unique. The brain rot of the centrist liberal, of the suburban 65-year-old white suburban, WASP, oh, I don't really care about politics or anything really.
jail for life.
To go get another job or get even more work is not going to be there. And that's why we're heading right into a stagflationary recession. It's a nightmare scenario, my friends. And again, we take a look at the link between consumer sentiment and now average weekly hours of production and non-supervised employees. That's showing here. And you can see why confidence goes down because paychecks start to shrink. See that happen during the 91 recession. We see around 95. Happens again going into the non-talk level. As hours work shrink, consumers were initially optimistic, but that changed pretty quickly. We saw the same thing going into the global financial crisis as optimism surged but didn't last. Now we're seeing happen again. That long stretch of about 3 years of rising confidence, well, that got reversed because hours work continued to tell us, despite the fact that consumers were confident about the future of the economy, the real economy is telling them there's nothing to be confident about. And that means the unemployment rate is likely to rise. And we saw on Friday it was unchanged from last month, but as we're about to see, it's going to happen because consumers know when financial conditions tighten, job prospects fall, they get worried about money, they stop spending. That means people go on the unemployment rise. We see going into the 81 recession, we see confidence drop going into the 83 recession, happens again going into the 91 recession, confidence plunges, unemployment rate rises. You can see the relationship. Confidence is all about the labor market. At the end of the global financial crisis, and it's set to happen now. It's going to happen with a lag because again, we know that a lot of employers don't want to lay off, but at least initially, these paychecks are going to shrink. Hours worked are going to drop. The government executives are signaling concerns about the recent plunge in confidence that it will filter through the weaker demand. And warning that consumers can expect to see higher prices because of tariff. Well, you can better believe that we're going to see a drop in demand because that's what the consumer confidence data is telling us. Demand is going to correct. And the problem is prices are going to go up. And the real issue here is consumers couldn't afford prices at their current level. They can't afford the higher level. And because tariffs are attached, it means businesses are not going to have extra revenue to pass on to their employees. They're going to have absolutely no choice but to cut hours. When business gets backed up, watch, they're going to cut jobs. And expectations of personal finances have deteriorated this month with the largest share since the onset of the pandemic, spending income declined over the next 6 months. And that means that a lot of households are making major decisions about cutting their spending. It's going to happen right now. Now, just because the economy is set to plunge, the employment count has to go down. Back on the book, each owner subscribers to Barnes GBTC, that's Vehicle Trust Auto Movement. They're up 14.12% as of the close of business on Friday. Now, how do we do this? Well, each and every day we run a screen across the bond equity, bond, currency, and commodity markets where we take a look at the momentum indicators, things like the RSI, the MACD, and we aggregate them together. But one of the challenges for people is seeing momentum because they like to buy oversold conditions. And they look at our price weakness very much money. That's why we pair with the trends we call the Lifetime Pro. We see both momentum and trend rising intelligence on our hot list each and every day. Now you get, of course, the entire report that shows momentum over 1 day, 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month window for the broad equity, bond, currency, and commodity markets. Here's the indicator, right? You can only trade with the signals, but I review all of them and give you my opinion on the best trades to take. We give you risk control levels, a full tracking of all of the trades in return, a weekly update, and again,
Damn it.
is an 30-day free trial. I want to do it because we're so confident you can make money through our employment. You want your first link to be on me. How do you do that? Grab the links in the description below. Use the coupon code for your 30-day trial. With that, I'm Steven, and thanks for watching. Make sure we thank. Bye now.
Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story. ICE says 4 Chinese nationals are slated for deportation after serving their prison sentences. Details on how they linked social security numbers to defraud U.S. retailers out of over $1 million. The White House clarifies the new total U.S. tariffs on China, a whopping 145%. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury Secretary says the White House isn't ruling out the possibility of delisting Chinese stocks.
Well, Maria, I think everything's on the table.
China picking up a new strategy to hit back against U.S. tariffs, this time targeting Hollywood movies. But does Beijing's move have teeth? The owner of Facebook and Instagram in the hot seat. Did Meta undermine U.S. national security to do business in China? A former executive with the company
watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to meta-user data, including that of Americans.
And our practices by the Chinese Communist Party exploiting American retirees. Senate and House committees hold a joint hearing to discuss just that.
The CCP is actively using its financial system and state-controlled companies to infiltrate American capital markets.
Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tony Meyer. Before we dive into today's news, make sure to use the link down below to subscribe to our newsletter. Each week we round up the highlights and controversies happening around China and the world and share an exclusive behind-the-scenes snapshot with our readers. Keep an eye out. The newsletter will land in your inbox Friday morning. 4 Chinese nationals are facing deportation after serving prison sentences in the U.S. That's for defrauding American retailers out of over $1 million. Those retailers include popular beauty shops Sephora and Ulta, as well as retailers like Saks Fifth Avenue, Macy's, and Nordstrom. The Chinese nationals stole personal information from hundreds of victims, including social security numbers, dates of birth, and home addresses. They used that stolen information to create fake driver licenses to access credit in the victims' names at these large retailers. Posting on X, ICE said Wednesday that after the Chinese nationals served their time for fraud, the agency would take them back into ICE custody to face removal proceedings. The 4 Chinese nationals were sentenced to 12 to 42 months behind bars. A 5th co-conspirator was previously sentenced to more than 4 years in prison, and a 6th defendant is awaiting sentencing. The investigation into the case is ongoing. ICE agents said the individuals had entered the United States under false pretenses. Zooming out, the United States has sent 5 charter flights to China in the past 8 months, carrying hundreds of Chinese illegal immigrants. The White House is clarifying where the U.S.-China trade tension stands, saying that as of now, the total U.S. tariff rate on Chinese goods stands at a massive 145%. The White House noted that the breakdown includes the 125% rate hike in recent days in light of Beijing's retaliatory duties. The 145% total also includes an earlier 20% imposed on Chinese goods earlier this year. That measure was in response to China's role in allowing fentanyl to flood the U.S. In comparison, Trump offered a 90-day tariff pause Wednesday for most other trading partners. Countries that did not retaliate and reached out to negotiate. They'll see tariff rates sink back down to the new 20% baseline. Exceptions to that are Mexico and Canada, who still face 25% tariffs. But goods compliant with a trade deal called the USMCA can still enter the U.S. tariff-free, minus a few sector-specific tariffs Trump has imposed. China on Thursday said its door for talks is open, but added that Beijing will stand by its position, quote, until the end. In the meantime, the trade war between the U.S. and China may go beyond tariffs. In an interview with Fox News, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent didn't rule out the possibility of delisting Chinese stocks.
How far are you willing to take this in terms of this soft war with China? We've got Chinese stocks trading on U.S. exchanges. U.S. investors are buying those stocks, and that's helping China fund its military. Let's face it. Are you willing to go that far to remove Chinese stocks from U.S. exchanges?
Maria, I think everything's on the table. We are talking about the capital export, capital controls in terms of, as you said, a blacklist of things that U.S., whether pension funds, endowments, investors should not be investing in to fund the Chinese military machine. But that'll be President Trump's decision.
According to the latest U.S. government data, nearly 300 Chinese companies are listed in the U.S., and they're worth over $1 trillion combined. It's raising concerns that U.S. investment dollars could end up helping the Chinese military or Beijing's espionage and censorship apparatus. All of those possibilities go against U.S. national interests. But still, delisting Chinese stocks would worsen the tensions between the two superpowers. Even so, President Trump is no stranger to the tactic. In 2021, he signed an executive order urging the New York Stock Exchange to remove listings of 3 Chinese state-run entities. China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom, citing their close ties to Communist China's military. But the U.S. has never delisted the stocks of an entire nation. While the future of Chinese stocks in the U.S. remains uncertain, Bessent said the Treasury is working on further restricting exports of high-value, security-related goods to China. China now has Hollywood movies in its crosshairs as a form of retaliation against U.S. tariffs. China's film administration thanked Thursday that it plans to import fewer American films because the U.S. hiked tariff rates on China. China is the world's second largest movie market. The country only imports about 10 Hollywood movies every year, a level of market access that hasn't changed much in 3 decades. Hollywood films make up about 5% of China's box office revenue. Critics say Hollywood has appeased the Chinese regime to make sure it keeps its access to the massive market. One noteworthy example, a report from PEN America said in the original film Top Gun, Tom Cruise had Taiwanese and Japanese flag patches on his leather jacket. But these two flags were replaced by look-alikes in the 2019 sequel trailer. On the other hand, the Pentagon has taken steps to discourage Hollywood from paying innovation. The DoD said it will no longer collaborate with movie studio directors that comply or plan to comply with Beijing's censorship demands just to get their movies distributed there. Australia's Prime Minister said Australia will not join hands with the Chinese regime when it comes to rejecting U.S. tariffs. He noted that Australia has its own voice. Watch.
Minister, will Australia join hands with China, as the ambassador has suggested, against tariffs?
We engage with all countries, but we stand up for Australia's national interest, and we stand on our own 2 feet. And I've said very clearly, we cooperate with China where we can, we disagree where we must, but we engage in our national interest.
The country's Deputy Prime Minister also weighed in, saying the Australian government is not about to make common cause with China in any contest going on in the world, and that Australia has its own interests and will focus on diversifying its trade relationships. The politicians were responding to the Chinese ambassador to Australia's overture to unite against the U.S. in response to tariffs. Most countries are in the same position as Australia, with a 10% tariff on exports to the U.S. That's a stark contrast to the 145% tariff imposed on China. President Trump said the heavy tariff is due to China's lack of respect for world markets. A former executive at Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says the company undermined U.S. national security in order to do business in China. NTV's Washington correspondent Jeff Bradley has more on Wednesday's testimony before the Senate.
When Beijing demanded that Facebook delete the account of a prominent Chinese dissident living on American soil, they didn't.
Sarah Wynne Williams, Facebook's former director of global public policy, accused Meta of censoring a Chinese dissident on U.S. soil on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yet I witnessed Meta work hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party to construct and test custom-built censorship tools that silenced and censored their critics.
She also says Meta is putting the data of its users at risk.
I watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to Meta user data, including that of Americans.
Following the hearing, a Meta spokesperson told me in an email responding to these allegations, quote, Sarah Wynne Williams' testimony is divorced from reality and riddled with false claims. While Mark Zuckerberg himself was public about our interest in offering our services to China, and details were widely reported beginning over a decade ago, the fact is this: we do not operate our services in China today. But Wynne Williams disputes this.
Is that true? Facebook, Meta is not doing business in China. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate, Tim Hawley. Facebook has a $18.3 billion business in China. And to give just one example, in 2014, it launched Oculus in China with a strategy of playing dumb.
And her allegations are being investigated by the bipartisan group of senators that she's testifying in front of. That's the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism.
That's why this committee has launched a full-scale investigation into the potential illegal behavior of Facebook. Today's hearing is one step in that investigation.
Meta chooses to put human rights concerns aside if it means access to more users, more growth, more dollars.
The senators have requested copies of all communications between Meta and Beijing since 2014, and they hope to get it by April 21st. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
Are American retirees getting ripped off by China? An update from another hearing sought to tackle the issue this week, this time held by both Senate and House committees. Lawmakers focused on exploitive practices used by the Chinese Communist Party against American retirees, including how the CCP masks investment risks and undermines shareholder rights. NTD correspondent Jason Blair reports.
Americans worked way too hard to have their financial security destroyed by Communist China.
Protecting American retirees and seniors from exploitive practices by the Chinese Communist Party was the focus of a hearing in Congress. In a rare occurrence, committees from both the House and Senate held a joint hearing. The House Select Committee on the CCP and the Senate Aging Committee probed the risks of investing in Chinese companies.
The CCP is actively using its financial system and state-controlled companies to infiltrate American capital markets. And while some might see that as just another investment risk, it's much more than that.
Mulinar gave an example.
In 2021, the CCP abruptly imposed sweeping regulations on China's private education sector, banning profit-making, foreign capital, and public listings. That decision wiped out billions of dollars in U.S. investments almost overnight.
Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary was invited as a witness, and he warns investors of the threats posed by the CCP.
I have nothing against the Chinese people. Their contributions to science and art over the millennia are well documented. It's their government I take issue with. In my opinion, since joining the WTO in 2000, the Chinese government has never played by its rules.
Another expert witness says that the CCP has a long-term, multifaceted political, economic, and military strategy to advance itself.
The goal is to create a new world order through economic coercion and manipulation while avoiding a hot war. This has left the world less open and more authoritarian.
Senate Aging Committee ranking member Kristen Gillibrand says online scams from China are targeting American seniors.
Criminal networks in China that are so sophisticated that know this is where they can make millions and millions of dollars.
House Committee on the CCP ranking member Raja Krishnamurthy says that a lot of these criminal gangs are directly tied to the CCP.
Another gentleman behind another scam city, seen here with a Burmese warlord, is Shi Zhejiang. He is wanted in China for financial crimes, but his ties to the CCP allowed him to operate freely for years before being detained by Thai authorities.
And witness Brady Finta, founder of the National Elder Fraud Justice Coordination Center, says that according to his experience, only 10 to 15% of elder fraud victims report the crimes. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
Coming up, U.S. consumer prices unexpectedly fell in March, but will the improvement remain after President Trump doubled down on tariffs on imported Chinese goods? The U.S. and Panama signed new defense and security agreements aimed at deepening U.S. military training in Panama, the goal to push back against China's influence in the region. And Ukrainian intelligence has identified 155 Chinese citizens fighting for Russia in its war. 2 of them were captured by Ukraine. More on that after the break here on China in Focus. Welcome back to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. U.S. consumer prices unexpectedly fell in March amid cheaper gasoline and used motor vehicles, but it remains to be seen if the improvement in inflation will hold. President Donald Trump doubled down on tariffs on imported Chinese goods. Let's dive in.
U.S. consumer prices in March fell for the first time in nearly 5 years, according to a report from the Labor Department on Thursday. The Consumer Price Index dipped 0.1% last month. Economists polled by Reuters had expected it to edge up by that amount. It was the first monthly decline in prices since May of 2020, putting the annual inflation rate at 2.4%, closer to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. But will the downward trend continue? March's data likely captured only a fraction of the first wave of President Trump's barrage of import duties, which most economists expect to be inflationary. Lower prices could also be a sign of softening consumer demand amid heightened recession fears due to Trump's tariffs. Trump on Wednesday said he paused targeted tariffs on trade partners for 90 days, but a 10% blanket duty on almost all imports remains in place.
In light of the current 145% tariffs on China, consultancy firm Capital Economics estimated that U.S. inflation will peak at about 4%. That's double the Fed's target. Meeting minutes from the central bank's March policy gathering were published Wednesday. They showed Fed officials almost unanimously agree that the economy faces both higher inflation risks and slower growth. And how do Americans feel about the new tariffs? NTV's Sam Wong was out on the National in D.C. to hear from them.
How are President Trump's tariffs impacting you, and where do you think this is all going?
Well, I think they're a necessary evil. We need to get even with the rest of the world, and we need to bring jobs back to America.
I've lost 20-30% of my value of my investment portfolio.
I go to the grocery store, I thought that things would get better, but they're getting worse.
I think it's just bringing people to the negotiating table, which is already happening now. I believe that'll all sort itself out within the next 6-7 weeks.
The stock market's going to come back. The world's going to get back to a better place, but we'll be on equal footing with the rest of the world.
He's looking at the camera.
As far as right now, considering fair trade, whenever we look at what other people are charging for American products to come to their countries compared to what we're charging for them to bring stuff in here, I think it's only fair for us to have at least equal, tariffs across the board.
The White House is now saying that dozens of countries are already coming to the negotiating table. So how do you assess President Trump's strategy here?
They have to come to the table. The United States puts too much money out into the world to not get it all back, and these other countries are just quietly making cash off of us.
I think he's a brilliant deal maker, and I think it brought them to the table, and I think he'll negotiate with them.
I think someone had to do it for the sake of America, because their manufacturing was going downhill.
I want them to do well. I want every president to do well. But taking 20 to 30% off of people's life savings and investments is not doing things right for them.
I think in the end, you'll have done the right thing.
As of today, 62 countries have reached out to say, look, we're ready to negotiate changes in our tariffs, which that's all it should be. Fair and equal trade across the board, not someone getting charging more for bringing your products in. Have everybody have a good economy.
President Trump yesterday, he said he's going to impose an additional 50% tariffs on China. That's if China doesn't pull back its 34% retaliatory duties on the United States. So what do you make of this whole, back and forth?
It's going to be who outlasts who the longest, but in the long run, they're going to have to come to the table too.
China's got their whole economy to lose. I mean, they're not going real good at the moment as it is.
I think they need us more than we need them, but we're going to have to get used to paying a little bit more for something for a while. But it should be done. It only seems fair.
Why we're trying to change this is so that more manufacturing can happen here. So we aren't, because there is no forced labor laws here. There's not. I think it's wrong what Chinese people are having to deal with over there. We pay quarters and dimes and children labor and stuff like that. Wrong. Everybody deserves a fair and equal right to live and live prosperous. That's what I agree with.
The United States recognizes Panama's sovereignty over the Panama Canal. That's the message from Panama on Wednesday. The two nations just announced new defense and security agreements to deepen U.S. military training in Panama. Defense Secretary Hexas said these agreements are essential for countering China's expanding influence in the region. He also noted that the canal is a key strategic point that Panama looks to put together with the U.S., not with China.
We certainly understand that the Panama Canal is in Panama, and protecting Panamanian sovereignty from malign influence is important, which is why when President Trump says we're taking back the Panama Canal from Chinese influence, that involves partnership with the United States and Panama.
The U.S. and Panama issued joint statements about deepening security cooperation. It reaffirms Panama's sovereignty and details new military cooperation.
Hexet said he is grateful Panama welcomed U.S. troops to conduct joint rotational exercises in the country. He said earlier this week that the U.S. will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence.
Two ports of the Panama Canal are controlled by the Hong Kong-based company CK Hutchinson. The U.S. firm BlackRock was supposed to sign a deal to buy the two ports from the company last week, but Beijing intervened, delaying the deal. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Wednesday that Ukrainian intelligence has identified 155 Chinese citizens fighting for Russia after two Chinese nationals were captured in the country. There's more on what's happening.
Zelensky said the Chinese nationals captured in eastern Ukraine are in communication with investigators and are providing information. He said they recruited the two Chinese nationals and others through ads on social media. The spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said the claims were groundless and has continued to deny its involvement in the war.
It's not clear if these Chinese soldiers are commercial soldiers or if they were sent to Russia by Beijing, just as North Korea has done. Now to one of China's allies, Iran. Entities involved in Iran's nuclear program are facing new sanctions by the U.S. The Treasury Department said on Wednesday the sanctions target 5 entities and 1 individual based in Iran. Here's a breakdown.
Those include the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. The Treasury describes it as Iran's leading organization for research and development in nuclear technology. The new sanctions come ahead of a high-level meeting between the United States and Iran on Saturday. Trump has said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
That's all for today's China in Focus. I'm Jimmy Meyer. If you have any feedback on the show or have something you'd like to see us cover, send us an email at chinainfocus@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. Round-the-clock original news coverage, visit us at ntd.com or download our NTD app. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story. President Trump said a trade deal with China could happen within 3 to 4 weeks and that China has reached out to talk since he raised tariffs to a total of 245%.
I think we're going to make a deal with China. We're going to make a deal with everybody.
A recent report says the mayor of Boston received campaign funds from a person tied to Chinese propaganda and spy entity on the Chinese regime's efforts to influence U.S. politics and poach talent.
They are bankrolling American politicians, and we call it unrestricted warfare, but the tip of the spear of unrestricted warfare is political warfare.
The U.S. is unveiling new fees for Chinese-built ships that sail through U.S. ports. Details on the move to restore U.S. shipbuilding. China halting its purchases of liquefied natural gas from the U.S. How could China's economic shifts reshape geopolitics? And what's the bigger strategy at play? And the State Department says a Chinese firm is helping the Houthi terrorist group target U.S. ships in the Red Sea. More on what we know so far. President Trump said Thursday that China has reached out to talk ever since he hiked tariffs on China to the current level. Chinese exports to the U.S. now face up to 245% tariffs. He said he believes the U.S. would reach a deal with China and other countries over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, you'd think it was pretty obvious that he has, but we will talk about that soon. It's not that important because honestly, we're going to have a deal. I believe we're going to have a deal with China. And if we don't, we're going to have a deal anyway because we're going to set a certain target and that's going to be it.
The comment comes as the U.S. and China remain locked in a tariff showdown to reduce the trade deficit and bring jobs back home. Trump imposed various tariff rates on different trade partners. Other countries have lined up for negotiations, but China retaliated, raising tariffs on U.S. goods, including other countries, to oppose the U.S. After some back and forth, U.S. exports to China face a 125% reciprocal tariff in addition to other duties. That's why Trump paused reciprocal tariffs on most countries for 90 days. Trump has held tariff talks with Japan, Mexico, and Italy. He said he's going to make a deal with China over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
I think we're going to make a deal with China. We're going to make a deal with everybody. And if we don't make a deal, we'll just set a target, and we'll live with that, and that'll be fine.
How much time do you think?
I would think over the next 3 to 4 weeks, I think maybe the whole thing could be concluded.
Trump also noted that he's reluctant to keep hiking tariff rates on China because it would discourage people from buying entirely. He said a deal with TikTok to cut ties with its Chinese owner in favor of an American buyer would also be delayed until trade tensions are resolved. Is China attempting to trade funding for sway with U.S. politicians? A recent Daily Caller report flagged hundreds of thousands of dollars in Boston Mayor Michelle Wu's campaign funds as problematic. That's because the person who raised the funds has extensive ties to Beijing's spy agency. The investigation also found this person has been tasked with recruiting U.S.-based talents for Chinese companies. NTD's Hua brings us the story.
Michelle Wu was elected mayor of Boston in 2021, becoming the first Asian woman to hold the title. The Daily Caller found that a Chinese national contributed extensively to Wu's election success. His name is Gary Yu, co-chair of the New England Chinese-American Alliance. The organization claims it raised over $300,000 for Michelle Wu. It also said it hosted fundraisers for at least 9 politicians in Massachusetts, mainly Chinese-American politicians. Digging into Gary's ties to China, Chinese state-run websites review 2 nonprofits he has are controlled by China's United Front Work Department. The department serves as China's overseas propaganda and intelligence arm. He also serves as the overseas chief for a major Chinese headhunting firm. Chinese media reported that he recruited talents for a state-run high-tech zone in a southwestern Chinese city. This zone hosts many companies affiliated with China's military, including telecom giant Huawei. Given Yu's extensive China ties, why is he interested in Boston? Boston is home to top U.S. institutes like Harvard, MIT, and Boston University. Last month, Yu flew to China to meet with a Chinese Communist Party official. This official has a Chinese state agency in charge of monitoring Chinese people living overseas and their relatives. According to Chinese media reports, the CCP official tasked Yu with 2 tasks. 1. Boost foreign tours to China to court American teenagers, and 2. Recruit more overseas talents in the artificial intelligence field and bring them back to southern China's Guangxi province. Guangxi is home to a military district. Official reports say the province combines the defense and manufacturing industries together and is working to fortify them with AI technology. It's worth noting this province also provides economic support for neighboring countries, including Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. Flora Hua, NTD News.
The tariff war is bringing the tension between Washington and Beijing to new heights, but zooming in on interactions between U.S. politicians like Michelle Wu and pro-Beijing individuals like Gary Yu, how are their relationships influencing U.S. policymakers and their views on China? To discuss, we sat down with John Mills, retired Army Colonel and Director of Cybersecurity at the Defense Department. John Mills, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you back on the show.
Thank you, Tiffany. Always an honor to be on the show.
Now, this Daily Caller report highlights the Boston mayor who's of Taiwanese descent getting bankrolled by Gary Yu, who has ties to the United Front Work Department. This is a CCP overseas program and influence campaign. First, what's your reaction to all of this?
So this is political warfare. They are bankrolling American politicians, and we call it unrestricted warfare, but the tip of the spear of unrestricted warfare is political warfare, and that's what's going on. That's how we get crazy local and state politicians that behave as if they are in the pocket of China, which may very well be.
For example, we did just see the recent indictment of Linda Sun, the aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, and also the previous Governor Cuomo. In terms of the indictment, it was saying how during the pandemic, she actually had the CCP on the phone with her during a secret New York meeting to talk about, what the city was going to do in response to the pandemic, and other examples of not letting Taiwanese officials meet in the city, or, just not even letting them enter at all. Do you expect to see more such DOJ indictments come out?
I hope so. I hope to see it greatly accelerated. We need to make example and eviscerate anything that looks or smells like a Chinese communist police station. We need to absolutely go destroy those. And we need to, the Chinese have gotten very good. As soon as we focus on one topic, they move to another financial scheme to buying off officials and corruption. They are very cagey and wild and rapidly moving.
Now, in terms of these new fields, especially AI, we've seen the U.S. pouring billions of dollars into that. Now you have NVIDIA setting up supercomputers in the U.S. to the tune of about $500 billion as well. With this latest directive, if you will, by the CCP official to someone like you to bring back talent in that field to China, what do you see happening there? How can the U.S. safeguard that if it's being stolen?
So this academia environment is just a rich hunting ground for the Chinese communists, and we need to make it very clear there will be a price to pay for academics who are not thinking through the entirety of what happens when you take money. Because you have to make statements when you apply for U.S. government grants from academia, and we found people lying. If they're intentionally lying on these forms about taking money from a foreign power, boy, I have zero sympathy for them. Because that clearly that is willful evasion and a willful intent to hide fact and truth.
John Mills, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Tiffany.
A push to restore American shipbuilding and counter China's dominance. The U.S. is planning to charge new port fees on Chinese ships. The fees apply to Chinese-owned and operated ships, as well as Western carriers that use ships made in China. The heavier the ship, the higher the fee. For a small vessel that weighs about 50,000 tons, the fee is well over $2 million per voyage, and the number is said to increase over the next few years. The details.
And they'll begin in about 6 months and will be rolled out in phases. The U.S. government says the fees could also be raised further in coming years. The Trump administration has recently embarked on a sweeping trade war with China and says these fees aim to revive American shipbuilding against China's dominance in the industry. China reacted to the news Friday, saying the plan will fail. It says they will raise global shipping costs and trade inflation pressures on the U.S.
This comes after President Trump asked federal agencies to come up with plans to revive domestic shipbuilding. The president highlighted this issue earlier this month.
A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life.
China controls half of global shipbuilding. U.S. shipyards have been in decline for decades. America used to build 70 ships per year in 1975. That number is down to just 5 ships annually now. The U.S.-China battle lines are hardening. Beijing stopped purchases of U.S. gas while discussing with Moscow to deepen energy cooperation. Those shifts reflects ongoing geopolitical fragmentation. According to the Financial Times, China stopped buying liquefied natural gas from the U.S. over 2 months ago. The American fuel source once made up 11% of China's imports at its peak in 2021. As of last year, the U.S. accounted for just 6% of China's natural gas imports. During the same period, Russia supplied China with 4 times more liquefied natural gas than the U.S., becoming China's 3rd largest provider of the fuel after Australia and Qatar. China's vice premier met with Russia's energy minister Friday. The talks focused on expanding the flow of Russian energy to China, including new joint natural gas projects. And the shift extends to other fuel types. China is also slashing its oil imports from the U.S. and pivoting toward Canada instead. Meanwhile, European Council President Antonio Costa said phasing out Russian fossil fuel purchases would make room for American natural gas. Taiwan, too, announced plans to buy more LNG from the U.S. Analysts
Why
warn
did this game
energy
teach
shift
me
is
how to
part of
do
a
it?
broader Chinese regime strategy. The restructure would prioritize self-sufficiency, prepare for potential conflicts, whether that's taking over Taiwan by force or a direct confrontation with the U.S. The U.S. State Department is accusing a Chinese firm of directly supporting the Iran-backed Houthi terrorist group and attacking U.S. interests as a result. The State Department is calling it unacceptable. Earlier, the Financial Times cited U.S. officials as saying the company, which makes satellites, was supplying Houthi rebels with images to target U.S. warships and other vessels in the Red Sea. It said the company is linked to China's military.
We can confirm the reporting that Changguang Satellite Technology Company Limited is directly supporting Iran-backed Houthi terrorist attacks on U.S. interests. We urge our partners to judge the Chinese Communist Party and Chinese companies on their actions, not their empty words. Restoring freedom of navigation in the Red Sea is a priority to President Trump. The United States will not tolerate anyone providing support to foreign terrorist organizations such as the Houthis. China consistently attempts, as you know, to frame itself as a global peacemaker. And however, it is clear that Beijing and China-based companies provide key economic and technical support to regimes like Russia, North Korea, and Iran and its proxies. The CCP continues to enable these regimes, whether it be through the provision of dual-use items Russia needs to sustain its war in Ukraine, North Korea's ballistic missile development, or Iran's support of terrorism across the Middle East.
State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said the assistance by the firm to the Houthis had continued even though the United States had engaged with Beijing on the issue. The spokesperson for China's Washington embassy said he was not familiar with the situation, so had no comment. The firm did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Amid escalating trade tensions between China and the U.S., two Chinese e-commerce platforms are rapidly rising on U.S. soil. DHgate is currently ranked the #2 free iPhone app in the U.S. right now, while another Chinese platform, Taobao, just broke into the top 5 this week. Most U.S. buyers discovered these two apps recently through the Chinese-owned app TikTok. What's more, Chinese manufacturers are driving a new TikTok trend, urging Americans to buy products directly from their suppliers. The move is to bypass tariffs put in place by the White House. Let's dive in. Influencers claiming to be Chinese factory workers are flocking to TikTok. They're urging people to buy what they claim are luxury items from top brands straight from Chinese factories at a steep discount. Many of these videos are getting millions of views on a China-linked social media platform. It's unclear whether buying directly from them would sidestep U.S. tariffs. Meanwhile, TikTok is also facing a possible ban in the U.S. The app is fully owned by its Chinese parent company ByteDance, which is directly controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. His officials say TikTok could be used as a Trojan horse to harvest American user data and push for narratives in line with the CCP propaganda. Some experts raise doubts about whether the products promoted by these Chinese factories are counterfeit. Experts point out that manufacturers usually sign confidentiality agreements with well-known brands and are not allowed to sell their products online. Coming up, the U.S. ambassador to Japan is sending a message. Washington and Japan need to align their focus to face an increasingly aggressive China. U.S. lawmakers from both parties reaffirming America's support for Taiwan.
Taiwan is engaging already with the administration. So I think it's been very clear that the administration is making this a priority.
And rising tensions between Ukraine and China. Ukraine slapping sanctions on 3 Chinese firms a day after President Zelensky said Beijing sent weapons to Russia.
I think it's important information. It's not very pleasant.
More on that after the break here on China in Focus. Welcome back to China in Focus. I'm Timmy Meyer. The new U.S. ambassador to Japan said the United States and Japan need to work together to align their defense forces against China. The new ambassador made the comment as he arrived in Tokyo.
This is so important at this point in time because we're coming to a Japan that is our most important ally. And as I got sworn in by Vice President Vance last week, he looked at the two of us and he said, you have quite a responsibility coming because you're going to go and serve to our most important ally in the most important region in the world at the most important time. We sit with Japan in a very tough neighborhood. I mean, you have Russia, you have China, you have North Korea. I mean, this is a pretty tough neighborhood to deal with.
Japan is home to the biggest overseas deployment of U.S. troops globally and hosts squadrons of fighter jets along with Washington's only forward-deployed aircraft carrier strike group. Musk said Washington was focused on the safety of American and Japanese citizens and on making sure the military had all the support and materials it needed to counter threats from Beijing. In recent years, Tokyo has embarked on a historic military buildup, begun various projects with Washington to better align their forces and defense industries. Trump handpicked Glass to be ambassador partly due to his success in pushing back against China during his previous post as envoy to Portugal.
The U.S. is reaffirming its support for Taiwan's defense. Two senators are in Taiwan Friday as part of an effort that crosses party lines.
The United States can continue, something that began under the previous administration and is extending under this administration, and has strong bipartisan support, which is connecting Taiwan, the Philippines, Japan, Australia, Korea, are weaving together regional partners and allies. I always, again, tell people, look past the rhetoric and look at the action. Secretary Executive came out here very early in this administration to talk about the importance of allies and what we're going to do to be able to support them. When you look at, for example, these trade negotiations, Taiwan is engaging already with the administration. So I think it's been very clear that the administration is making this a priority.
Senators Ricketts and Coons are speaking today with Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, as well as Taiwan's defense minister and national security advisor. The visit comes amid high tariffs the Trump administration has imposed on Taiwan. Taiwan has given assurances that they are working to strike new trade and investment deals with the U.S. According to the senators, Taiwan also says it's investing fast to make their military stronger, nimbler, and less dependent on the U.S. Ricketts said Taiwan's leaders already had reached out to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick for negotiations on President Trump's 32% tariffs.
Ukraine sanctioned 3 Chinese companies on Friday. This comes after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced on Thursday that Ukraine has intelligence that China is supplying artillery and gunpowder to Russia. He also accused China of producing weapons on Russian territory, but hasn't provided any details until next week. Here's more.
I think it's important information. It's not very pleasant. We finally received information that China is supplying weapons to the Russian Federation, and we are ready to talk about it in detail. Today we have general information from the security service, from intelligence about gunpowder, artillery, and I think we will be able to talk about it in great detail next week, especially about the data that we believe shows that Chinese representatives are engaged in the production of some weapons on the territory of Russia.
The allegations are likely to upend relations between Kyiv and Beijing, already strained by Ukraine's earlier capture of Chinese nationals fighting for Russia. Ukraine has previously called on China to use its influence over Russia to push it towards peace.
Ukraine on Friday imposed sanctions on 3 Chinese companies. They banned these companies from doing business in Ukraine and freezes their assets there. Ukraine did not give further details. And that's all for today's China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. If you have any feedback on the show or have something you'd like to see us cover, send us an email at chinainfocus@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. Round-the-clock original news coverage, visit us at ntd.com or download our NTD app. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story: House Republicans pushing bills to block Chinese nationals from getting student visas to access U.S. national labs.
The CCP systematically recruited elite scientists, nationals of the People's Republic of China, who were trained in the West, built their careers in American labs, and worked with American funding to develop American technology. And then the CCP lured them back to China.
A Chinese robotics firm is developing humanoid robots, and the engineer behind the development got his advanced education and training in the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance stressing the importance of moving supply chains away from China.
You can't rely on communist China to make all the medical stuff. You have hospitals that didn't have medical supplies.
And some U.S. grocery retailers are expanding domestic production following President Trump's push for Made in America products, though with opportunities and challenges. On the details.
We've definitely gotten a lot more interest in domestic production again.
Republicans are taking a harder line against the Chinese Communist regime. They've introduced a string of bills pushing to strip visas from Chinese students and drive Chinese scientists out of national labs. Congressman Riley Moore of Virginia introduced a bill to block Chinese nationals from getting student visas in the U.S. Almost 300,000 Chinese nationals come to the U.S. to study every year. Moore said by welcoming these students, the U.S. invited the Chinese Communist Party to spy on our military and steal intellectual property. Last year, U.S. authorities caught 5 Chinese nationals on a military training facility. The group was caught snapping pictures of military equipment. All of them are graduates of the University of Michigan. Also in 2024, a Chinese student pleaded guilty to snapping photos of a U.S. Navy shipyard with a drone. On the other hand, a push to ban all Chinese students from studying in the U.S. would likely face pushback. Similar pushes in the past have faced criticism, accusations of xenophobia, and other issues. A ban like this would also mean American universities would lose a key source of funding. Chinese students are the second largest group of international students in the U.S. Also this week, Senator Tom Cotton introduced a bill that would block U.S. national laboratories from admitting Chinese citizens. National labs study different kinds of technologies, like energy and nuclear. Senator Cotton's office said in fiscal year 2023, almost 8,000 scientists from China and Russia accessed these labs.
The CCP systematically recruited elite scientists, nationals of the People's Republic of China, who were trained in the West, built their careers in American labs, and worked with American funding to develop American technology. And then the CCP lured them back to China. It's a deliberate strategy to leverage U.S. taxpayer-funded expertise for the benefit of the Chinese military.
He added that the U.S. has started to feel the effects.
Former DOE researchers are helping China develop hypersonic missiles, deeper penetrating warheads, and advanced submarines. These are weapons designed to outmatch and deter the United States.
A report from a private intelligence firm found that Beijing has poached over 160 scientists who had worked at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Those researchers went on to work on Chinese military programs. Los Alamos National Lab is the development of the world's first atomic bomb. Chinese robotics firm Agibot is developing humanoid robots. They're capable of handling everyday tasks, from household chores to retail work. It's part of a broader push in China to develop and integrate artificial intelligence. The engineer behind this development received his advanced education in the U.S. and has worked in Silicon Valley for years. It's
in a warehouse on the outskirts of Shanghai, this humanoid robot is learning how to steam clothes. A couple of desks over, another robot is mastering the art of sandwich making. The repetitive movements are not just for show. They are part of a data-driven effort by Chinese robotics firm Agibot to advance AI-powered automation. The company has nearly 100 robots working in simulated environments where they practice real-world tasks with human controllers. It starts with a data acquisition robot called the Agibot Genie 1. Each action feeds data into Agibot's central embodied AI system, refining its large-scale learning models. Yao says the simulated environments provide the bot with clear and specific tasks.
Exactly tell the robots to put in very boring jobs and these people, or we should say, hey, free people from those very boring or hazardous jobs.
Yao says the company is aiming to hit a level of generative
U.S. while speaking across news coverage.
I think the president has actually been quite clear about what he wants to accomplish. Build more in the United States of America, invest more in the United States of America, raise wages for workers in the United States of America, and you don't have to pay these tariffs at all.
Vance stressed the importance of reshoring supply chains, pointing to the COVID-19 crisis as proof of America's over-reliance on China.
You can't rely on communist China to make all the critical stuff. You have hospitals that
Go
make
around.
supplies. You have businesses, manufacturing businesses that couldn't get poor raw materials because China was shut down.
The vice president also addressed the U.S. trade deficit, which he said stands at $1 trillion, arguing that Trump is reversing decades of economic policies that put American consumers at a disadvantage.
And the world expects American consumers to foot the bill for their workers and their businesses, and Donald Trump is flipping that on its head. We're not going to do this anymore. We cannot run an economy where Americans borrow, go into debt to buy things that other people make for us. We're going to make it in America.
Vance added that Trump's policies are already having an impact, saying factories are adding shifts for American workers in response to trade reforms.
President Donald Trump's Made in America push has pros and cons, which prompted some U.S. clothing retailers to expand domestic production of clothing items like t-shirts, coats, and suits, but it is also putting new pressure on some manufacturers.
President Donald Trump's Made in America push has put pressure on U.S. companies to make their products at home, prompting some U.S. clothing retailers to expand domestic production.
Over the last probably 6 months since November, simply, we've definitely gotten a lot more interest in domestic production of goods and services, a hot topic in the industry.
Mitch Gamber, owner of Gamber Shirt Makers in Newark, New Jersey, says that while new business is a good thing, limited capacity, higher labor costs, and tariffs on materials has made scaling up and maintaining quality a tall order.
I think that there's going to be a cautious approach to how much business we bring into the facility. We certainly don't want to overload it and kick out the existing customer base that has been a steady with us. But I think it has to be measured about how much we bring in. So that's going to be a challenge to sort of scale it.
In a recent meeting with American CEOs, Trump repeated his vow to cut the 21% corporate tax rate to 15% for U.S. companies making products in the U.S., according to a person familiar with his remarks. Trump also defended the use of tariffs on imports and said they could multiply.
Tariffs are going to be throwing off a lot in this country.
Meanwhile, Gambert's button costs have increased 18%. Meanwhile, Gambert's button costs have increased 18% because of U.S. tariffs against China.
We source right now from China 100% because there is no domestic supply chain for American-made buttons. So there's no other option to go. The first initial 10% increase was combined with an 8% increase on the side of China. So my prices went up 18%, which basically translates to about $5,400 per order extra charges in just buttons alone. With the concept of another 10%, I'm probably looking at another $2,500 on top of everything else per order, which is, debilitating.
Since 1990, brands and retailers have shifted to sourcing from factories in China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and other low-wage countries, enabling them to keep costs and prices down. According to the American Apparel and Footwear Association, about 97% of the clothes and shoes sold in the U.S. are imported.
Hundreds of American meatpacking plants now caught in the middle of the U.S.-China trade war. They may soon become ineligible to export goods to China, threatening roughly $5 billion in trade value and access to the world's largest meat market. Beijing requires food exporters to register with customs before we can sell to China. Registrations for almost 1,000 U.S. beef, pork, and poultry plants are set to expire on Sunday. China has not responded to repeated requests for renewal. The U.S. was China's third largest meat supplier last year, after Brazil and Argentina, accounting for almost 10% of total imports. China and Russia stood by Iran Friday after the United States demanded Tehran agree to nuclear talks. Top Chinese and Russian diplomats said dialogue should only resume based on mutual respect, adding that all sanctions on Iran BlackRock offered to buy 2 ports on either end of the canal from Hong Kong firm C.K. Hutchinson. Chinese authorities published an op-ed today blasting the deal as a betrayal to China. Multiple Chinese state-run newspapers ran the piece as a front-page story. The Hong Kong company's shares plunged by more than 6% the next day. The Panama Canal is key to China's Belt and Road Initiative. The Chinese Communist Party uses the project to grow its overseas influence, largely by investing in other countries' infrastructure. Beijing may also lease that infrastructure if the countries can't repay their Chinese loans. The article called on the Hong Kong firm to think the move through before signing the deal. This is seen as a common way of the Chinese Communist regime manipulating public opinion to crack down on entities and individuals that don't fall in line with Beijing's political agenda. Coming up, Chinese authorities and drug dealers are making moves to tackle several viruses, including bird flu in humans. A leaked document confirmed over 800 people have been affected by bird flu, surpassing the number of U.S. cases. While local reports are pointing to one phenomenon, many young to middle-aged Chinese people have died.
There are quite a lot of sudden deaths. Indeed, quite a number. My work is related to this field. Many of the cases involve young people in their 30s and 40s.
Taiwan's president calling for tougher measures to fend off Chinese infiltration, or on Beijing's strategy to weaken the island's defense. And Taiwan's chip giant investing $165 billion in the U.S. at a time when the island faces the looming threat of invasion from China, and President Trump stays vague on whether the U.S. would protect Taiwan. What's behind the decision?
I think that TSMC realizes that it's important and from a political point of view.
Welcome back to China in Focus. I'm Tony Meyer. As the U.S. grapples with the bird flu infection in poultry farms, China is warning its citizens about rising cases of bird flu in humans. While eyewitness reports say China is seeing more deaths among middle-aged people, but reports from Chinese media on the concern scarce.
There are quite a lot of sudden deaths. Indeed, it's quite a number. My work is related to this field. Many of the cases involve young people in their 30s and 40s. Medically speaking, it's mostly heart-related, like heart attacks. useless, cast doubt on the United States, and question our military, attempting to divide and create conflict within our society.
Speaking to reporters after holding a meeting with senior security officials, President Lai said Beijing used Taiwan's democracy to absorb various members of society, including organized crime groups, media personalities, current former military police officers. Citing government data, Lai said 64 people were charged for Chinese espionage last year, 3 times more than in 2021. He said the majority of them were current or former military officials. Other incidents include Taiwanese artists and influencers living in China reporting statements and reposting them from Chinese state media asserting Chinese sovereignty over Taiwan. The president proposed legal and economic countermeasures, including the strict review of Taiwan visits or residency applications by Chinese citizens. Lai also said his government would make adjustments to the flows of money, people, and technology across the Taiwan Strait. He said the government has no choice but to take more active actions.
What's behind Taiwan's historic investment in the U.S.? Its chip giant announced a $165 billion investment in microchip manufacturing on U.S. soil. Taiwan says the decision was spurred by consumer demand, not pressure from Washington. But is there more to it? Does Chris Bob perhaps really change with this take? He's a senior fellow at the Bloomsbury Institute.
What do you make of Taiwan Semiconductor's $165 billion investment into the U.S.? Given Trump's vague stance on Taiwan, he hasn't settled.
Yeah, I think that TSMC realizes that it's important to have manufacturing in the U.S. from a political point of view. And so it's a decision that I'm sure that it was made with the politics in mind. You know, TSMC already has a fab in Arizona that's actually been quite successful. And so, you know, they do have a path to actually having something commercially viable, because the 5 new fabs with $100 billion investments will also be in Arizona, so they're following a trail of success.
Some people say that if Taiwan moves its big industry again out of Taiwan into the United States or other places, that it will make them more vulnerable.
Is that a good idea?
That's the Silicon Shield argument. Taiwan is important for reasons other than TSMC. It has been part of our forward defense perimeter since the 1800s. We can't allow China to annex any democracy. Taiwan prevents the Chinese Navy and Air Force from surging into the Western Pacific where we don't want them. So there are all sorts of reasons why Taiwan is still important to us. And by the way, TSMC will be making its most sophisticated chips still in Taiwan, not in Arizona.
And can China survive domestically without something to galvanize national sentiment like the West is our enemy, hence we take Taiwan, that sort of rhetoric?
Clearly the Communist Party bases a part of its legitimacy on defending the Chinese nation, especially against foreign enemies. But especially since Deng Xiaoping's time, they've based a large portion of their legitimacy on the continual delivery of prosperity. So they have twin bases, nationalism and prosperity. Now they don't have prosperity, so they're sort of falling back on ugly nationalism.
That's all for today's China in Focus. I'm Meyer. If you have any feedback on the show or have something you'd like to see us cover, send us an email at ChinaInFocus@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. For on the clock original news coverage, visit us at NTV.com or download our NTV app. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story: how much money snuck out of China over the past year? The Wall Street Journal reports as the amount could have reached $250 billion. Another step closer to war. Taiwan lays out exactly what it would consider an act of war by China. How did Beijing respond?
Taiwan is Chinese territory.
Senator Tammy Baldwin calls for an investigation into China's alleged role in the fentanyl crisis. Ron, how a group of U.S. families played into the appeal. And Apple CEO Tim Cook is in China again. This time he's meeting with the Chinese regime's Minister of Technology. What's the biggest challenge on the minds of China's wealthy right now? Figuring out how to sneak billions of dollars out of the country under Beijing's nose. The Wall Street Journal tally shows that up to $254 billion may have illicitly left China over the past year, ending June. Although this isn't the first time China has seen a major money outflow, the journey warns that this time is much more severe. The analysis points out China's wealth outflow is closely linked to the country's real estate crisis. The last big wave of Chinese capital flight struck back in 2015 and 2016, following a downturn in the real estate sector. In other words, when housing prices drop drastically, investors get skittish and look to relocate their wealth elsewhere. The trend could spell disaster for China's economy because capital outflow could undermine the value of Chinese currency, the RMB or yuan, and trigger further outflow from China's stock market. To fight that, here's the restriction China imposed. Chinese individuals can purchase no more than $50,000 annually as foreign exchange. Banks in Hong Kong also limit people from making large deposits into their accounts without showing where the money came from. Violating the rule in China means heavy fines or even prison time. But still, getting money out of China isn't mission impossible. Many wealthy Chinese people have set their eyes on one unique method: auctions. To do it, they ship their expensive art collections to Hong Kong and have them sold at auction. Then the funds stay offshore in Hong Kong in US dollars or other foreign currency. In Hong Kong's free capital market, these funds can easily be transferred outside of China's borders. The conflict between Taiwan and Communist China is moving another step closer to violence. Taiwan is drawing a line in the sand for China, and China responded saying Taiwan is, quote, a province of China. Taiwan's defense minister said Wednesday that a real Chinese blockade of Taiwan would be an act of war. During a war game last week, China sent naval ships to all sides of Taiwan, effectively surrounding the island. The drill also simulated attacks on Taiwan ports, including assaulting targets on the island. But commercial flights and ships were still able to enter Taiwan. A real blockade would prevent all aircraft and ships from reaching the island. Even communication with other parts of the world could be jeopardized if China were to cut the island's undersea internet cables, leaving Taiwan without internet or phone services. Taiwan's defense minister says any action to blockade Taiwan will be regarded as a form of war, citing United Nations resolutions. China responded to him, watch.
Taiwan is a province of China. There is no Ministry of Defense. There is no defense minister either. This is not a diplomatic issue. Taiwan is Chinese territory.
With its own democratically elected president, military, and constitution. For decades, the Chinese Communist Party has considered Taiwan a breakaway territory and has vowed to take control of it by force if necessary. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has even set a deadline for that takeover, 2027. All that even though the Chinese Communist Party has never ruled the island. Taiwan rejects Beijing's claims. Back to the blockade and take strategy, former U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice warned about China's threat earlier this month.
What I think we have to do is to figure out how we deter the all-out military attack, but how we also respond when you have something like the exercises that China has just been carrying out around Taiwan. It becomes kind of salami tactics, and that's what I worry about more with Taiwan.
As tensions boil between China and Taiwan, the United States is preparing for the worst-case scenario, a war against the Chinese Communist Party. The U.S. is reviving airfields used during World War II and upgrading military bases in allied countries in the Indo-Pacific region. One of them is located in Tinian, an island in the northern Mariana Islands. This is where U.S. bombers took off before dropping atomic bombs on Japan, putting an end to World War II. At the same time, Taiwan is mapping out wartime food plans, while Australia and some other Asian countries are buying missiles and boosting defense spending. Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin is urging an investigation into China's alleged role in the fentanyl crisis. She made a plea Wednesday to U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai.
The request comes after a group of families filed a petition last week asking for tariffs on Chinese goods. The families all had loved ones who died of overdoses from the synthetic opioid. The families are seeking trade measures that include tariffs of at least $50 billion on Chinese merchandise. The petition alleged that China has failed to rein in exports of chemicals used by traffickers to manufacture illicit fentanyl. It says this has cost the U.S. trillions of dollars in lost productivity, higher healthcare spending, and other harms.
The U.S. added 6 more Chinese companies to an export blacklist earlier this week. Washington says it's because they're boosting Iran's weapons of mass destruction program and the Chinese military. This blacklist is known as the Entity List. Foreign companies get added to it when the U.S. deems them a threat to national security. Being on the list means getting blocked from accessing American technology without a special permit, making it more difficult for foreign companies to obtain American know-how, but not entirely impossible. Last month, the U.S. also sanctioned companies in China and Russia for supporting the war on Ukraine. Apple CEO Tim Cook is in China this week for a meeting with the country's Minister for Industry and Information Technology. This is his second China trip within 8 months. Let's dive in.
During the meeting, the Chinese minister told Cook that he hoped Apple would continue to deepen its presence in China, increase investment in innovation as well, and grow with Chinese companies and share the benefits coming out of high-quality development. These details are included in China's. Cook's trip also sparked speculation about whether Apple will partner with a Chinese AI service for its new system, iOS 18.1. Earlier this year, South Korea's Samsung announced that it had chosen China's Baidu as the AI model for its latest flagship products. In early January, an article from the South China Morning Post reported that China's military used Baidu's AI bot to generate simulated defense plans framed around a scenario where China tries to fend off the U.S. military attack. Now, in terms of iPhone sales, China is the world's biggest smartphone market, but in recent quarters, Apple has been losing market share to domestic rivals. According to data analysis firm Counterpoint, iPhone sales in China fell 2% year on year.
Coming up, it's day 2 of 3 for the BRICS Summit in Russia. We welcome China expert Gordon Chang to break down the Russia-China friendship and their pitch for a new world order.
We should be sanctioning everybody that's involved in here, including China.
The European Union is readying to welcome its new chief of foreign affairs. The new commander's priority, addressing threats posed by Russia and China. And U.S. researchers have just revealed a potential massive lithium reserve in southwestern Arkansas. If confirmed, it could shatter China's position as the world's top source. More on that after the break here on China in Focus. Welcome back to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. The leaders from BRICS member countries gathered in Russia Wednesday for the second day of an annual summit. Russian President Vladimir Putin is using the BRICS summit to increase relations with the Chinese Communist regime, calling Chinese leader Xi Jinping his dear friend. Take a listen.
I would like to once again congratulate you, dear friend, this time in person, for the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China.
In May, Xi and Putin pledged a new era for the China-Russian partnership. The two nations are the most powerful rivals to the United States. U.S. President Joe Biden has referred to Xi as a, quote, dictator and called Putin a, quote, killer. Moscow said Putin and Xi discussed their partnership as well as the war in Ukraine and outlined plans for future cooperation. The State Department on Tuesday suggested that the U.S. isn't looking for conflict with BRICS member nations, including China.
When it comes to China, our goal and our intent is to continue to manage that relationship and manage that relationship responsibly.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also attended the BRICS summit. Ukraine's foreign ministry criticized him this week for choosing the BRICS summit over a peace summit focused on the war in Ukraine.
Definitely, it would be wrong to ignore the unprecedented interest of countries of global south and east to strengthen contacts with BRICS.
During the meeting, Putin said over 30 countries are eager to join BRICS, proclaiming the start of what he called a new world order. He proposed setting up a BRICS grain exchange, which could eventually expand trade to other important goods. On top of that, Brazil's president said it's time for BRICS to develop new payment methods among member countries. South Africa's president also chimed in, stressing the need for BRICS nations to work more closely.
We have called for the recalibration of trade rules to enable industrialization. The WTO must be reformed.
He urged emerging economies to work together on exports, industrial cooperation, and technology exchange.
The European Union on Wednesday urged countries attending the BRICS summit to call for peace, encouraging them to ask Putin to end Moscow's war in Ukraine. The BRICS Forum was founded 15 years ago by 4 major emerging economies: Brazil, Russia, India, and China. It has since expanded to include South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. A geopolitical bloc of the world's most powerful nations outside of the West, now inviting more partner countries to join, with China and Russia pushing for a new world order. What threats is America facing? NTV's Jack Bradley spoke with Gordon Chang, China expert and author of The Coming Collapse of China, for more.
Gordon Chang, thank you very much for joining us here today.
Well, thank you.
Now, the BRICS summit is being held this week where Russia President Vladimir Putin, Chinese leader Xi Jinping, and leaders from India, Iran, and Turkey are meeting. What's the significance of holding this now, and what can we expect to come out of it?
I expect very little to come out of the BRICS summit, largely because the BRICS nations, now 9 of them, have very disparate interests. And in the middle of BRICS, you have India. Now, India is not a Western nation, but it doesn't want to be anti-Western. And China and Russia want the BRICS to be an anti-Western organization. So as long as India is in the mix, it sort of makes BRICS ineffective. The problem also with BRICS is that as it gets larger, remember it started with 4 and now it's up to 9, the larger it gets, it becomes like the G20, which, yes, it has a lot of people in the room, but it becomes just impractical to do anything. The issue here, though, is that you have China and Russia talking to each other along with Iran, and they're very dangerous actors. So anytime these countries get together, whether it's a BRICS grouping or something else, it's always a time for us to be concerned. One other quick thing. China needs to export more to what it calls the Global South. The BRICS group is basically Global South, and so China is going to use this to try to penetrate markets. And the stronger the Chinese economy is, the worse it is for us.
Now, the G7 defense ministers met on Saturday, where they expressed concern over the Chinese regime's increasingly aggressive behavior, like military drills near Taiwan. Is there a growing concern of a possible invasion, and how should the U.S. and its allies respond?
I'm one who does not believe that China will initiate hostilities by an invasion of the main island of Taiwan. Xi Jinping doesn't trust his generals and admirals. The Chinese people certainly don't want war, and the regime, as a result, is casualty averse. But I'm concerned about, for instance, 2 other things. Authorities in Taiwan believe that the Chinese will impose a quarantine on the island within 6 months. Quarantine is not an act of war, but it can slowly become a blockade, which is an act of war. And because right now in Beijing, only the most hostile answers are considered to be politically acceptable, Xi Jinping can't back down. So I worry about that. I worry more about what China's doing in the South China Sea against the Philippines, because there we see belligerent activities, some of which are acts of war. And we know they're doing this in just ignoring warnings, written and oral, from the Biden administration, that we're prepared to use force against China to discharge our obligations pursuant to our 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty with Manila. So that's extremely volatile and extremely dangerous as well. And by the way, China's lashing out at Japan and India at the same time. So this is not a good story. It shows strategic incoherence in Beijing, which means something is terribly wrong inside the Communist Party.
Gordon, can you tell us now about your new book, Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America? Tell us what readers can expect when they order it and what they can get out of it.
Yeah. American policy analysts, policy elites, American leaders, they fundamentally do not understand China's assault on the American Republic. You have all sorts of people in New York and Washington who say, oh, we can cooperate with the Chinese on certain things. Well, you really can't, because the Communist Party believes it is in an existential struggle with the U.S. And they believe that not because of anything we say or do, but because of who we are. An insecure regime in Beijing is worried about the inspirational impact of America's values and form of governance on the Chinese people. So we will never have amicable relations with China. We will never have acceptable relations with China as long as the Communist Party rules it. We can lose our country. China's far weaker than us, but we're not defending ourselves against its malicious attacks.
Gordon Chang, thank you very much for your insight here today.
Thank you.
The European Union's next foreign policy chief is outlining a key focus, preventing Russia and partly China from undermining Europe's security. Kaja Kallas responded to EU lawmakers in a letter published Tuesday.
She said her short-term priority must be to address the pressing global concerns. That's Russia's war against Ukraine and strengthening the EU's security and defense. And according to her, China's support for Russia is definitely a challenge. Kallas said the bloc must be prepared to manage threats, adding that, quote, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and partly China aim at weaponizing and exploiting the openness of Western societies. Before her new role, Kallas served as Estonia's prime minister.
The International Monetary Fund upgraded its outlook for the U.S. economy this year. At the same time, it lowered its expectations for growth in Europe and China. Here's more on why.
The battle against inflation is almost won. After peaking at 9.4% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2022, we now project headline inflation will fall to 3.5% by the end of next year. In most countries, inflation is now hovering close to central bank targets. Now, inflation came down while the global economy remained resilient.
U.S. growth has been led by strong consumer spending and healthy gains in inflation-adjusted wages, but the IMF expects the U.S. economy to decelerate next year with the new presidential administration and Congress in place. China's economic growth is expected to slow from last year, still hobbled by a collapsing housing market and weak consumer confidence. As for the 20 European countries that share the euro collectively, they're expected to see minor growth this year. The IMF also warned that lowering borrowing costs aids the world's economies, but the need to contain enormous government deficits will likely put a brake on growth.
U.S. Geological Survey researchers estimate between 5 and 19 million tons of lithium reserves are present beneath southwestern Arkansas, far surpassing current worldwide demand. That's according to a study published on Monday in Science Advances. The lead researcher said they estimate there is enough dissolved lithium present in that region to replace U.S. imports of lithium and more. If commercially recoverable, the supply could potentially meet the projected 2030 world demand for lithium in car batteries 9 times over. China currently processes around 70% of the world's lithium. U.S. automakers are speeding up the competition with China. The goal to reduce America's dependence on China for battery-making materials. As China and the West battle for clean energy dominance, critical materials like lithium are becoming as precious as gold. The latest battleground, the South American lithium triangle, where billions of dollars in the future of electric cars, smartphones, and renewable energy are at stake. NTD's Sean Marshall brings us more.
The South American Lithium Triangle is made up of Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. They hold nearly 2/3 of the world's lithium reserves and could surpass Australia and China as the world's top producer of what some call the new white gold. According to an article by CME Group, the triangle is forecast to attract over $30 billion in 5 years from Chinese, North American, and Australian investors. Looking ahead in each country, the CME report states $10 billion to $20 billion is expected to pour into Argentina by 2029. That's the world's second largest estimated lithium reserves holding. At least 6 plants are currently under construction. In Chile, Chinese car maker BYD plans to build a $290 million battery materials plant. And Texas-based EnergyX plans to build a production plant with its proprietary direct lithium extraction technology. Bolivia holds the world's largest lithium reserves. The country is set to bring in billions of dollars in the coming years. The production timelines have been delayed due to feasibility studies, making battery production increasingly difficult. CME Group said a key component of small device batteries used in phones, cars, and more, lithium demand is growing and creating an increased need to manage fluctuating price risk. The financial group went on to state that as a result, market participants are turning to their lithium futures market in record numbers. And in just the first half of 2024, trading in their lithium hydroxide futures contract has already surpassed a full year 2023 totals. Sean Marshall, MTD News.
That's all for today's China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. If you have any feedback on the show or have something you'd like to see us cover, send us an email at chinainfocus@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. For on-the-clock original news coverage, visit us at ntd.com or download our NTD app. Coming up on NTD, stay tuned for America's Hope with Kelly Wright. Tonight, a discussion about the race for the Oval Office with 2 men familiar with the candidates. Former President Trump's speechwriter F.H. Buckley shares his insights. Then successful attorney Timothy Allen Simon, who has known Vice President Kamala Harris for 30 years, shares his perspective. That's tonight at 10 p.m. after China in Focus. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story, the U.S. and Philippines launched the Super Bowl of military exercises near the South China Sea. The annual Bakugan joint military drills are setting a new record, involving more than 14,000 troops as well as other Western allies. China is sending out a warning across the globe to be ready for Chinese retaliation if any country decided to isolate China from trade deals with the U.S. How might countries react? Look at some of the latest moves from trade partners of both China and the U.S. Another chess piece used amid trade tensions between the U.S. and China. 2 Boeing jets sold to China weeks ago are back on American soil. And goods produced in China found disguised by labels reading Made in Korea. Details on how the attempt to get around U.S. tariffs on Chinese products is now thwarted.
As South Korea is geographically close to China, we believe there are many cases that goods from China go through South Korea.
Before we dive into today's top story, we'd like to share an important update. You can now catch China in Focus on Genjing World every Tuesday instead of YouTube. We'll publish the link in the description box down below at that time, or you can search China in Focus at genjingworld.com. The U.S. and Philippines launching what has been called the Super Bowl of military drills on Monday. The largest annual joint military drills earned the nickname for their unparalleled scale. The exercise will last 22 weeks and deploy some 14,000 troops. The UK, France, Canada, Australia, and Japan are also participating.
To the notion of full battle tests. The U.S. and the Philippines kicked off Balikatan shoulder-to-shoulder annual military exercises on Monday. The two are defense treaty allies, and more than 14,000 American and Filipino soldiers are participating in the drills. Troops from Australia, Japan, the UK, France, Canada, and 19 other countries will observe.
Our operations span complex joint including missile defense, counter-landing light weapons, and maritime strike
federal program by $163 billion combined, except for defense spending, which will remain flat.
What are the details of this budget? So we have the framework for the budget, which is being argued over between the House and the Senate, more or less up to the Republicans to decide because they have majorities in both. And now Trump's coming down with his budget, his version of the budget, $1 trillion for our defense spending. That's a record. And $163 billion in cuts to everything else. Defense spending upped by 13%. A historic $175 billion to fully secure the border. Of course, the $175 billion wouldn't actually be used to secure the border. It would be used to beef up ICE so they can be used to do domestic immigrant ICE. This is money that would go towards the Department of Homeland Security, which means that it would be used effectively as like the Gestapo, right? Like the federal police. Very, very good. Pushing to have these increases in the budget reconciliation bill Congress is currently assembling, which will allow it to be approved by Democratic votes in the Senate. You're slashing $163 billion from non-defense. The proposal calls for eliminating multiple diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, environmental justice efforts, and other global programs, of course. National Park Service, climate science research, foreign economic disaster assistance, UN peacekeepers, certain education funding to schools, low-income home energy assistance program, the NIH, CDC, pension and rental assistance. It would also slash nearly $2.5 billion from the IRS, a frequent target for Republicans. Overall, the discretionary budget would be $1.7 trillion, or a 7.6% cut in the current fiscal year. Yay! We did it. We cut the budget. Yeah, this budget outline doesn't mention Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. So I guess like this would be combined with the existing framework that's allowed for an $800 billion cut over 10 years, or it would be like debated between. It would replace it. Well, it's up to Congress to decide. I don't know if they'd want to integrate or synthesize these two plans. There's still plenty of time. Fascinating. The biggest news of this bill should be the NSA when the forced payback of all student loans. Aren't we 2 days out from the forced payback of student loans? We're 2 days out from the reignition of the student loan debt. That's May 5th, right? That's going to do more harm to the economy than any tariff. Yeah, hold on one second. How many Americans have student debt? 43 million Americans. And how many Americans aren't paying student debt?
More than 43 million, which is
43 of outstanding. I think they said something like 40% of the people with outstanding debt weren't paying 8 million pounds, so like 20%? Something like that? No. According to the New York Times, as of June 2nd last year, student loan borrowers owe $1.6 trillion, nearly half aren't paying. And it's 1 in 5 Americans are skipping repayments. So, deport all debt holders? Dude, how many of the people getting hit by this are going to be mad as
I don't think
Trump
it
over
works.
There are going to be a lot of like insufferable Alabama, or not Alabama, sorry. Why am I thinking Alabama? It's not Alabama. It's the other state, New Mexico and Arizona. Arizona State University students, insufferable, like Party City Bitcoin guys who graduated back in 2022 or whatever. We're going to be mad as hell when they start getting collection calls. This is going to drop the birth rate by another 0.1 or 0.2. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. The blueprint proposes a drastic cut in the State Department and International Programs budget, nearly 84% lower than last fiscal year. Wow. Jesus. A $1.5 billion cut in peacekeeping operations, $3 billion cut in disaster assistance, $1.6 billion cut in food for peace. Reduces the State Department and USAID operations budget by $2 billion. Oh, we're all going to die for real. No, that's foreign affairs. Don't worry. Now let's take a look at the domestic. Cut from EV programs. $400 million cut from the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy, saying it wants to stop funding non-essential research. Really? For the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy? Okay. The budget for the DOE also proposes cutting $389 million from a program that cleans up and stores nuclear waste at several different locations around the country. All right, that sounds fine. I can't envision any possible issues with that. The budget would maintain current funding levels for cleaning up the Hanford Nuclear Waste Facility in Washington State, but reduces funding for various cleanup activities at other sites, though it doesn't specify where. National Park Service operating budget cut by $900 million, cutting its construction, historic preservation, and national recreation funds collectively by hundreds of millions more. Climate research, slashing the science research at NASA, including eliminating what it says are low-priority climate monitoring satellites. Oh, what are we just gonna knock those out of orbit, or not send any new ones up, or what? Okay. Cut funding for climate research. Sweeping reductions to the NOAA's climate monitoring and research functions. No more hurricane predictions. Yep. At NOAA, this would include next-generation satellites monitoring the climate. The budget also proposes cutting $235 million for EPA's climate and environmental justice research. You ready for Florida to get hit with like 17 hurricanes a season, none of which are accurately charted or predicted, because one of the people at the NOAA said that higher sea surface temperatures contributed to the hurricane season, and he got like fired for doing so. 56% reduction for the funding to the National Science Foundation, including climate and clean energy research funding, but also what the proposal describes as woke social, behavioral, and environmental sciences and programs in low-priority areas of science. Would end funding in programs categorized as DEI-related. I have some friends in meteorology, and they're all sounding massive alarm bells about the administration's non-belief in science. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're all going to die, obviously. No more housing assistance. Saving more than $26 billion by eliminating the Department of Housing and Urban Development's rental assistance program, including Section 8 vouchers. Wait, are we getting rid of Section 8? And replacing it with a plan to allow states to design their own rental assistance programs based on their unique needs. Okay, we're leaving it to the states. Damn, we're getting rid of Section 8. Okay, damn, that's been a thing for a while. I'm sure the states would do a great job replacing it. The plan would also include a 2-year cap on rental assistance for able-bodied adults. Oh, you just straight up cannot be poor for more than 2 years. You have like a bounce-back period. All right. More than 2.3 million low-income families use the Section 8 housing voucher program. Eliminates $1.25 billion from the Investment Partnerships Program. It provides grants to states and local governments, no-interest loans to developers to expand the supply of affordable housing. That's a big set of paragraphs for the healthcare programs. So wait, they just stole Section 8? No. This is the bill that Trump has proposed that he's threatening to bypass Congress to pass. Massive cuts to spending for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institutes of Health. Eliminates a broad range of health programs focused on HIV/AIDS prevention, maternal health, and family planning under the Health Resources and Services Administration. Why does he want to bypass it? Because a lot of Republicans don't like this either. Your president can bypass them? I mean, not legally, but like, yeah, by breaking the law. The CDC proposal more than halves the agency's budget from $9 billion to $4 billion in a plan that refocuses the agency on its core mission. That includes cuts and mergers for state health funding and a massive reduction to the agency's funding on infectious diseases, opioids, viral hepatitis, tuberculosis, and sexually transmitted diseases. The NIH would see a nearly $18 billion funding cut, and 4 institutes focused on minority health, nursing research, global health, and integrative health eliminated entirely. The administration already dismissed most of these institutes' directors and canceled funding to hundreds of research-related grants, or related research grants. Man, this country is actually like done, huh? It's like done. Like actually. Like it's beyond just incompetent administration. They're like anti-country. I mean, it's like anti-anything, I guess. Gotta move to China. The reorganization of the NIH would align with the president's priorities to address chronic disease and other epidemics, autism, and eliminate research in climate change, gender ideology, and divisive racialism, according to the budget document. Eliminate the $4 billion LIHEAP program, which helps about 6 million Americans afford the utility bills. It said the program is unnecessary because states have policies preventing utility disconnections for low-income residents, meaning that LIHEAP mainly benefits utilities. Some of this seems like it wouldn't be capable of passing. I don't know, man. Have you considered that Republican legislators hate life and themselves? $12 billion cut from the Department of Education, or 15% of its budget. Eliminate many K-12 and higher educational programs. Cut $64 million in funding for Howard University, the nation's only federally chartered historically black university. Yep. It's going to be a very hot summer. Yeah, probably. Especially because, like, there might be more cuts. Because keep in mind that, like, this budget reduction is still before the additional Trump tax cuts. So if they want the budget, if they want to continue to, like, reduce the deficit, which they've been saying they're going to, they might add this in with the Medicare cuts. Or they might just leave it alone. And they want to eliminate a bunch of smaller agencies, including Corporation for Public Broadcasting, AmeriCorps, Institute of Museum and Library Services, 400 Years of African American History Commission, National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Humanities. Damn. Well, it's been a good run. Wow. Sheesh. Yeah, not so well endowed now, huh? Oh, did we lose libraries? Yeah, basically. Would eliminate the $1.6 billion Job Corps program, which it called a failed experiment of America's youth, and said was plagued by violence, assault, sex crime, drugs, and death. Okay, what Trump wants to spend more money on? Veterans care. That makes sense because the main recipient of additional funding is the Department of Defense, the Pentagon. Honestly, this whole budget from Trump, this reeks to me of MIC involvement. Anyone else getting that feeling? Over in the legislature, right? The Republicans are like, you know, what are we going to cut? Well, in order to like make these needs met, in order to like make the money balance it out in addition to the tax cuts, we're going to need to cut $800 billion from Medicare over such or Medicaid over such and such time, you know. But like, then Trump comes down with a budgetary suggestion. He comes down with his own budget, and it's like, actually, we're going to give $1 trillion over to the Pentagon and cut like everything else. Yeah, this happening right alongside the change of heart in Putin and the negotiated deal with Ukraine. The MICs had enough. Lockheed Martin was like, all right, motherfucker, let's remind these people who actually run the country. But Cenk promised me they would cut the military budget. Any leftist who heard Trump make that errant statement about cutting the Pentagon budget and believed him is an idiot. Just flat out. I saw people falling for that. They were like, oh, wow, man, Trump might actually cut the budget. No. You need to fucking brush up on your historical materialism. Remember who runs the country, okay? Because it's not Trump. It's capital. Why the fuck would a fascist government divest from its military, you moron? The whole point of the government is to take public money in the form of taxes, siphon it from the population, use like 10% of it in making people's lives better, and use 90% of it enriching corporations in public-private partnerships. That's the whole point of the system. That's why everyone feels poor, even though this country has so much money in it. Because rather than that tax money being used on shit that helps people, it gets siphoned back into MIC, you know, shit. It gets siphoned back into insurance companies and healthcare companies and pharmaceutical companies. Like, that's the whole point of the project. The government is a front that corporations put up that gives them the legitimacy and control, the jurisdiction over violence necessary to engage in mass wealth cycling. That's the whole point. Anyway, other stuff we're getting to spend more money on. The America First Opportunity Fund. This new $2.9 billion fund would focus on investments that support some of the nation's key partners, such as India and Jordan. India against China, Jordan in favor of Israel. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. This is still MIC shit. It would also support repatriation, counter China, and fund new activities to strengthen America's national security. Yeah. Okay. Same damn thing. It's like USA, but more evil.
Damn, dude.
Make America healthy again. This is $500 million to the autism camps. Air and rail travel safety. The budget includes a request for $13.8 billion for FAA operations to support hiring air traffic controllers and increasing their salaries. Stop the clock. As well as updating the agency's telecommunications system. It's a funding boost of $359 million. I wonder if the only reason they're doing this legitimately is because it was such bad PR for the administration that there were like 50 plane crashes right after Trump took office. This might actually just be a oops, we broke it kind of deal, even though they didn't break it. Like that wasn't actually Trump's fault. Like we talked about wokeness keeping the planes in the air. But it actually these systems just are very overstressed, right? So okay. Also provide $5 billion for the modernization of FAA systems and facilities that comprise the U.S. National Airspace System, including radar replacement. Okay. Rail safety infrastructure grant, $400 million. Okay, all right. I don't know. Broken clock. What is MIC? Military industrial complex. When I say MIC, what I'm essentially saying is like the multi-trillions dollar industries associated with U.S. defense spending. You know, directly and indirectly, the Defense Department is by far the biggest employer in the United States. Or is that Walmart? Yeah, 2.1 million military service members and 811,000 civilian employees. But that's just people who work directly with the Department of Defense. If you count in people whose jobs are in service or manufacturing related to defense procurement, you're talking about a insane number of people, right? Not just like every soldier. How many people employed by the Department of Defense directly and indirectly? Therefore, the total number of people directly and indirectly employed by the DoD is significantly more than 2.9 million, potentially exceeding 4 million. Yeah, which is, again, like you get the point, right? When I say MIC, I don't just mean like Lockheed itself. I'm talking about this broader like economic law that always seems to get what it wants, doesn't it? It always seems to get what it wants. Mars exploration's getting some money, thanks Musk, and charter schools. Great. Okay, so that's the budget, I guess. That's cool. Country's dying. Can you explain what charter schools are when we get there, please? It's a complicated, like America-specific topic, but the basic idea of charter schools is that they're another, well, depending on how cynical I want to be, they're basically another way of doing like school racism in a post-desegregation world, kind of. They're publicly funded, but they're not run by the government. The charter refers to the charter the government gives them, the license to teach. So they're funded by the state, but they're not run by the state. So they're not like private schools, right? Like you can attend a charter school without paying like $40,000 a year or whatever. The problem is that because they're not run by the government, a lot of them have more strict requirements, and a lot of them have like weird. It's basically like the midpoint for private schools, but your tax dollars pay for it. Republicans love charter schools because in practice, a lot of them like the fact that many charter schools are run by weirdo right-wing isolationist types, religious fanatics, people who want to impose like certain doctrines and certain curriculums on students. It's charter schools and school vouchers that are like the two big like Hitlerite sorry, not school vouchers, school choice. School choice and charter schools are the two, like post-civil rights era racism in schools type subject to discussion. School choices, school vouchers. Yeah, I just wanted to use the proper term. I went to a charter school that was great, but a lot of them were for-profit lenders. Yeah, no, not every charter school is bad, right? It's not that every charter school is bad. It's that support for charter schools from the right is a way of diverting public money into private projects for education. And if the right wants it, you know they want it for evil. Like, there's a reason I'd love to see how the $175 billion to secure the border is going to be spent. This article talks about where money's going, but it doesn't talk about any of that. I guess this is only like a outline for the budget bill, not the full thing. So, well, my estimate is that money's going to be spent on brown shirts. For sure. You don't need $175 billion to secure the border, because the border doesn't need securing, because it's fine, because it was always made up. This is just a way of diverting more money to the federal police. Man, when the next chance we get, Jesus Christ, the next chance that we get, we got to get rid of the DHS, the whole DHS, absolutely, man, 100%. But Democrats are never going to back down. Democrats are never going to be based on this. They just can't be. Bush may have created the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11, but Obama's the one who expanded it. Obama appointed Tom Homan. Tom Homan was a Hitlerite back then. And Obama appointed him directly. Why are you assuming you have a chance? Oh, don't be that. Nothing lasts forever. I went to a charter prep school that was relatively decent, but yeah, the whole system's hard. I mean, on principle, I just don't think there should be no private schools. I think everyone should get the same. The whole point of public education is that everyone's supposed to get the same opportunity to attain in life, to the same platform to build off of, and that wealth shouldn't be, like, the whole reason it was introduced is because for thousands of years, the only people who got educated were the wealthy. Because if you were like the son of a nobleman, you would hire a scholar or something to follow you around and say, wise shit to you. And then you'd say, I don't want to take my lessons today. I want to ride a horse and join father in hunting. And then the mentor would be like, well, I can't stop you, I guess. I don't know. I want to sing. Exactly. Aristotle, Plato, and so on. The whole point of public education is that everyone's supposed to get the same ground foot. It kind of hooked it up with wealthy people with super nice private schools, right? Everyone should get the same, no matter what. And also bring back horse busing. And also stop funding public schools with property taxes. All schools should get exactly the same amount of funding relative to the cost needed to provide the same quality of educational opinion in each area. You can do the math, whatever. And then we need the forced busing, because even then there would still be differences in the quality of schools based on, like, let's be real here, quality of the neighborhoods, right? Like, even if you scale the spending in a school differently in a poor urban area that's full of black people and has a lot of crime versus a wealthy area that's full of white people and doesn't, it wouldn't change the fact that, like, maybe gang predominance, the predominance of drugs, or like family life or whatever, there could still be differences, You need a real blank slate, a real blank slate, okay? I don't care how far you have to bust those black and white kids. I don't care if you're busting them across state lines, you just do it, goddammit. Sorry, Timothy. Sorry, Jamal. You both need to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. Shower, get dressed. Your ass is getting on a 52-mile bus ride. All right? We're narrowing these demographic gaps until every school in the nation has exactly the same in proportions. You bus in Asian students from Los Angeles into the suburbs outside of Phoenix to average out the ratios nationwide. I don't give a shit, man. You're going on a goddamn journey. silly question, how come inner city schools don't get more funding? Because cities tend to be better hubs of property tax per area? Because they're not. The areas that serve public schools in urban areas, there are more schools per area because there are more people per area. So you average out the property taxes per like land and people using those schools. And what you get is that like the property taxes are just much higher in suburban areas. It's just like how the math works out, basically. How should public schools be funded? Well, by the state, like just via tax, just flat, and also funded well. Yeah, obviously. Also, renters do not pay property tax, only owners. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Also, like there are different rules for how property taxes pay in schools in different areas, and in a lot of places, commercial land, I don't think it kicks in the same way, right? Like if there's a school in an area that has a lot of like commercial development, I don't think the property taxes from the commercial zone land is paying in the same way as the property taxes from the residential land, because it's obviously not businesses that go to school, right? I don't know. I mean, like what revenue source? I don't really care where the revenue comes from. The states have money, the federal government has money, just give them the money. The reason property taxes specifically are bad is because then wealthier areas have wealthier schools. But you could do property taxes as long as you just average them out across the area, right? Like property taxes could pay for schools as long as you averaged it out like statewide basically, and then like proportioned it in accordance with the attendance of the schools, you know? I'm just saying like it shouldn't be locally segregated. Well, that's good exercise, but I don't think it's necessarily the norm. Most Scandinavian countries, you don't have private schools, thus since the rich have to send their kids to public school, the public schools are well-funded and well-resourced. Yeah, that's the basic idea. It's like generally, unfortunately, in a capitalist society, the institutions are only going to be good if wealthy people are forced to use them too. You know? So wealthy people drive around, so everything is car-centric, you know? But if wealthy people take the public transit, then the public transit will be good. If wealthy people use public schools, the public schools will be good. It's their wealth and their political will that drives where investment goes. If wealthy people use the New York subway, it would be pristine. Yeah, genuinely, yeah, no, 100%. Wealthy people do use the subway though. I think they mean like wealthy people. If everyone had to. I think the real problem with spending for the MTA is the fact that due to overregulation and a bunch of like weird bullshit rules, it's so expensive to do everything. Isn't it like $1 billion to open a new station in New York City? Or more than $1 billion? It's like an infinite amount of money, basically. It's infinity money to open a new station. Yes, the MTA is just the worst? Well, no, it's not, because I've been on the MTA. I can say this with personal knowledge. It actually fucking rules. It integrates like so much of the city, you can just effortlessly bounce between area for like no money, basically. It's like $3 a day, you average it out. I mean, the organization? Okay, yeah, the organization, yeah, for sure. The metro itself, real good. Cost of adding NYC MTA station. New Yorkers pay 3 times what Parisians do to build a subway line. Ugh. Crazy. Most of the overspending isn't where you think it is. My assumption would be it's time, mostly, because there are so many regulations, there's so many things you have to take into account. Every project takes forever. The longer a project takes, the more people have to be held in retainer. 1.5 billion per mile. Our new stations are way too big. That's probably true. Designs vary too much, other agencies want to piece the action, politicians don't help, labor's expensive, so is outsourced expertise. It's probably like corruption to a large extent. I mean, it's New York City, right? A lot of old ties back there. I feel like that's New York building in general, though. It's like this all over the West Coast. They build stuff a lot faster in other countries. Consultancy eats up the cost. We literally, and like, I'm sorry, but this is like the only way to do this, okay? There's just too much capital interest in French. We literally just need to nationalize the construction process. You don't want to rely on outsourced construction companies. New York City needs a crack team of municipal construction workers, and they work for the city, and their work and expertise is in the city. They're well paid. They know what the fuck they're doing. And they do the work. Yeah, they just write blank checks to private companies. It's insane. WTA has started an in-house consultancy group to do reviews and stuff like that. That's great. I'd love to see more of that. That's great. You seen that post about, or like the not post, I guess I should say, it's like a government action, but like the California high-speed rail will be made in like 2060 or something. They keep like scaling back the expectation. China would put that shit up in a year. Yeah. Like unironically, we need to bring back Robert Moses-esque eminent domaining. It's just annoying because it seems like the state had infinite power in the 1950s to look at a black neighborhood in New York and be like, fuck you, and just delete it. But now it's like, no, you can't build a transformative statewide project using tens of billions of dollars because this farmer doesn't want you taking like 0.8% of their land. I don't care. I don't care. Like, should everything in society be like, no. Class the farmland, declare war. Do you have RSV? You're being very contrarian today. Government should be able to steal people's land. It's the government's land. That's why you pay property taxes. I do regret it a bit. Motorway built on his stubborn grandfather's house after he refused compensation. Oh, does he regret it? I remember this. The two-story home in China rocked by constant vibrations, surrounded by dust and noisy builders. Yeah, that makes sense. It is like a funny Giga Chad bit, I guess. Like, it is a funny bit to refuse to move when China wants to build a highway straight through your house. But it's actually like, can we be real? Oh, is this the N-word lady? Yeah, it is. But that's not relevant to what I'm talking about right now. Can we be real, though? It is like deeply antisocial behavior, right? Can we all agree on that? That if there's like this massive national project that has the potential to like, this is a highway, so I'm not very highway builder. We're talking about high-speed rail here, so there's either like a national project that has the potential to transform the entire goddamn state that you live in, and it's like, he just doesn't want to fucking move. I'm sorry, like, you're not the center of the world. There's a big world out there. This is like, hyper-independent American isolationist bullshit, right? The idea of like, fuck literally all of society and the potential for life to be made better for lots and lots of people. I've gotten used to this house. Just take the payment. Yeah, literal NIMBYism. Despite being offered 180,000. This looks like pounds. Is this one? Is this the symbol for one? It is pounds? Is it in Hong Kong? Why? Oh, this is from independent.co.uk. Okay, sorry, a British newspaper. Sorry, I was confused for a second. Yeah, okay. Isn't 180,000 pounds like a fucking lot of money? Like, I guess it depends on where you live in China. That feels like a lot. Not anymore. No. Like to a Chinese person, like that would be a huge amount. How much would you have to pay to be moved, or be paid to move? Dude, if I had a house and it was blocking the construction of an infrastructure project, and the government offered me a lot of money, I feel like I wouldn't be that belligerent about it. I guess. Like, I don't know, man. Life is big. Like, it's big. You have to understand that. Sometimes, and it sucks, but like sometimes there are greater things happen. Like beyond your attachment to a house. Keep in mind, I'm talking about high-speed rail, okay? This is a highway. I'm not as particular about a highway, though I wouldn't want to live in a house that's walled off in the middle of it. The Jinshi County Party Committee secretary previously said Huang, who lives with his 11-year-old grandson, refused to relocate because he was dissatisfied with the government's offer. After a long period of fruitless negotiations, the authorities designed a bypass on both sides of Huang's house to advance the motorway's construction. It is incredibly funny. It's just, 180 pounds sterling equals 1.7 million won. The average annual salary is about 120,000 won, which is roughly 16,000 USD. Okay, so it's like 10 years of salary, more or less, kind of. I don't understand how this guy has this level of property rights in China. Dude, the CCP is very institutional. They're very like proceduralist. They're not like, oh, you've made us angry, like a bunch of dipshit officers with fat pouring out around their tactical gear show up and like menace you, and then later it comes out they didn't know your name and they actually got the wrong place or whatever, you know? If you're doing something illegal, one of which is certain types of critique against the government, like they'll arrest you. But it's not like they're more professional in how they handle their business, I guess. They're pretty lawful. I mean, like they, you know, obviously they're authoritarian, but they're not as, well, it depends where in China. That's true. That is true. Because, like, for instance, in the Xinjiang province against the Uyghur Muslims, they were deputizing local racists to, like, say, hey, that guy's got a beard, I bet he's a terrorist. So it definitely depends where you are. But when it comes to stuff like property law, capitalism kind of relies on the consistent execution of property law. So I think it makes sense that stuff like this would happen. Only problem is when the government does that, but the project falls through and never happens for one reason or another. Sure. I just, you know. Really had the opportunity to see much of an international response to the Trump administration, to the victory of Trump and everything that implies, because the only major election that happened after was Germany. But Germany happened right after. You might be able to argue that Die Linke's overperformance in the election was at least partially attributed to people being more energized by the fear of what the AfD represents and what America represents now. It's possible, but I think for the most part, Germany's election went through kind of unaffected, much to Musk's dismay, unaffected by the American election. Canada, on the other hand, Canadian federal election polling. I mean, we've all seen the chart, you know, many times, over and over and over again, but good Lord, the lines have really closed. The Liberals are now favored to win. Look at that. The range of estimated seats won by the Conservatives, even within, I'm guessing this is within like a
full thoughts video on this and talk about it, but I'll probably just watch this. So apparently, again, we've had competitive racism, and right now this woman has raised over $500,000. There's some people that are trying to donate money to Carmelo Anthony in order to like even the score, but she's already overtaken him. Yep, yes, we have competitive ranked racism now, gentlemen.
So something very interesting has happened in the United States. And I'm trying to think of a very delicate way of putting this.
You know.
But it seems honestly that just a lot of white people in America have just had enough of the way that they're treated and are expected to respond to ethnic minorities, in particular black people. Now, I want to be clear that
we've had like things are actually heating up. Like we're gearing up for like a race war, right? Who hopping on? Barry, you think? I think it depends on the person, right? Like I think that really the problem is that when a person is displaying and exhibiting antisocial bad behavior, that antisocial bad behavior is bad objectively regardless of their race.
We're out of touch.
That's it. And so, like, the problem is when somebody observes or does antisocial bad behavior, and like, you know, stealing or being violent or being rude or whatever, and then they're not treated like they should, basically.
In any way encouraging any kind of racial abuse, we do not agree that we should be racially abusing each other at all. But there is a a racial angle to this issue, this story.
It's totally race related. There's not a racial angle to it. It's the whole thing.
And I can't properly talk about it without acknowledging that that's the case.
It absolutely is.
So this image is a still from a video that features a young lady, a young mother, called Shiloh Hendricks. Now, I'm not going to play the video because
I wonder why.
In it she repeatedly uses the N-word because an autistic 5-year-old boy apparently stole something out of her baby bag, and she, I guess, had just kind of snapped. She just kind of had it, and she started calling this boy the N-word. And this was recorded by a Somalian man who was, for some reason, loitering around a kids' park, which we'll get to in a minute. And she was just completely unrepentant. She was like, nope, I said what I said. I'm not going to apologise. I'm basically absolutely done with the way that these things keep happening in the United States.
Yeah.
And I think this really resonated with a lot of people. And
That's a bug.
One might
I think what resonated with a lot of people is that I think that it is an active, like, beyond it being just like, you know, there's like racist people that are donating to it. I think that there is a large amount of people that are tired of seeing cancel culture, where a person gets reported getting mad about something, and then they systematically have their life destroyed by people on the internet with malicious intent. Yeah, the video and the publishing of her, like, for example, like publishing her real name, publishing her address, the only purpose that serves is to harass her and put her life in danger. That's it. It's the only reason. There's no other reason for that to exist.
Should provoke a national conversation in America about what the standards are for white people and black people, because they're not the same. And we have seen repeatedly standards for black people never be accepted for white people, and vice versa. And it's, of course, not in the white people's favour. And I think that I honestly think that part of the issues that people have with the black community stem from this permissiveness about letting them do things that are just otherwise unacceptable in what is supposed to be an integrated mixed-race society.
Well, it's antisocial, abusive behavior, and it's bad no matter who does it. And I think that's really the problem of what happens, is that when a person is exhibiting antisocial, abusive, violent behavior, there doesn't have to be a race component to this. And if you're defending it and like drawing excuses and making excuses for it because these people somehow, you know, there's a Venn diagram with identity and, you know, like you are in that Venn diagram with them, you're just excusing a person being a piece of shit.
By liberal standards. And I think this drives a lot of white separatist thought. Because, I mean, ultimately, why wouldn't you come to the conclusion that you're being treated by one standard, another group of people being treated by another standard, and their standard is not only superior to your own, which is bad enough as it is, but it also hurts your community, you can see why people would be bothered about that, and they would want to do this. Anyway, so the original...
I actually think that the reason why this whole thing blew up and the Ghost Send Me, like the Ghost Send Go, or what the fuck it is, the reason why it blew up, it's obviously just because of the Carmelo Anthony thing. I think if the Carmelo Anthony fund hadn't happened, this wouldn't have happened either. I feel like you needed one for the other to happen. It's kind of like one wrong turn deserves another. Everyone's tired of double standards, yeah. And especially because this one, there's like really no defending it. That like, you can say that it's really bad for like, and like, yeah, it's super fucking trailer trash behavior to sit around and call like a 5-year-old kid the N-word. It's disgusting to do that. But there is no universe in which this is even close to stabbing somebody in the chest and killing them. There is not even like, it's not even 1/100 of the problematic behavior. We shouldn't stab. Yeah, it's not even remotely close. He was 10 years old. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if it was an adult, it's still like you shouldn't say that to somebody. It's it's distasteful behavior. It's bad, it's distasteful, it's racist. I don't agree with it, right? And so, yeah, but he stole from her? Yeah, but that's also bad. Like, the thing is, like, you can do two bad things, right? Like, he's a piece of shit and she's a piece of shit. If you're 10 years old and you're stealing people out of other people's, stealing things out of other people's bags, you're a piece of shit kid. You are. And you probably have piece of shit parents, too.
Top Korean says, yeah, fair enough, because during the LA riots, he was guarding his shop roof while black people rioted and burned deep deaths on white people because of Martin Luther King. And, like I said, this can only go on forever, for so long. People are going to start really getting resentful. Now, the chap who was filming was apparently an accused sex offender from Somalia. He was, he and someone else will appear in court on May the 5th after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay.
That's a lot.
Right. So,
that's a whole lot.
An accused paedophile is wandering around a kid's play park and films this.
I feel like that shouldn't happen. Yep.
Why is he there exactly? That strikes me as a bit weird, especially as in his defence he says, well, I didn't do anything wrong, I've been accused. Someone says, why did a 16-year-old accuse you of picking up at her, whatever?
So wait, so he's oh, this guy is a retard. He's responding about his pending court case on Instagram? Oh no! Yeah, he going to jail for sure. He done.
She ran away from home after he brought her back to her house and accused you of raping her. And he says when she went back to her foster home, she wanted to play the victim card so attention could not get into trouble. She later said that she was
attention could not get into trouble. Okay.
Assaulted and admitted, presumably that she had after she ruined our lives.
Later
now,
admitted.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to take face value on that, because frankly, I mean, he's not a young man. What are you doing grooming a 16-year-old?
Why were you in contact with the 16-year-old in the first place? Why did this
chill? Definitely
it's
chill.
Like, so if the debate is about whether the rape happened or not, can we ask the question, take a step back, why were we even with her in the first place? I don't know. You wanted to make her cupcakes? Sure.
Just saying, in my country we have some experience of older foreign Muslim men who spend a lot of their time trying to pick up teenage girls, vulnerable teenage girls who are in foster home. Yes. Hardly respectable gentlemen, that's the point. So anyway, why this accused sex offender is hanging around at this park is a question I don't have an answer for.
I do.
But anyway, so after this, Shadow Hendricks started a give-send go.
Right.
Because she wanted to help protect her family. Because as she says, we've moved to a dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag in the park. I called the kid out for what he was. Another man who recently found has history of law enforcement police followed me and recorded me before I went to my car. And then posted these videos online, which made my family and myself in turmoil. She got doxxed. Circulated online apparently. And she's got problems. And so she created a fundraiser. Initially it was for $20,000. Then sailed past that, so it was $250,000. And now she's raised it to $1 million. And she's on $350,000.
$558,000. Little correction there. Editor's note. Yeah, it's even more.
Which is remarkable, because this story seems to have caught the attention of the white separatist Twitter, and they have decided that they are going to use this in the way that the black community uses their fundraisers. And think that dissident West
See? It's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. An equal and opposite reaction. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
is correct. What is happening right now is basically a proxy race war. This coming so quickly after Carmelo Anthony incident.
That's what it is.
And the manifest injustice that came from that. And I can see why a lot of people are angry.
Of course.
Again, just other Austin Metcalf, the lad we killed.
Of course, because the only reason why people were donating to Carmelo Anthony was because of race. If you read all the comments, 80% of the comments had some sort of allusion to race politics in them. The entire reason why it was a story was because of the different races. That was bad? It was very bad. Wouldn't this be a reaction to Kyle Rittenhouse? Well, no, because he was a white guy that killed other white guys. The thing is that there are a lot of bad actors that are both white and black that use, like, you know, like that roach that attached himself to Carmelo Anthony's family, who beat up a toddler, who stole a car, who was in jail. Like, this guy was playing Grand Theft Auto for the last 10 years, and then he just decided to be a minister, and now he's helping a kid that stabbed another kid in the heart. And so, like, yeah, absolute fucking roach. And so this guy, you know, maybe game recognized game, and this guy is just simply another version of an opportunist. And it radicalizes a lot of people when you have guys like that, you know, get involved in these causes and they weaponize them to make themselves look good.
And a lot of people are saying things like, no more white guilt, no more white shame, this is the only way forward. Why should they have to live with this kind of burden? And you can see that actually a lot of it is,
I think that there is a better way where antisocial, mentally ill, obnoxious, annoying behavior is considered acceptable in general. Like, for example, like if that woman who is like crashing out, people that are scratching things on Teslas in general. I think that we need to have more public accountability and a higher degree of public decorum, because I don't want to live in a PvP server. I don't want to have to deal with people that are being violent or abusive or loud or obnoxious. Like, why is it that everybody else in the world has to live in a place that is created and made worse by a, like, really, like, what percentage of people are really causing this problem? Like,
I mean, I sound like
3%.
So now it's a word for
3% of these people are causing all of these problems. Hold the fucking accountable.
I mean, giving up on citizenship.
All black. I know what you're doing. Everybody knows what you're doing. Or not everybody.
Read it.
Not all black people act like this either. It's also not in black people's best interest that this happens either. It's not. It's bad for everyone. And I hate how people constantly keep making excuses for antisocial, destructive behavior, which is what's happening.
Just self-love. Right? Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it, they aren't saying we hate black people. They're saying we like white people.
Well,
which is quite different to what was going on in Carmelo's. Before we get to that, though, she's been reported to the police, even though I'm sure that what she's done in America isn't actually a crime because of the First Amendment. I'm reasonably sure she can say anything she likes without reason. And it's interesting that Gibson Rowe decided to wipe the comments on Carmelo's. So, for example, if you go to his, where he raised $500,000 for murder,
which I don't agree with.
Allegedly.
It sucks that shit got out of fact.
Free my boy Carmelo, he didn't do nothing.
And brutal. And the comments are all gone. You don't even see messages.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Just the donors. Very interesting. Because I think a lot of people noticed that, as Callum has pointed out, Carmelo's mentions, the comments that went along with it, were anti-white hate.
Well, that sounds pretty bad. That sounds really bad. Yeah, this is great. The Carmelo trial is going to be OJ. I don't really think so. I feel like it's going to be so short. It's going to be so easy. It's going to be like fucking
hers is, good luck. I hope you're okay. The tone is so obviously different.
I would disagree with this point. I think that both of the tones, I mean, guys, they were literally spelling it in the top donations. Come on. They're fucking racist. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, who was donating?
I don't know.
Yeah. If you're upset that less than 5 years America supporting George Floyd to support Charlotte Hendricks, you're really not
Sounds like some George Soros type shit.
I'm really annoyed. I mean, this is just...
I think people were disgusted at the obvious injustice of a kid stabbing another kid with a knife and then raising $500,000 as if this is somehow somebody that just got caught on the wrong side of the road. People were so... And the problem is that there's nothing that radicalizes people more than double standards and unfairness. Monkeys can perceive unfairness. People are really good. And you're not going to gaslight
it's
them until
not
thinking it's not going to
acceptable
happen.
that justice is denied when the races are a certain tone, the races of a certain kind. It's just not acceptable. And the black community is not happy about this.
What's this?
For example, let's have a listen to this.
And you guys raised $250,000 for her? I am beyond disturbed. White people should not be forced to live among monkeys. Black Virginia.
Oh my God. Get off the internet. Really, for your own mental health, get off the fucking internet. If you're almost going to get emotional over a comment, and also by the way, this is also most likely performative, because she recorded herself. She could have re-recorded this if she got emotional. So she either did it and she wanted it to be in there, or she faked it. Either way, this wasn't unintentional, okay? Anyway, get off the fucking internet. There's people that are racist on the internet. This isn't new.
Is getting pretty tiring. Sometimes to be accurate, you have to use unpleasant speech. White advocacy. I want to say that I'm shocked.
Why? You're shocked that people are racist? What the hell are you talking about? I guarantee you, if you had a conversation with this woman about Donald Trump or 50 other topics, the police, she'd be talking about how America's racist, everybody's racist, everybody's racist. So what is it? So you think everybody's racist? So were you lying then, or are you lying now? It's just so stupid.
But I'm not shocked, I'm angry.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but this man...
Do you think people were angry about this? People were really angry about this. Absolutely.
This man obviously went looking for trouble.
Where's her video about this? And this is a good question, right? This is the problem that I think a lot of people have. Where is the video? I saw there was this one guy, I actually commented on this today, or it was actually yesterday on Twitter. I'll pull it up real quick and we'll look at it. And so this guy right here, Brian Krasenstein, he's a notorious retard on Twitter. And he's complaining, please share and tag, give, send, go. They're a Christian crowdfunding platform. You don't give a fuck about Christianity. You're just trying to use people's religion against them to subvert their goals. That's all you're doing. You don't care about the religion. You're just using it against them to make them try to listen to you. And so I said this. I was like, pathetic Karen, can I speak to command your behavior? Where's this tweet from Carmelo Anthony Gibson go for 500K? When universe is calling someone a word, worse than stabbing someone in the chest with a knife and killing them, both or neither should be removed. So I have literally no sympathy, and I'm not willing to listen or have any sort of credibility given to a person who's complaining about this new give, send, go if they do not have documented evidence complaining about this one too. I don't. That's it. And why should I? It's obviously fucking biased. He made his day with the engagement fee. Good job. Maybe he can have enough money to buy Starbucks.
And murdered someone. And in response, he raised $500,000 with many comments like this. Whereas she said a word.
There's bad actors on both sides. There's people that are racist on both donation pages. It's obvious. It's like, I mean, fuck, you could just see that. You could see that instant.
Don't be wrong. I don't think that she should call a 5-year-old child the N-word. A 5-year-old child often is not very well served.
Any 5-year-old that's doing something like that, it's probably a result of bad parenting.
Socialized. A lot of the time they do things that they shouldn't do, and sometimes they do things they know they shouldn't do, and they do them anyway. Trust me, I know. So I don't think her response was in isolation reasonable, and I don't think she should have done it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to condemn people who, in a wider context, understand that there's something greater going on here. Again,
No, it's the double standard is the problem. That's why people are angry. They're angry about the double standard that you can raise $500,000 for a murderer, but you can't raise $500,000 for a word. There's no universe where that makes sense.
Sorry.
That's it.
It was just speech.
And again, these people, like, if you go back and you watch my video about Carmelo Anthony, I said their Carmelo Anthony thing was stupid and bad. I don't think I ever said they had to shut it down or they should shut it down. I think maybe I did. Well, I said that the GoFundMe should have been shut down because it was against the TOS, but I didn't really care about people raising money. They're just going to find ways to get money anyway. So, like, I was actually one of the only people that was consistent about this. Where, like, both of these are bad and both of these are destructive. But you can't, the thing is that I'm not going to harbor a unique energy for one and not the other. Either they're both bad or neither are bad. And if you're only expressing that one is bad, you don't care about racism, you care about winning.
This was a murder, and it's hardly unique, it's hardly alone. The dynamics of it, and man, there were loads and loads and loads of people like this. There was a thread. Yeah, there were. There's just a thread of furious. Absolutely furious, trying to get a deplatform from Give, Send, Go.
Well, this is what they do. Not any. This isn't a race thing. This is just what people like this do. Is that because they can't win in the free marketplace of ideas, and they have people that disagree with them, instead of trying to approach and listen to the people that disagree with them and beat them in that free marketplace of ideas, they have to deplatform and destroy them systematically to prevent them from being able to express themselves. That's what happens. I commented about you under this video earlier, calling you a fence sitter. I'm not a fence sitter. I've made my opinion on this extremely clear. It's just not true.
There's too many words.
Not deplatformed.
Well, actually, let me ask, you're too moderate. Let me ask you right now, if I can find it. Where the hell did it go? If I can find this person's comment. Yeah, and I'll see why you said I was offensive. Yeah, okay. So Berger, why am I offensive? What about me? What about what I'm saying here is fence sitter behavior? I said that you were calling both funding bad. Do you think that one funding is? Do you think that one of them is good?
So honestly, I don't. Like I said, I don't agree with what she's done, but I can understand that she probably doesn't have a huge amount of money.
Well, no, it's fucking retarded. You really think that she should be deplatformed, but not the kid that stabbed somebody with a fucking knife? Under what universe should she be deplatformed, but not him? It's crazy. This is, you know what, it's actually kind of funny, because this is the exact same problem that Twitch has. In what universe does Tectone get banned for calling Frogan fat, but Frogan doesn't get banned for calling Ludwig a cracker? Well, I'll tell you the universe. A racist, biased, unfair one. That's why it happened.
Lives in a rough area.
Both or neither. I will never respect rules that are not applied evenly. Because they're not rules. And neither should you. You should not listen to, respect, or care about anybody's opinion if they're not applying what they believe in a consistent manner. Because they obviously then they don't believe it.
And why else would you be at a park where someone accused sex offenders of prowling? And sorry, this is just too damn bad.
Yeah.
It's too damn bad. I mean, again, if the standard wasn't so evidently set by this community, then maybe I would have more of a problem with it.
I also want to make one thing clear. I've said this multiple times. I'll say it again. I think that this is a subset of a subset of a subset of a community. I don't think that the people supporting Carmelo Anthony are in any way representative of black people as a whole, and I think no one is, because each person is an individual, and you shouldn't give collective guilt or collective innocence to any group of people based off of an immutable characteristic that they can't control. I think that's disgusting. The fact is, there's a lot of black people out there that see this and find it to be just as distasteful as you do. In the same way that people like me, I see the donations to this girl, and I also find them to be very distasteful also. This is the way that normal people think. If you go to Walmart and you show this to 50 people, most people are going to say, damn, that's fucked up.
I don't think that's how normal people think, man.
This entire premise that this is some kind of really big issue is created by a small minority of radicalized freaks on the internet. Again, keep in mind, the person who was pushing Carmelo Anthony the hardest had a rap sheet that would have gotten 5 stars in Grand Theft Auto. Absolute parasite, fucking piece of shit. Honestly, I don't know how he's not still in jail. In my opinion, if I see somebody with that many arrests and that many charges, you should just be in jail for the rest of your life. Bro, you've had enough chances. What are we doing? He's still out? Yeah.
We didn't see this repeatedly, and this isn't not the first time. There have been many others. The George Floyd front, again, I agree the level of resentment many people in the black community hold towards the white community, even though
I don't agree with his comparison to George Floyd. I think that it's a very big difference whenever it's a police officer with qualified immunity that's exercising something that people perceive to be racially motivated. I think that's a very, very big difference. Obviously, I think that it's kind of it's a matter of dominoes, and I think that the George Floyd thing was a domino that led to this, but I don't find it to be equivalent.
I don't think the white community in America deserves it at all. You know, insanely tolerant people generally. And what they're upset about is a lack of tolerance. People have decided that, no, we're just going to speak out against what they're doing.
There should be no tolerance for antisocial, abusive, loud, thievery behavior in public, regardless of who's doing it. The people who do it should be immediately arrested, and the biggest victims of it are the people that are in the communities that it's happening in. That's it. You're hurting them the most by not holding these people accountable.
And it's mad. How dare you? Right? I mean, how dare you? And so people are pointing out this, and I'm just going to read this from Chad Crowley, because I think it does accurately summarise why Shiloh was able to raise so far $750,000. For years the pattern was held. A white person makes a comment, sometimes crude, sometimes fashionable. Viewers clipped in scripted context and cast into the digital coliseum.
There's no real context that would make this good.
Crowd demands payments, doxing posts, the sponsors, employees, and journalists.
I also don't think that this is uniquely a white person thing. I think that this is a cancel culture thing. But if you replace this when a person makes a comment, I don't think that this is exclusive to white people. It's something that happens overall. And I do think that a lot of people that are supporting and donating to this, it is effectively a protest on cancel culture in itself. It's like irrespective of race for some people.
It's always the same. Apology, modeling, this is not justice.
Yeah.
It is a moral spectacle, purification ritual for the postmodern West. The cleansing agent is white submission. The apology is not meant to be accepted, but to affirm the guilt of the crime. The goal is not reconciliation, but re-education, humiliation, and silence. Also, catharsis for the black community. But this time, in the case of Charlotte Hendricks, this was pranked. Her personal details were that she received death threats, her children tugged her, and yet she did not capitulate. She did not appear on camera with a quivering voice and downcast eyes. She launched the fundraiser, and white people responded. The media, not the institutions, not the credential class, but ordinary white people, tens of thousands, bored and support her.
And I also want to say that I think that the long-term effects of this, like as somebody who grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, where identity politics was not the first and foremost thing that was discussed and considered, and everybody could be super excited to watch a movie about a black guy and a Chinese guy, solving crimes together with rush hour. And white families would be super excited to take their kids there. I watched it in movie theaters myself. Like, I remember when this wasn't as big of a deal. I do not think that a resurgence of race awareness and race solidarity is a net positive for the society. I think it's actually a very big net negative. But the reality is that you can't just get mad at one group for expressing race solidarity. It's either all bad or it's all good. You can't make selective judgments on it. The times, yeah, no, and the thing is, like, a lot of you guys are around my age, right? You remember the golden age, right? The good days. This doesn't get us closer to the good days at all, which is what's sad. But it's inevitable considering what's already happened.
Platform, Sengo, GoFundMe, which obviously bans these things, reported over 250,000 posted days. These were not donations, these were the standards of something new. Each dollar said, we see what you're doing and we are done pretending.
Yeah.
This is more than defense of a woman, this is a rejection of the moral framework we need to target. The Hendricks affair is not the first of its kind, but it is one of the first to be different. No apology, no resignation, no collapse, instead of resistance. And more than anything else, that signals a shift. Ritual is breaking, and the start white. And this, I am genuinely annoyed. I mean, I'm just furious, frankly, at the way that, what's his face is in the stab, man's father was treated. Right? It's just genuinely awful, because he was contrite over this Carmelo murdering his son, as anyone could possibly agree. He was openly forgiven by his mother, the lad's mother was just like, I don't want to forgive. And I tell you what, with one of my sons, I don't forgive you. But he did everything he could according to the script. He did everything he could, everything he thought he was supposed to do. And he wasn't accepted by the black community. They didn't say we're sorry. The family of Carmelo didn't say we're sorry, we stole the son forever. And so, yeah, people are glad to see.
Yeah, people are really mad at this guy for just basically accepting that it happened. That's true.
I was like, you know what, I don't care. I'm not having this. And so, yeah, I can't bring myself to condemn this. I'm not, like I said, I don't endorse it at all. I don't think you should be calling anyone an N-word. I don't think that calling children slurs is a good idea either. And honestly,
it's obviously not a good idea to call little kids slurs. Like, unless you're on Xbox Live, then it's mandatory.
The current moral lock that one community has on another in the United States is just wrong. It's just wrong. The same standards should be applied to both. Like, Carmelo should not have been allowed to raise $500,000 on the back of we hate white people, death to white people.
I think he should. People have freedom of association. It's their money. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with their money. I agree with it. I think it's totally fine for him to have fundraising. I do. This is the United States of America. It's lawful but awful. Yeah.
And you should
fundraise for terrorism. No, it's different.
Expect some kind of response if that is permitted, because you're setting the rules of the game as black people do what they want, and if they do something terrible to you, they can make huge amounts of money, and white people just have to accept that. That's not fair, and nobody's going to accept it.
Yeah, people are. That's shit. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's really what I think is going to happen. Is people just do not accept it, regardless of whether you think they should or not. They're not. They're just not accepting it. They're not putting up with it. Somebody says, "How is it different?" Well, number one, so like let's make a direct comparison. If a terrorist was put in jail, like let's say Luigi, I think Luigi's a good example. If you are giving money to illegal defenses for Luigi, I think that you have every constitutional right to do that. I also have my constitutional right to call you a retard. But both of these things can cancel each other out. Because Luigi was a terrorist, he is. He was a terrorist. And so like that's a direct comparison, I would say. Serve versus Terran? Yeah, I don't know, but I feel like, again, these kinds of things are not really good for anybody. And I think that the end result for this, like Sargon, like I agree with some of the things that he was saying. Some of the other things, like maybe not really so much. But I do think that this is definitely it's a turning point. And I think that it's going to be, and I've said this before, right? I said this like years ago even, that when people actually start playing the race games, it will be bad for everyone. Everyone will lose when everybody starts playing race games. And now it's happening all over the place. It's happening constantly. So yeah, Luigi was terrorist running for a cause that I kind of agree with. Listen, the thing is though, like there are oftentimes people get shot for things that I'm like Rick Bozo for. Like I'll tell you that I just say it myself. Like sometimes people get shot for some bullshit and I'm like, yep, there it is. But like it doesn't mean that you can't just let it happen, right? I mean, so true. Yeah, 100%. Don't you think she was lucky that there was no other man there? I know some place you say this would be on the ground really quick, beaten to death. Like so if somebody like punched her or like hit her for like saying the
word.
I feel like if that had happened, it would have been an even worse and even bigger response than it was. Like if there was like you're talking about like theoretically,
it's just a word.
If some black person was there and they heard her say that, or somebody who was offended was there and they heard her say that, and
you see it on the internet blasting,
I actually think that it would have been probably 10 times the negative response, and it would have been 10 times worse than what it was. Over a word, yeah. If you're hitting somebody over a word, you need to go to jail. Like that's just the way it is. You just can't have that happen. And so yeah, 10 times money. Yeah, they would have.
Easy lawsuit.
Honestly, like I at that point,
you can go piss off a bunch of people with that
like
word.
Hitting somebody,
working at McDonald's
over a word, that's outrageous.
Get a check from McDonald's.
If you're hitting somebody who's going to jail, yeah, exactly. And I think this is kind of like the point that I was making is that there's been like an ongoing like movement, I think, to allow socially unacceptable, antisocial, obnoxious, rude behavior to just be normalized in public. And I think that we actively need to work against that. Like, you know, people yelling in public, people that are like going in there with a speakerphone in an area. Like, we need to normalize telling these people, get the fuck off the train, get the fuck out of the building, you know, get off your phone when you're ordering, stop acting this way, it's not normal, it's not okay. I think we really need to really need to rationalize that, or normalize, excuse me.
Remember the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling that the Trump administration ignored by pretending that the ruling agreed with them?
There's some pretty big reveals with this one, so we'll go ahead and we'll watch it. I didn't know why it got so popular or what it was, but we're going to take a look at it.
Tonight, our exclusive look into Doge. Elon Musk was nice enough to invite us into the Eisenhower building last night to sit in on his weekly 10 p.m. Doge meeting. Yeah, they usually meet at 10 o'clock. I'm almost in bed.
Why is this surprising? Like, yeah, these are gamer hours. 10 o'clock is like 3 p.m.
by then. We met the whole crew, even Big Balls, and they showed us how Doge really gets done. We sat back, listened, we learned a lot, and we hope you do too. Here's part one of our exclusive interview. Elon, thank you so much for bringing us into the meeting here. I'm going to do something no anchor ever does. I'm not going to talk.
What?
For as long as possible.
You're talking right now.
I'm going to let you run your meeting, and then I'll interrupt when I'm bored. So take it away.
Okay. So, like a board meeting.
Like a board meeting. Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, keep in mind, this in part two, it is a table full of all guys, and they made a dick joke and a reference to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. We are back on a level that I don't know if we've ever been back at before.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we normally go around the table and say what do we get done this week?
Seems pretty simple.
Sure. No, we'll start with you.
So actually, a lot of great work at the Treasury this week. One of the crazy things with regards to the Treasury is that when a payment is made, and the computers at the Treasury actually pay about $5 trillion per year, like crazy amounts, there was formerly not a budget code on there. So if some payment was made, you didn't know actually what it was for. It could have been for anything. Yeah. There was a $4 billion coded fund in the Department of Education. And there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. Well, people looked into it. This wasn't us, this was before us. They found that money was being used to rent out Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out state.
Of course. I couldn't make this shit up. No, it's the federal government.
DMs, etc. And so the one change that Doge made, the Department of Education, is you had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload the receipt. And upon doing so, nobody drew down any money anymore.
If you take the money, you have to show where it's going. Whoa! Wait a minute. Crazy how that works? That was easy. Damn.
But we didn't say that we checked the receipt. You could send a fake receipt. You could send a picture of your dog. Anything.
Just an image file.
But as soon as we asked for anything at all, suddenly the requests were like, oh, you don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
They were renting Caesar's Palace.
It's not interesting, it's obvious.
Yes, they were like basically partying on the taxpayer money.
Stadiums.
Yes.
Who? Caesar's Palace has to have transactions. They have to have received money. It had to have been by a person. They need to check IDs because it's probably a casino. Let's find out who it is. And then we put him in jail. It's simple. Step one, you figure it out. Step two, put him in jail. Problem solved. It's easy. It's a shell company. It doesn't matter if it's a shell company. A person still has to come into that building. The person that came into that building is probably a government employee. Or they know a government employee. Figure out who that is. The shell company idea, how long do you think it would take these these gamers to figure out the shell company thing? How long do you think it would really take? About 7 to 12 minutes. So shell companies, I know about this. It only makes the process harder to find. It's not like it's impossible. It just takes longer.
Leasing stadiums. For what?
For parties, basically.
For parties.
Yes.
That's a big party.
It's a big party.
You'd think if you were stealing,
that's a lot of illegal immigrants.
Start small.
But they do start small.
They do.
But then what happens is over the years, so generally before it starts out small and they try to hide it, but then year after year, nobody stops the fraud.
See, because this is what drug dealers do. I've had so many friends that do this exact thing. They play it safe, they play it clean, they stay inside the boundaries, and then as soon as they start going outside of their box, now they're taking a 3-year vacation. Yep.
more and more brazen, and every year it gets bigger until they're literally renting out stadiums. I like them.
$1 million to rent out a stadium?
Fraud,
That's a lot of money.
delecto, okay? We're talking at scale.
This is driving me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
When you find these things, do you guys get mad? You're like, yes, I got one. How does it make you feel?
It's so common. It's so common. I mean, you just get unfortunately,
you don't even care anymore. It's like, oh wow, we saved another $1 billion. Okay, well, there's another one.
The 100th time you heard it, it's hard not to get blown up. You know, like
how are no arrests happening? See, that's the way I feel about it. I'm very. That's the way I feel about it too.
And by the 200th time, you're like, well, okay, it's just another day at the office.
We checked, is the Small Business Administration giving loans to dead people over the age of 120? The answer was yes, and it was around $330 million in total.
So people with a birthday that could not possibly be real, meaning they're over 100, they're 115 years old or older. The oldest living American is 114. So it's safe to say if anybody is in the system as 115 years or older, that is fake.
So just by sharing a database and looking at Social Security numbers, that showed that at the time of the loan, it listed it over 115 years old for actually under 11. We didn't even check for under 18. Under 11 years old. That's pretty clear,
babies
right?
and dead people who are getting loans.
That was 660.
So this is the reason why they didn't want computers, because you know how fast it would take to make a computer search function that could do that? About a minute. Yeah. That's the reason why they don't like computers.
$1 million.
And also people with birthdays in the future.
What does that mean?
I think the birthday, I think in one case was like
fetuses were getting
not even. No, really sort of like they're talking about like your great grandchildren. Like with the birthday, like I think it was like 2165. So more than a century from now was the birth.
Oh, God. Jesus.
Is this real? Anybody who thinks this isn't real is naive. I think that this is probably way worse. And they're showing the tip of the iceberg, but they're not talking about the really big ones, because that's one thing that they're probably like working overtime at.
Birthday.
George Jetson was getting killed.
Yes, because your birthday is in the future, like the far future, not like next year. And we either this is either fraudulent or you have your birthday wrong.
It's either a typo or someone stealing.
Well, if it's 2165, that's two wrong numbers. I would understand if it was like 21 and 05, right? And it meant to be 2005. Okay, sure, right? Mistakes happen. 2165. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Right. Yes. You should at least ask, which is it?
Do you guys feel you're getting justice and accountability?
One of the extreme examples of non-accountability in some cases is...
Yeah, no, you're not, because they're not in jail. That's exactly right. No, just tell the truth. No, we're not. How many people have we got? Nobody. Yeah, and they don't want to say that because it's gonna make make everybody sound bad, right? But no.
Has occurred at some of the small agencies.
Can you imagine like how upsetting this must be for all of the federal worker Karens that these three frat boys are just all of the federal government, NGO enjoyers, and they're just getting absolutely fucking roached out, man. Yeah, playing the game, getting owned by kids, yeah.
And
these are these same people that they can't figure out how a smartphone works. and they think that they're going to figure it out over these guys. No, you're done. You're done, bro. Pack it the fuck up.
Occurred at some of the small agencies. I think the Inter-American Foundation, IAF, is one of the agencies we visited where, they get $50 million a year, congressional money, to give grants. These are things like, alpaca farming in Peru, improving
That's a real example.
Yes, that's the real description. Improving the marketability.
Alpaca farming in Peru, where are they? Where are the alpacas? I didn't see any of them. Where they are they? They're in Peru? But we can't even see them? Why not? Maybe they don't exist. How much of that money, here's the question, how much of that money do you think is really going to helping alpacas? I would say at best 5% of the money. Go to Peru to see them? I'd love to go to Peru, honestly.
Of peace in Guatemala.
Really?
Wait, what?
Improving the marketability.
That's a real example.
Yes, that's the real description. Improving the marketability of peas in Guatemala.
The marketability of peas in Guatemala. This is like when somebody posts a picture of them getting their PhD, and somebody looks up what their PhD paper was about, and it's about like why dogs fart or something like that, or it's like some social issue. It's like why men don't want to look you in the eyes or something, like just some bullshit.
Really? Fruit jam. And yes.
Yeah.
So you might expect, in the private sector, a nonprofit to give 80 to 90% of their money to grantees. In the case of IAF, that was 58%. So the other half goes towards management, travel.
What would you find exactly? Give an example.
So basically, they got this shit locked in where the federal government is paying for a luxury lifestyle for these roaches. That's it. Do you think some of this stuff is actually CIA black ops off the book stuff getting the money? No. I think that they probably did discover that, and they're probably not talking about it because they probably got a call. They're like, oh no, yeah, we know this looks like bullshit, but there's actually a reason. We're gonna, Donald Trump will tell you and it'll be fine, right? So there probably are examples of that, but they probably they're not talking about them, of course. Yeah, for sure. And if I was the government, if I was the CIA, that's what I would do too. Of course.
Example is that even if you agree with supporting alpaca farmers in Peru, actually most of the money never made it out of DC.
Who could have guessed? Can you believe that? What? I knew it. So why are we paying taxes? So a bunch of lazy Karens that do nothing can live like they are some sort of pseudo-bourgeoisie of the government. That's why. And so they can funnel money to their friends and fund luxury lifestyles.
It's going into the pockets of people in the neighborhood.
What percentage? Right. So what percentage do you think does?
Whose pocket? How do you know? Why aren't they in jail? Why aren't they being convicted? If you know it's going into their pocket, that means that you probably pulled their tax files. Where are the charges? Come on.
To even get to the destination it's supposed to.
I believe the GAO estimates, this is not our estimate, I believe it was on the order of only 10 to 15 cents in the dollar actually gets to the end recipient. Whether you agree with that closure.
Bro, these alpacas are getting scammed. That's insane. Not even, the Peruvian alpacas aren't even getting money.
They're not.
So they're just stealing the money before it even gets anywhere.
There's layers of stealing.
Somebody says the criminal prosecutions are extremely slow. Speed it up. Speed it up. Figure out why it's slow and make it faster. Yeah, I wonder why. Do you want to know why they're so slow? It's because these people create an apparatus that is so big that it constantly collapses under its own weight, so it simply cannot move. It is designed that way on purpose. Fix the system.
So there's the first layer of stealing, second layer of stealing, third layer of stealing.
Subcontractor.
Peeling the onion. Yeah, exactly. Contractor, subcontractor. It's like peeling an onion. And then maybe, and sometimes it's zero. It just flat, you get to the bottom of the onion, there's nothing there.
So maybe no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
How much money did the alpacas get? Nothing. Sometimes it's just zero. Give me a second. Oh God. Just speed it up? Yeah, this is outrageous, man. It's crazy. This is unbelievable. What do you mean, alpacas? Yeah. What alpacas? Here, you're gonna meet us at Caesar's Palace?
Guatemala. It's possible that no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
I overheard a contractor tell one of her colleagues to falsify billable hours by creating a PowerPoint to mask delay in the onboarding process.
This is peak bureaucratic Karen. Like, this is it. Yes. Arrest them. Yes. Put them in jail. You want to make a PowerPoint? No. You're going to jail.
In front of me, and this is like hour zero at this agency. And so, I mean, this is just a common theme that you take a look at these contracts, you take a look at these grants, and it's veiled in noble rhetoric. You know, it's at the top level. It's like,
sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. And then you actually just follow what is the. What
See, this is why I never believed that. Oh, he's shutting down cancer funding research. Oh, really? For sure.
Is actually doing.
Well, send us a picture.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
send us a picture.
Yes, we need a proof of life of these alpacas. Show me their coats of fur now versus 6 months ago. I want to see the improvement. Oh, no improvement? Okay, no more money.
That request is incredibly good. Like Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then they're like, and it wouldn't be that hard to just, frankly, they could search for some fake pics on the internet or get AI to generate the pics, but they don't even bother doing that.
So you caught them cold billing fraud.
Oh, I caught them for advising her colleague to do this because it takes.
The reason why they're not doing that is because it shows their hand. They're not going to openly commit fraud. They're just going to passively take advantage they're not going to break another hole in the wall. They're just going to find a door that's already been left open. Because it's soft fraud. They don't want to commit real hard fraud.
A few days to onboard. So that is being investigated.
It'd be too easy to figure out.
Generally, like these programs, these grants are going to be like along the lines of Save the Baby Pandas. And it's like,
exactly. See, there it is. A bunch of populist nonsense. Let's take away the attention of the American people, make them focus on the 0.001% on the U.S. budget and went to alpaca farming, so weigh in Doge funds to audit the Department of Defense. I think you make a great point. I think you do. But you know what I also think? I think that when you start playing Elden Ring, you don't start with Millennium. You start with the Tree Sentinel, you work your way up through Margit, you kill Godric, you know, and you have to level up. The fact is that the last boss, the fucking Shadow of the Erd Tree, Radon, Consort Radon Prime, is the fucking military, okay? They've got to be locked in. Their process has to be locked in. Everything has to be perfect. So this is this is them grinding for experience, okay?
Of course, we wouldn't want to save the baby pandas.
Of course.
And you know, in some cases they've got a show panda, which they will trot out for special occasions. In a lot of cases, they don't even have a show panda. No pet.
This is so stupid.
There's not even one panda because we asked the victors, and
so they have. Wait.
You don't even get one panda, and it's like, well, you gotta. Well, that's a lot. You know, what's $1 billion get you? Does not even get you one panda.
You really want to see a baby panda?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, like, you know, like the Ebola money, we're like, okay, well, we agree with, like, we shouldn't have Ebola, you know. Where's the money going? Oh, it's going to Deloitte in D.C. Like, what is an accounting firm doing with Ebola money?
What has been the biggest resistance? Is there one agency, is there one department that when you guys walk in, they all start
Ask him. Bro, look at his head. He knows.
Walk in, they all start fighting you, start hiding
Wait, I thought you weren't going to
things.
talk.
I'm sorry.
But I guess you can answer that question. Sure. I mean, let's
see. Elon did a very, very good strategy. I do this a lot too. We're not going to say the department. Everybody in this room knows the department, but we're going to interrupt this. We're going to make it funny. Let's move on.
So we've certainly had some battles.
Yeah.
Battles.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I mean, we should talk about you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a small agency called the United States Institute of Peace. It's definitely
They're actually going to let him cook. Oh boy.
They're the agency we had the most to fight at. We actually went into the agency and found that they had loaded guns inside of their headquarters. Institute for Peace.
So the Alpaca Foundation doesn't help alpacas. The COVID Foundation pays for Sears Palace. The Panda Foundation doesn't have any pandas in it. They only have a show panda. And the Institute of Peace is full of a bunch of loaded guns. Oh my god. Where is this coming from?
I mean, any given company, any given organizational name is going to be the opposite of the pattern.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it was by far the least peaceful agency that we've worked with, ironically.
Of course.
Additionally, we found that they were spending money on things like private jets, and they even had a $130,000 contract with a former member of the Taliban. This is real. We don't encounter that at most agencies.
Yeah.
So this was the Institute of Peace had a contract with the Taliban? Huh. That's interesting. Who did that? Because I feel like what we really need them to do is we need them to call in the people that did this, record the interviews with them, and then post the interviews. You are a federal employee. You are accountable to the taxpayer. I am very much a taxpayer, and I want a little bit of accountability from them. I want to see him explain it.
The money going to the Taliban for?
So it was a contractor. They received $130,000 for generic
I thought it
services.
was a Twitch stream.
And to Elon's point, there was not actually a clear description of what the contractor services were for. But
Was it for opium?
Unclear.
Or weapons?
Or nothing. Or nothing.
Interesting time to interrupt them.
Or abroad? Or
And you naturally have to ask the question, well, how did we get here? Like, when the country was founded, there were only 4 agencies.
Now he's making a joke.
Today there are over 400. So there's been a 100x increase in the number of agencies since the founding of the nation. And thanks to President Trump, he's now signed 2 executive orders to start to reduce the number of agencies in the government, and the Institute of Peace was one of them, which is why our team went in to try and understand what was going on. And that's when we found
this
all
is the kind of stuff that like you'll read on Twitter. Trump would want to get rid of all the wars, but he got rid of the Institute of Peace. Well, what do? They give money to the Taliban. It's just so fucking. These guys geniuses. These guys, bro. Yeah, these guys are smart, but I don't think you even really need to be that smart to figure this out. It's easy. Come on, Asman, are you pretending? Well, I mean, are you one of the people that believes this stuff? No. Don't you know peacekeepers are most well equipped? So I'll read your comments just for a second, okay? We got other stuff to do. Make sure we don't get a dictatorship. You keep rehiring the people you fired by mistake. Guys, Harvard, by the way, okay, so I want you to just keep this in mind. You're making fun of the intelligence of these people that are in the White House that have been personally handpicked by the richest man in the world that are working directly underneath the president's discretion. And this is a kid that got accepted into Harvard, okay? And like, I don't know, I guess I could say this, he did it on Barr-Nunn. He's an Asian guy, okay? That's Barr-Nunn's been accepted into a fucking university if any of the leaks are true. And you're gonna go and tell me that he's the one that's dumb while you're spamming in my chat with caps lock? You're done. I don't even know what the fuck your name is, but you're done. We've had enough of you. See you tomorrow with your new account.
The craziness, like the weapons in their armory, we found the payments to the Taliban.
Oh yeah.
So right, so just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over 1 terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question,
how can we?
Well, why would somebody
And also,
do that?
keep in mind, 1 terabyte, we're not talking about a terabyte of Call of Duty, okay? A terabyte of
documents?
Files.
Wow.
Of numbers.
And the Doge team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great people you said, the Institute of Peace.
You mean, they're able to recover it by doing the easy thing that literally anybody can do by just going inside of that fucking registry thing? Like, I've done this myself. I knew how to recover files 10 years ago. Actually, you know what they probably did? Here's what they probably did. So they probably went into the recycling bin, and they're like, okay, fraudulent documents. Okay, let's go ahead and restore all the...
Damn.
Okay, we found them. Restore. Oh no! How did they do this?
And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that.
By the way, there are I don't know about now, but I know that like back in the day, in order to fully erase something off of a drive, you need specialized tools to do that. And in order to recover it, you also need a specialized tool, but both of them are available for free. Yeah, you can file share. No, it's more complicated than that.
Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional oversight, and that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets. And so I think it's a great example because most Americans don't know what's going on at a lot of these smaller agencies, and this is, I think, the most extreme case of some of the wasteful spend that we're finding.
So the agencies are hiding money from you. They're sending it to the Taliban. They have loaded weapons in the department buildings.
At the Institute of Peace.
At the Institute of Peace.
That's right.
This is a joke? Yep. Show is!
Right.
So this is a cover-up when you guys roll in.
This one is a cover-up.
It's a cover-up.
They did delete a vast amount of financial information. That's really a definition of a cover-up.
Isn't that illegal to delete evidence?
It is.
Yes.
Shred documents?
Not only is it illegal, but it is illegal to even shred it, even if you haven't been convicted of a crime. But if you expect that you will be convicted of a crime, you can retroactively get in trouble for destroying evidence in preparation for the conviction or a warrant. And that's even outside of federal regulation. That's just on a base citizen level.
It's certainly illegal to delete accounting records that Congress would certainly want to know where the congressionally appropriated funds are going from taxpayers.
Will you catch them going Hillary style on their computers? Do you refer this?
No, at least Hillary Clinton figured out. That's the thing, is that they're dumber than Hillary Clinton.
So the Department of Justice?
In this case, we did refer the evidence in the accounting example to the FBI and DOJ. We're proud to do that. So yes, we did.
Resistance has shown up in some very surprising places. So, for example, famous fork in the road email, the deferred resignation program. So this was a program where you could resign from the government, collect pay and benefits for the next 8 months. Probably the most attractive separation program ever in human history. And the resistance actually came from the outside, with people saying this is a trick. And I heard somebody refer to it as an apple with a razor blade. And no, this was just a really juicy apple, caramel dipped apple. It was that good, but people were talked out of taking it. And now what started to happen is we did have about 80,000 people take it, and now those folks who did take it are at a big job and they're still getting paid. And so now we're starting to offer Fork 2 and Fork 3, where people can see that someone's eaten this apple and it was actually really tasty and good for them.
Is Doge just getting started?
Of course, that's what we do. Because it's easier to do that than fire them.
This is a long-term enterprise.
It's a long-term enterprise because if we take our eye off the ball, the waste board will come roaring back.
They can Doge when Democrats get back in power.
Yeah.
Well, they just don't have any more elections, and that's not going to be a problem. It's simple.
Yeah. Well, I think some of the things that, we're trying to have it be such that the funding is removed, so the grants are gone. So there's a lot of work required to restart the waste board.
There's nothing that they can do to stop them from doing it again. They broke the law to do it, and they broke the law. They'll break whatever law, whatever rule that you think that you can put in there to make them not do it again. They will just ignore that rule the same as they ignored the existing rules to do what they're already doing. That's just, the roaches find a way back in. Like, I tried to make sure raccoons don't get in my house. That's a lot harder than you think.
And that will at least slow it down.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
He's right that it'll slow it down. It won't stop it, but it will definitely slow it down.
Barr-Nunn village in Shenzhen is widely recognized as a wealthy village, and it used to be famously known as the Mistress Village. Back in the day, the village was full of beautiful women. Their boyfriends were mostly businessmen, white-collar workers, and truck drivers who traveled between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. At its peak, Barr-Nunn village had around 50,000 mistresses. The village was packed with massage parlors, karaoke bars, nightclubs, and other places associated with the sex industry, earning it the nickname a paradise for Hong Kongers. However, in recent years, as Hong Kong's economy has declined, the once popular trend of keeping mistresses has gradually faded.
That's surprising. Holy shit, what the fuck? Why would they stop that?
Barr-Nunn village is separated from Hong Kong by just a river. Although it's called a village, it's essentially in the heart of the city. This village, with a history of over 700 years, is now known as one of the most affluent urban villages. The village gate is decorated with intricate dragon carvings on stone pillars, with lions standing guard in front, creating a luxurious atmosphere. Even from a distance, you can't help but marvel at the grandeur that sets it apart from other urban villages.
Yeah, this looks really good.
In the 1990s, Shenzhen took advantage of its proximity to Hong Kong, leveraging special policies and incentives.
Where's the mistress part? Okay, it's coming. Never mind. I was worried.
As a result, a large number of Taiwanese, Hong Kong, and foreign enterprises came to invest and build factories in Shenzhen. With capital flowing in, many investors and business people from Taiwan and Hong Kong followed. Shenzhen, as a special economic zone and the forefront of reform, also attracted thousands of migrant workers, including many young and beautiful girls.
What a surprise.
These workers came from rural areas. Some were quite simple and used to a hard life, making them easier to get along with. They carried the burden of supporting their families at a young age. At the time, wages and prices in Shenzhen were relatively low. Wealthy men from Hong Kong could spend between 4,000 to 8,000 Hong Kong dollars to keep a young woman in an urban village.
Damn. And so they just spent that money? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Okay.
The trend of keeping mistresses spread throughout Shenzhen. The so-called mistress villages were residential areas where wealthy men kept their mistresses. During China's rapid economic growth, some businessmen and officials would secretly establish such homes on the outskirts of the city to hide from their wives. These urban villages became a special community and were seen as symbols of indulgent lifestyles. Hong Kong Village is near the Barr-Nunn port, which was a key crossing point between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. A certain flashy group of people regularly passed through this port. They wore large gold chains, carried bulky cell phones, and spoke Mandarin with a Hong Kong accent. They frequented the most upscale restaurants in Hong Kong Village, often accompanied by young, beautiful...
This crazy how popular that shit is over there. I feel like over here it's like way less... It's like way less common. Like nowadays, I feel like nobody really brings this shit up at all. Like maybe every once in a while I'd see this like normalized in like Las Vegas, but I feel like over there it's totally different.
As this lavish lifestyle expanded, certain residential developments in Shenzhen's Lehu district, like Yijing Garden and Jinglu Garden, became known for their high concentration of mistresses. In the mid-1990s, Shenzhen's central area shifted westward to the Futian district, and areas like Changsha Village, Shazhui Village, and Shuiwei Village became favorite hotspots for Hong Kongers to hide their mistresses. The widespread and open practice of keeping mistresses was arguably unparalleled in Chinese communities. According to Hong Kong anthropologist Professor Tan Xiaowei, by the late 1990s, 1 in 6 Hong Kong men working in mainland China had a mainland wife. Not all.
God damn. So 1 in 6 of these girls just showed up? Holy fuck. Kind of assume mistresses are just hookers? Yeah, basically they are. Yeah, that's what I would say.
All of these men were big bosses. Some were ordinary workers earning tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars per month. Hong Kong, as a port city, served not only as a central hub for economic and trade exchanges between mainland China and the West, but also as a link connecting mainland China and Taiwan. At the time, Hong Kong was one of the top free trade ports in the world and a global logistics center, with the advantage of being a duty-free port. It had one of the busiest container terminals globally, and various service industries flourished as a result. Hong Kong's container truck drivers and taxi drivers were already earning over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Hong Kong Port became the busiest border crossing for both passengers and freight in China, and it was also the first to operate 24 hours a day. With trucks frequently traveling between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, a trend of men keeping mistresses in Shenzhen emerged. In the evenings, areas near Hong Kong ports such as Hong Kong and Changsha Village would be lined with large container trucks parked along the roadside as drivers headed to their love nests to meet their mistresses.
Damn. Oh my fucking god. It's insane. Yeah, this is... I guess that makes sense.
Back then, diligent Hong Kong truck drivers could earn around 30,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, which was incredibly tempting for young women from other provinces who came to Shenzhen for work. These women, who often worked overtime and only earned around 1,000 yuan a month, were drawn to the possibility of a much higher income. What's surprising is that the mistress industry became completely open, with no taboos around either seeking a sponsor or being...
It's just totally fucking normalized. Oh my god.
Sponsor. Some Hong Kong businessmen even openly recruited lovers, and the mistress industry adopted a referral system. A woman who had already become the mistress of a Hong Kong man would recommend her cousins or close friends when she knew that her lover's friends were also looking for someone in the mainland. These women, often matched by their hometown friends, quickly became mistresses to Hong Kong truck drivers. The men would rent a place close to the border and provide their mistresses with around $4,000 to $5,000 Hong Kong dollars a month for living expenses.
Damn. All right.
Aside from waiting for the drivers to come back for a short rest, the daily routine for these women consisted of shopping, playing mahjong with their friends, and comparing who received the most money from their patrons. Many Hong Kong businessmen, especially those involved in the jewelry and clothing trades, also followed this trend and started maintaining second homes in Shenzhen. Over time, not only rural women, but also female university students became a primary source of mistresses. It was a well-known fact that female university graduates faced employment difficulties, especially since many companies discriminated against women. Some of these students, burdened by student loans and struggling with financial difficulties at home, felt immense pressure to find a job quickly. If they couldn't, the impact on them was significant. Whether they were working-class women or university students, their goal was the same: to make money quickly, improve their lives, and support their families. When they couldn't achieve that through conventional means, becoming a mistress seemed like a natural alternative.
What a surprise. What a fucking surprise. Yep. I feel like this is what happens anytime. Oh, if it is AI? I don't think it's AI. It's just somebody reading the same way. Yeah, I think this is pretty normal. It's a symbiosis. Yeah, I feel like people do this in every culture. This is super fucking normalized. It's not even a question. When they're working, they look fucking miserable. The whip is always... Yeah, that's probably true. It's the same as like OnlyFans, right? I mean, OnlyFans is it's a different way of this, but I feel like it's pretty much the same thing.
At that time, the mistress industry in Shenzhen had already become well organized, symbolizing a certain sense of fashion and trendiness.
Do you think this is bad or good? Is it bad to have a mistress culture? I feel like it's probably bad. Yeah, I do think it's bad because like then you're gonna have a lot of kids, and then like the kids probably end up getting born, and then they don't have a dad around. I feel like it's probably not good for the culture. Yeah. Sounds pretty bad, I would say so.
Even gave Shenzhen the name Mistress City. Mistresses in Shenzhen generally fell into two categories. The first was the long-term type, where the woman's Hong Kong boyfriend was usually older, and there was a more established emotional bond between them, making the relationship relatively stable. The second was the short-term type, where the relationship only lasted around a year or so, resembling more of a cohabiting boyfriend-girlfriend situation.
See, that's what's crazy to me about it, is like they just have people that live in that are like basically paid girlfriends. Oh my god. People hook up through OnlyFans. I feel like that happens a lot with like Instagram, because like I see models talking about that all the time. It's super fucking common.
Typically, when the man stopped showing up or refused to pay for her upkeep, the woman would break up with him, sell off everything in the house, end the lease, and either leave Shenzhen or find another man to support her. According to a report by Phoenix TV, there were as many as 50,000 mistresses in Huanggang Village alone. Other areas like Barr-Nunn, Honggui Road, and Xinzhou were also densely populated with mistresses. In other parts of Guangdong, such as Zhanglutou in Dongguan, the number of mistresses reached a peak of 120,000.
In one fucking place? This is insane. If I have to talk to you there, I need to move there? This is insane. Pay me to exist? I know. This is insane.
It's estimated that there were at least 300,000 mistresses in Shenzhen. Many Hong Kong men chose to have their mistresses settle down in these areas, and if you talk to these women, they would all say the same thing. In a couple of years, my child's father will arrange for his Hong Kong residency. Adi, a young woman from rural Hubei, saw her allowance from her Hong Kong boyfriend increase from 8,000 yuan a month to 20,000 yuan. She kept herself well-groomed, visited beauty salons for manicures, enjoyed afternoon tea, played mahjong with friends, and spent her evenings watching movies or chatting online. She had a comfortable place to live, and her job was simple. She only needed to spend 4 or 5 nights with her boyfriend each month. Every time.
Wow. What a fucking job. That is crazy. Oh my god.
He would also give her gifts like bags, shoes, or cosmetics. For Adi, who had never finished middle school and lacked any real skills, this lifestyle left her feeling content. One girl once said, "Working in a factory means laboring for over 12 hours a day, barely earning a few hundred yen. Living with a Hong Kong man means no work and no worries about life. What's wrong with that?"
Yeah. True. That's the thing, is like a lot of them, they probably don't have anything else they're going to do. So yeah, they're just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
He was running for his life.
Yeah, and also, like, they probably make way more money doing that than anywhere else. I feel like that's like it is a very, very true thing. My 4-pound Billy Sue, Purple Hair America, expect the same. Maybe, right?
Mistress became more common. The mistress villages flourished, coinciding with Hong Kong's golden age of economic growth. The community in these villages became increasingly complex, with relationships becoming more transactional. Take Xiaolin, for example. She stopped her education after middle school and heard that she could make good money in Shenzhen. To support her family, she followed her fellow villagers to Guangdong to work. At first, she worked in a factory and lived in a dormitory, but soon she moved out. She met a wealthy Hong Kong businessman who claimed to be single and said that she was lonely from working abroad.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Yep, there you go. Take the call? I guess so. Yeah, women that live easy lives? Bro, come on. Also wants to change jobs? Yeah, where is this again?
Zhao Li, young and inexperienced, fell for his sweet talk and became his mistress. Later, she found out that he had a wife and daughter in Hong Kong.
That's never happened before.
Even though she realized
that's never happened.
She couldn't give up a comfortable life. The businessman promised Xiaolin that if she could give him a son, he would give her a lump sum of 300,000 yuan, a huge amount at the time. The condition was that the child would be raised by his wife in Hong Kong, and Xiaolin would not see the child again. If it were a daughter, she would receive 80,000 yuan, but the child would still go to the wife. Xiaolin accepted, reasoning that even after 10 or 20 years of hard work, she couldn't earn that kind of money. After Xiaolin gave birth to a daughter, the businessman quickly arranged to send the child to Hong Kong. It wasn't until Xiaolin experienced the pain of being separated from her child that she realized what sort of deal she made. She begged the businessman to let her keep the baby until the child's first month, but and transferred the promised money to her. He also told her,
What a surprise. What a surprise. Yeah, you should start. No, this is how it is. Yeah, the wife knew. I guess so, it's gotta be trafficking. That is actually like, so that's another big reason why a lot of this stuff can be really bad, is that the overlap between this and trafficking, huge fucking overlap. Massive fucking overlap. It's not even, it's so bad. Especially like, and it gets, like it gets worse and it gets better in some cases when it becomes legal, right? Because like the people that are doing it in a way worse way when it's legal, but, when it's illegal, but there's probably a lot more people doing it whenever it is legal.
warning that if she continued to bother him, her reputation would be ruined. Xiaolin then realized that she would never see her child again, and the businessman ruthlessly abandoned her. Many women in the mistress villages had experiences similar to Xiaolin's. Some didn't have children, but their stories often ended in sadness. After China joined the World Trade Organization, it became closer to Western countries, and the incomes in mainland China started rising. Real estate prices continued to climb, and the pressure of high costs discouraged Hong Kong men from keeping mistresses in Shenzhen. Nowadays, Hong Kong...
They get expensive, bro. That's the inflation right there. Oh my god. Do the children are used organs? Yeah, exactly, right? No, it's really fucking scary. It is. Like, that's why it's bad. Consequences for action about men working 4 hours a day. Well, I think that, like, you can notice that, like, something like this is bad, while at the same time saying, you know, like, it's obvious that, you know, like, there's a bad component to it as well.
Hong Kong's economic growth has been dragged down by the mainland's economic slowdown and tensions between China and the U.S. Foreign investments in Hong Kong are rapidly withdrawing, and Hong Kong's status as an international financial center continues to decline. Former mistresses either sell off their possessions and look for said, now Hong Kong men have no conscience when it comes to mistresses, because
I wonder why. Yeah, there you go. Back to factory, yeah, how's getting expensive? It is, yeah. What the fuck do you expect? Exactly. Women on only weight making good money, it's pretty bad. I think it's probably more complicated than that. I think it's the people that come from villages that didn't have other opportunities that would come and take advantage of this because of them.
to the economic downturn, they don't offer lifelong support anymore. It's become more like a monthly rental arrangement.
How embarrassing.
In recent years, you hardly see Hong Kong drivers in Guangdong anymore. Industry insiders say that Hong Kong drivers can no longer afford to spend money in the mainland. Their annual income has dropped to around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, which doesn't match the rising cost of living. It's hard enough for them to visit their mistresses twice a month, given they spend over 12 hours a day on the road. Many rely on garlic to stay awake just to maintain their income.
What the fuck? It's insane.
Hong Kong's truck drivers are just one example of industries that were once thriving but have now fallen into decline. Today, Hong Kong Village has lost its former bustle. If you walk around asking about mistresses, only the older generation still remembers the old stories. Most people have forgotten the secrets of the past. Standing at the archway of Hong Kong Village and looking out, the streets are now filled with busy office workers. The mistress village has become a thing of the past. Economic factors have played a role in the rise and fall of the mistress villages. Among Hong Kong's economic decline, Shenzhen's mistress villages are gradually being swept away by the tides of change. One could say that while Hong Kong is in decline, Shenzhen's future may not be so different. The cost of
I
maintaining...
feel like that's what happens in any sort of big country like that, or any big area like that. It happens a lot. They aren't going to elaborate further than, yeah, why the fuck does garlic work? I have no idea. Do you remember the Hong Kong protests? Yeah, well, those are really big. It was insane.
The mistress is far beyond
It's not
the reach of
towards me,
ordinary
that's
people.
good.
However, for China's corrupt officials and wealthy individuals, it's not an issue. In fact, even across the ocean in Los Angeles, there are similar mistress villages. In the hills east of Los Angeles lies an area filled with villa-style residential neighborhoods. As you drive up the mountain roads, you'll see rows upon rows of mansions surrounded by vibrant gardens. This is rolling houses. It's said that wealthy Chinese businessmen and officials spend millions to buy luxury homes here under the guise of
It's a nice fucking place. It is.
managing villas, allowing their mistresses to live there openly. These rich and powerful men can't visit often, usually coming only once a year for 10 days to 2 weeks before returning to China. For the rest of the year, the mistresses are left alone in these grand homes. These women not only live in luxury homes and drive expensive cars, but they also have little to occupy their time. During the day, they go shopping, eat out, buy clothes, get their hair done, and visit beauty salons. This has led to the booming
What a surprise. Yeah, LA, yeah, there you go. OnlyFans house, exactly.
success of Chinese restaurants, beauty salons, clothing stores, and liquor shops in the Rolling Heights area. In the evenings, the mistresses often gather to play cards or even stay up all night playing mahjong. The mistresses tend to share similar backgrounds, experiences, and hobbies, so they like to stick together, having plenty in common to talk about and helping each other out. As a result, they buy homes close to one another, and over time, the mistress village formed, gaining a reputation among the local Chinese community. The presence of so many mistresses can be seen at Los Angeles International Airport, where every day Chinese women are anxiously waiting at the arrival gates for flights from China.
What a surprise. Yep. What a fucking surprise, bro. They're spawn camping him. Yeah, there you go. Housewives of China. I know. Moving out right now. There you go. Oh, fuck. Wow.
The young women will rush to meet him, taking his arm and heading off in a Mercedes or BMW towards Rolling Heights. These mistresses share another common trait. They're all young and beautiful. Some of them are even singers or actresses, but time catches up with everyone. Over time, some mistresses have fought with illegal wives for their husbands and succeeded in becoming the official wife. Others have remarried and become someone else's wife. For those who didn't marry or didn't want to, they sold their homes for a profit and moved into cheaper properties. In recent years, Los Angeles real estate has been booming, with prices rising year after year. These mistresses have accumulated wealth over time, and the departure of the men no longer worries them. For corrupt CCP officials, keeping mistresses has become a badge of honor, and having a mistress has even become a trend in official circles. Statistics show that 95% of corrupt
Damn.
officials who have been investigated had mistresses or kept second wives.
Wait, how many?
And having a mistress has even become a trend in official circles. Statistics show that 95% of corrupt officials.
That's a lot. Okay, that's really bad.
Who have been investigated
Holy
had
shit.
mistresses or kept second wives.
Wow. Holy fuck. But how many are corrupt? I don't know. That is insane. 5% are... Yeah, exactly. Oh my fucking god. You know what's funny? Is I think that you're probably right about that. You don't like corrupt? Yeah. Propaganda? I don't know about propaganda. I feel like in a lot of cases stuff like that is true. 102% are corrupt? Yeah, there's the video. That is fucking crazy. Bill Clinton fit right in. Yeah, is that right here? What's this here? China is doing reverse DEI. It's crazy how, like, you have, like, a whole economy built around something, and then it just ends up turning in reverse, you know? And I think that there's, like, so many people, I've seen so many guys, like, there's, like, the whole passport thing, like, oh, I'm gonna go over there and, like, meet my wife over there or something like that. It's super, super fucking common. It is incredibly common. Passport bros? Yeah, I know, it's massive. Yeah, top comment. Just like Mal and Vision. Shit, exactly. Give me a minute. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll link you guys the video. Give it a like. This is I like watching these because I find them very interesting. China's doing reverse DEI, trying to get their women back at home. I think there's a lot of places that are doing that. Actually, like it's getting super common.
Guys, I've said over the last couple of weeks that we need to just basically levy a gigantic tariff on China. If you want to stop this nonsense, just hit them with like 1,000% as a meme, basically, okay? Then what happens with that 1,000% tariff is that she then walks to us and says, okay, listen, all right, we have been doing all these terrible things. Because keep in mind, guys, he's only in power exclusively because people in China, the poorest people in China, have jobs, all right, making what 80 to 90% of the products they make there for the United States of America, okay? So the only way that we can fix this is if she says, you know what, hey, listen, we're going to stop giving you guys bad deals. We're going to stop manipulating their currency. And also, we're going to go ahead and stop what I do. That's it. If you say all of these things and all these things, then we can work out a better deal. But until then, I'm not sure what we can actually do in terms of China. I don't, because all we're going to keep doing is doubling. Like, I'm sure you guys seen these videos like, hey, would you like $1? Would you double it and pass it on? That's basically where we're at right now. It's going to consistently happen until someone comes to the table and, bro, it's not us. Not this time. Over the last 50 years, we've lost manufacturing jobs in the United States of America to China consistently. Back to back to back to back. Because, again, it's cheaper to build things in China. It just is. Right? The labor is cheap. So until we can get a better deal, the currency is going to stop being manipulated, and intellectual property is going to stop being stolen at the rate that it's basically stolen. Like, yeah, go to China right now. I've been in China a couple of times. I love China. I love the way it looks. It looks super futuristic in some places. Then the exact opposite in others. Never mind. It's not, China is not all of these big cities. Those are just the big cities, right? But the point is here, look at all of the innovation that's happened in China over the last 50 to 60 years, 70 years. A lot of that comes from, again, intellectual property theft. We have decided to build things in this country. They have taken and reverse engineered a good amount of it, and they are coming out on top. They're going to come out on top if we do not fix this. Okay? All due to what? Intellectual property theft. So until we can work on that, I don't see what we can do here. But the end of the video is U.S. tariff war is killing China.
I'll let them do it.
Industries are ruined. Beijing resists, unafraid of starving people. That's the end of the video. Let's see suggestion via Discord. Let's go and jump into this video. So I gave you an overall. Let's jump.
The tariff war with the United States is killing us. Our factory has never been this bleak before. It's hard to get orders, and even the workshop and server rooms have stopped production. Other factories that mainly export to the U.S. are in an even worse situation. For our factory, to keep the employees, the boss is desperately selling off inventory, hoping that more customers from Yiwu International Trade City can help us with orders. So the pressure from the inventory will definitely fall on us salespeople. Trump's drastic move will only force Chinese businesses to explore other markets, like Europe, South America, and the Middle East.
That's fine.
Production has stopped. Earlier, some followers were asking about whether the U.S. tariff reduction affects us. As you know, we mainly do business with the U.S., and that's 90% of our income. As of yesterday, the U.S. tariff has increased 104%, and the direct impact on us is that all export business to the U.S. has stopped. Even original equipment manufacturing clients told us to stop production. All the goods at the port need to be returned, and the losses are incalculable.
美国对中国的商品的税已经超过
With the U.S. increasing tariffs on Chinese goods by 104%, the garment trade might collapse directly. Factory orders are plummeting. Machines are idle. Workers are unemployed. Accepting orders means losing money. Not accepting them means waiting to go bankrupt. Caught between a rock and a hard place, foreign trade is shifting to domestic sales, but the already intense competition in domestic garment market will be cut to the extreme. The profit margin on a piece of clothing may be thinner than paper. Textile factories, garment factories, wholesale garment stores, clothing stores, every part of the industry is being dragged into a price war. What about the consumers? In the short term, clothes will be cheaper, the fabric might be worse, and the fit might not be right. After a few wears, you'll lose shape, and you'll feel like you wasted your money and lost trust. In the long term, there's no profit in the clothing industry. Other industries will be the same. Factories and companies with no profit will have to shut down. More people will lose their jobs, and fewer people will have income. Money will be harder to earn, and fewer people will be able to spend. Nobody will buy clothes, cars, or other things. What can we do?
Like, I hear this guy, trust me, bro, I absolutely feel what you're trying to say here. But the problem is that where's jobs lost in the United States of America? We definitely need to stop relying on importing every single thing that's coming from another country. And based off of what you just admitted here, 90% dictates that you live exclusively to funnel products to the United States of America. Like, that's what that sounds like to me. It sounds like you guys also have an issue. But again, she's power is due to his ability to foster our consumerist, let's say, demands and needs. That's it. And that's what it looks like outside looking in here, guys. I'm not a politician. I'm just a random guy on YouTube. That likes watching them. You learn about these things.
The workshop is not full of foreign goods, and we still don't know if they'll be shipped out or if the other side will even accept them.
This is the situation right now. The factory has stopped production, and over 100 people are laid off on the spot.
All U.S. orders have been stopped today. We don't understand how these tariff increases and reductions will affect us, but it's clear that many people can't continue their business. The streets are emptier, and many people have lost their jobs. The first to be affected are the workers. With no foreign trade orders, the factory can't run, and the first ones to be laid off are the workers. You might earn 2,000 yuan this month, then 1,000 yuan the next, and the month after that, you would pack up and go home because there's no work. It's just that simple and that real. Guys, let's just lie down and watch. These street vendors are all business owners. The trade war is real, and it's already impacting the economy. What effect does the tariff have on ordinary people?
First, I work in finance. A couple of days ago, I asked our export clients how the tariffs were affecting them. They told me that 90% of their business has been suspended.
The U.S. Tariff Club swings over many countries, and last-minute changes have occurred. On the afternoon of April 9th, Trump announced that the high tariffs would be temporarily delayed. For the next 90 days, only the 10% benchmark tariff would be imposed, but the 104% tariff on China wasn't removed. It was instead increased to 125%.
It's going to go higher.
China retaliated with an 84% tariff. The US-China tariff war has caused widespread distress across China. Guangdong, as the core province of China's foreign trade, relies heavily on exports, especially to the US market.
Hi everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here with a pretty serious announcement. We have a very unusual anomalous signal that has been detected in Earth's natural energy field. We've seen these sort of anomalous signals before. That's one of the things that we track together on this channel. And every time that we've seen this anomalous signal in a significant way, even times when it's just kind of a whisper, we have seen very high magnitude earthquakes occur shortly afterwards, just within days. So this is some of the craziest parameters that we've seen on this signal yet, at least with my experience, my time observing this. A great example that we'll go into, we're going to go through all the historic examples so you can really make up your own mind and opinion about what this geo alert means. We hope that nothing happens from this. Let me state right from the beginning that there's no guarantee that there's going to be some sort of big one. Typically these sort of anomalous signals are linked to earthquakes, high magnitude earthquakes. There's no guarantee that happens. I'm not hoping for that. No one wants that. We are though looking at this just from a very realistic standpoint because we see these connections. The most poignant example was back on February 2nd, 2023, 4 days before the magnitude 7.8 and 7.5 earthquakes in Turkey near the Syrian border, which was devastating. I have friends in that area that were absolutely devastated by those earthquakes. We saw anomalous signals in the Schumann resonances, again, 4 days before, and then the day of, starting exactly when that earthquake occurred, we saw a 6 to 8 hour long anomalous signal appear very obviously. That was correlated perfectly. We've also seen these signals before the most recent seismic burst at Campi Flagray, which is around February 17th with a few days on each side. That was this year. We saw these signals appear back on November 29th. That was 5 or 6 days before the magnitude 7 earthquake that occurred off the coast of California to the north near Pretoria at the Triple Junction. We saw these signals also occur back on February 22nd, 2024, and about 24 hours later we had a magnitude 6.3 earthquake, which was the only magnitude 6 plus earthquake that occurred for like a week on either side. So it seems very much linked to that. And then just recently, we also, just like 2 days ago, we saw some of these pre-earthquake signals in the record, and they were very faint and quiet, and we had that magnitude 7.4 earthquake that hit south of Chile and Argentina within about 24 hours, actually less than 12 hours, I believe, after that occurred. And that was measured about 18,000 kilometers away. So that would explain why the signals showed up so faintly, but we did observe them. I have a keen eye for this. I track this stuff every day, folks. This is really my passion, my interest is understanding macro Earth geophysics. That's what I educate on this channel. So if you'd like to stay appraised with these Earth changes, then you can subscribe to the channel. I release videos almost daily. But this is a pretty serious thing. So let's get right into the data. And we're going to then go to through the historic examples, and then we're going to go back to the data so we can better understand it once more. But let's go straight into just what we're seeing, because it is very, very anomalous and bizarre. Actually, let's start here with our spectrogram. Here we have from the Space Observing System. This is a public geophysical observatory out of Tomsk, Russia. It's run by the technical university there, and they take measurements on the ionosphere, they take measurements on the Schumann resonances, they take measurements also just as it relates to solar activity and such, and they post that on their website, and they seem to have one of the best public observatories as it relates to capturing high resolution data on the Schumann resonances. Here we see definitely an anomalous signal there, and that is right in the pre-earthquake signal range of about 20 to 25 hertz, so it's more like 15 to 30 plus hertz. But that was the first kind of clue that something weird was happening for this most recent burst. And I noticed that, but we had something really critical occur here, and actually now the data is offline. If we go back to the 1st of May, we see our anomalous signals. They're very faint, but see that line right there? That's one. We see some more right here, like this. We also see a little parabola there, a little bit of like anomalous energy bleeding there. We see this increase in the intensity in the very low frequencies right there. It's about 5.5 hertz. This is 0 hertz up top, 40 hertz down below. I'll explain this more later, but I just want to get your eyes on this right away. And then there's also just in general some weird energy kind of signals all throughout this part of the record right there. Then about, again, less than 24 hours later, magnitude 7.4 earthquake in Argentina and Chile, just south of the very southern tip of South America. I reported on that in a live stream about 10 hours before that earthquake occurred. Now the data has actually gone offline because for Thompson, Russia, it's actually already May 4th. It's early morning there, local time. This is all universal time +7, so you convert for your local time zone, but they have not updated the data. So we see that actually now we are behind, but if you look at the most recent, they have 4 parameters that they measure. We have the spectrogram, which gives us a look at the intensity of the vertical electric field going from 0 to 40 hertz across time. We use these colors to denote intensity. Indigo and blue is low intensity, red and white is high intensity. But there are other measures as well. For example, we have the amplitude measurements. We have the frequency measurements for the first 4 modes in Schumann resonance. 8 hertz, 14 hertz, 20 hertz, 26 hertz. We also have the quality measurements, and this is the specific data signal that really tells you that something may be coming. And let me explain why. So you have what's known as resonance amplification, and this is very simple. When you have something that's resonating, it's going to keep resonating so long as it's being fed energy, right? If you hit a church bell, let's say you give a church bell a good old hit, it's going to let out a beautiful note, it's going to ring, but eventually that'll fade out. But if there's something that's continuously hitting that, it's going to keep on vibrating. Resonance. Now, you could, and people have done this before, there's metronomes and things that you can do this with. You can hit things that are tuned to the same note, the same resonant frequency. You can hit one and the energy will move over to the other and they'll both start to vibrate. If you have a lot of dampening in the system, this is the specific term they use in physics. If you have a lot of dampening, then you can hit something, but it'll quickly go back to baseline because the energy dampens out. Whereas if you have very little dampening, then the thing can keep ringing and vibrating for a very long time. And that is actually what creates the Schumann resonances in the first place, is that we have all these lightning strikes around the globe that are constantly feeding energy into these extremely low frequency fields, about 5 to 50 hertz, and the overall attenuation on these signals, the dampening is very, very low, and so they continue to resonate all the time, globally, without fail. They've done it, we think, for millions and millions of years, basically because we know that they have this as a result of the global electric circuit in the ionosphere and charged particles hitting our magnetic field, driving this global electric circuit, which we've had that since basically the Earth was generated and created in the the beginning of creation or whatever. So these are constantly vibrating. Well, if we go back, when you have all of a sudden more energy in that resonant system, and the energy that's leaving the system does not increase, or actually even perhaps diminishes even further, then you have resonance amplification, and the energy can build and build and build, and that is actually a mechanism that can cause really destructive damage. That's what causes buildings to collapse during earthquakes. The frequency of some of the seismic waves, specifically usually the surface waves, then it causes the building to go like this and eventually collapses. That's what caused the collapse.
咁多做咩啊？有啲嘢你又控制唔到嘅。
On April 27th, the owner of a furniture factory in Foshan, Guangdong, posted a video saying that after 15 years in the business, his factory has been suffering losses for several years and has finally gone bankrupt. After paying the workers' wages, the factory closed down. The owner expressed his frustration, saying that it was harder than the pandemic by 100 times. A commenter shared their experience, saying that in this environment, the best option is to get out as soon as possible. They said, "I've been in the furniture industry for 25 years, and now all that's left is an office trade. I have to keep patching things up." A netizen from Fujian commented, "I'm the same. I'm in the furniture materials business. One of my major foreign trade clients shut down in March. April feels like a harsh winter, and I feel lost. It gets worse every year, and I don't know what I'll do next." Another netizen said, "I've been saying this all along. After March, a lot of businesses are going to struggle to survive. Only a few can make it through, and it's really tough." In Zhejiang, a vlogger filmed a small factory that had gone bankrupt, commenting that many small factories have shut down this year. The situation is the same everywhere. They can't make money, and it's hard to know where to go from here. In Sichuan, a mattress factory's owner shared a few videos on TikTok. She expressed her sorrow, saying that the factory is facing bankruptcy, and seeing her workers still working hard today made her feel emotional. Due to the current economic situation, orders have dropped drastically, and despite relying on old clients, the business is still struggling. To survive, the entire team brainstormed, and a young employee suggested to sell online. Thinking that desperate times called for desperate measures, they decided to give it a shot. She couldn't understand why the factory couldn't escape bankruptcy despite their hard work. As the May 1st May Day holiday hasn't even ended, the wave of factory closures has already spread across coastal manufacturing hubs like Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Jiangsu. There have been continuous reports of factory closures, owners running away, and workers protesting over unpaid wages. On April 30th, workers at a garment factory in Guangdong were worried about whether they would receive their wages for the month. One of the workers said,
The factory is closed. The manager said wages will be paid on the 10th. Can we trust that? The boss hasn't even shown his face. No explanation at all.
One netizen commented, "Don't even trust the manager. By the 10th, the factory might be gone." Others suggested they should keep an eye on the factory, even suggesting that during the holiday, workers should take turns guarding the entrance to prevent the boss from taking equipment and inventory. That way, if they can't get paid, at least they can try to salvage something. In reality, owners who run away are also having a tough time. After their factories close, many of them end up in debt and can't repay it. Some are left homeless, wandering the streets.
我可能快活不下去了。I don't think I can survive much longer. The company closed down. Business went bankrupt. Now I have no home. I used to own 2 factories, had a house, a car. I never imagined I'd end up like this. Now I'm homeless on the street, with no money and a huge pile of debts.
In April 2025, China's manufacturing industry faced unprecedented shocks. Due to the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs up to 145%, export orders from China plummeted. Many factories were forced to shut down or temporarily halt orders. Some even closed permanently. According to predictions from Chinese export companies, shipment volumes could fall by as much as 60%. On April 30th, China's National Bureau of Statistics released data showing that the Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index dropped from 50.5 in March to 40, falling below the critical line for the first time in 16 months. This shows the most severe contraction in manufacturing activity in recent months, even lower than the forecasted 49.8. The new export orders index also fell from 49 in March to 44.7, marking the lowest level since the end of the pandemic in December 2022. These data indicate that the Trump administration's tariff policies have had a significant impact on China's export manufacturing sector. China's internal economic vulnerabilities have magnified the effects of the tariff war. Since the pandemic ended, the collapse of the real estate industry, the shrinking consumer market, and rising local government debt have made the export manufacturing sector a crucial pillar for economic recovery. However, the U.S. tariffs signals the end of this strategy. In the first quarter of this year, Chinese importers rushed to purchase goods before the tariffs went into effect, and Chinese manufacturers also accelerated shipments, leading to a 5-month high in exports in March. After the tariffs were enforced, U.S. importers canceled or delayed orders, leading to insufficient factory operations and a reduction in manufacturing jobs. The increase in unemployment has reached its fastest pace since February 2023. This added significant pressure to China's already fragile job market. Many workers are wandering the streets, desperately looking for jobs. However, many factories are almost completely halting recruitment. A human resources agent from Guangdong sincerely advised against coming to the province, as finding work there is nearly impossible.
在广东啊，已经出现了严重的滞留，98%的厂已经爆满。
Right now, Guangdong is facing serious congestion, with 98% of factories already full, and they're prioritizing women. Especially in cities like Shenzhen and Guizhou, many factories are occasionally stopping recruitment because they're already fully staffed. Guys, don't blindly come here. If you do, you might end up stuck. And the result of that is you'll spend days without finding work. How will you handle your food and accommodations during that time? I want to advise everyone thinking about coming to Guangdong for work. If someone tells you that a job at a factory is easy with high wages and good food and accommodation, they're 100% lying to you. The market this year is nothing like previous years. Honestly, it's a situation where there's no work to be found. The late former premier of China, Li Keqiang, said in 2020 that China's foreign trade industry directly or indirectly supported 180 million jobs. Now, with foreign trade collapsing, the unemployment crisis is inevitable. Earlier, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Fox Business that China's reliance on exports to the U.S. is under threat, increasing the risk of factory closures. Economic pressure might force China to compromise. Bessent predicted that China's GDP data would be very bad, with unemployment potentially rising by 5 to 10 million jobs. In fact, his prediction may still be conservative. The actual situation could be worse. Economist Wang Zhe stated that the chain effects of the China-US tariff stalemate will gradually show in the second and third quarters. He pointed out that after U.S. importers rushed to make purchases before tariffs took effect, subsequent order cancellations left Chinese factories with serious overcapacity. Many factories had to cut production or even shut down, worsening the unemployment crisis. April's non-manufacturing data in China was also disappointing, with both the construction and service industries showing growth lower than expected, indicating weak market confidence. China's National Bureau of Statistics reported that the PMI for non-manufacturing activities dropped from 50.8 in March to 50.4 in April. The sub-index for service sector activity fell from 50.3 to 50.1, and the construction sub-index dropped from 53.4 to 51.9. The combined composite index for both manufacturing and non-manufacturing fell by 1.2 percentage points to 50.2. As a result, the offshore yuan's exchange rate against the US dollar continued to decline, reaching 7.27. The CSI 300 index remained flat, but overall market sentiment was cautious. Several international financial institutions, including UBS and Goldman Sachs, recently lowered their forecast for China's 2025 economic growth to 4% or lower, reflecting declining global confidence in China's economic outlook. In the midst of this crisis in China's export manufacturing sector, the Chinese government has yet to take the initiative to negotiate with the U.S. to resolve the issue. Instead, they have taken a tough stance, recently releasing a brainwashing video called Don't Kneel, which echoes Cultural Revolution-era rhetoric. The video promotes the idea of fighting for cooperation, positioning China as a hero standing up to the tariff war, calling for every country to stand tall. The Chinese media has also launched a collective propaganda campaign, with China Daily posting on Weibo saying, "Chinese people are not afraid, Chinese people can endure hardship." This has sparked a wave of nationalism, with many little pigs, a term for ardent supporters of the Chinese Communist Party, becoming overly enthusiastic and unable to contain their excitement.
这也太燃了！看到外交部直接说
This is so empowering. Seeing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs say China does not kneel gave me goosebumps. China will not bow to pressure, even if the U.S. raises tariffs.
China will prevail. Bending to hegemony is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It will only lead to deeper crisis. Compromise will only lead to further pressure. China does not kneel.
However, some netizens criticize the phrase China does not kneel, arguing that it only acknowledges the strength of the U.S.
Why say China doesn't kneel? Saying that means you admit the US is stronger. If you don't see the US as a strong power, then you won't need to say this.
Oh shit.
It means like you are exaggerating the other side's strength and showcasing your own resilience. But it shouldn't be phrased this way.
Despite this, there are also those who are more grounded. When China Daily posted that Chinese people are not afraid, Chinese people can endure hardship, some netizens rebuked the statement, offering a more critical perspective.
我觉得能吃苦不代表喜欢吃苦。
I think being able to endure hardship doesn't mean you like it. Not being afraid of hardship doesn't mean you are willing to suffer. The only reason someone is willing to endure hardship is because they believe the result will be worth it, that their life will improve. It's not about suffering so others can enjoy life.
He goes on to criticize the Chinese government's toughness, saying it's just for show to appease the domestic public, while behind the scenes they've already backed down. On April 29th, Reuters reported that Beijing has removed the 125% tariff on U.S. ethane imports. Last week, Beijing also exempted certain semiconductor manufacturing equipment, medical products, and aviation parts from tariffs. According to South Korea's Chosun Ilbo, senior officials from the Chinese Ministry of Finance visited the U.S. Treasury Department on the morning of April 24th. Bloomberg also reported that China has quietly started exempting 131 U.S. products from tariffs. These products are worth $40 billion, accounting for 24% of its total imports from the U.S. Sources revealed that this list is dynamic and will be adjusted based on China's needs, with more products possibly added or removed as alternatives are found. In the past few days, China has signaled its willingness to negotiate with the U.S. On May 1st, one of CCTV's outlets reported that the U.S. has been reaching out to China through various channels, hoping to negotiate on tariffs. This is the first time the Chinese government has acknowledged contact with the U.S. on this issue. On May 2nd, China's Ministry of Commerce also stated that it is evaluating the possibility of trade talks with the U.S. Apart from privately removing some U.S. product tariffs, China's Ministry of Commerce proposed in April that it would support exporters to sell domestically. This aims to mitigate the impact of tariffs, but the shrinkage of the domestic consumer market is undeniable. Blogger criticized the government for trying to convert exports into domestic sales, saying that this is not a lifeline, but merely a band-aid.
Domestic demand doesn't just appear out of nowhere. If your population hasn't changed, income hasn't risen, and consumer confidence is still dropping, how can you expect to replace the 100 million in exports with domestic sales? Let's not forget, many foreign trade products simply don't fit the domestic market. Surfboards, lawnmowers, and €100 pumps that sell overseas. Who's going to buy them here? Even if someone does, they won't pay a premium for your high-cost products. The domestic market is already in a bloodbath, fighting price wars. Who can win against Pinduoduo? Businesses specializing in domestic sales are already battling hard on price. If your foreign trade factory enters with high specs and high costs, you are just going to get crushed. The most critical point is, the domestic market is already facing serious overcapacity. It's not just your products that can't sell, no one's products can sell.
As the blogger pointed out, in a situation of sluggish consumption and serious overcapacity, every industry in China is entering a state of internal competition. So the export to domestic strategy will only intensify the already fierce competition in the domestic market. The final result will be a collective collapse. In Shanghai, a woman who works with physical businesses to help them expand into online sales shared a video, predicting that after the May Day holiday, China would face another wave of business closures.
我大胆预测一下，过了这个5一，可能又有一波倒闭潮了。
I boldly predict that after this May Day, we may see another wave of business closures. This is almost foreseeable. Over the past 3 months, nearly every business owner has been going through a period of darkness. She shares the case of a factory owner with an annual revenue of over 100 million yuan. This factory owner revealed that last year, the largest order of 20 million yuan only brought in 100,000 yuan in profit, highlighting the current zero-margin era. Taking the clothing industry as an example, jeans that used to cost 240 yuan to produce and could be sold for over 700 yuan are now being sold for 260 yuan on live streams, damaging the retail pricing model. From clothing to food and home appliances, companies relying on margins are seeing profits plummet. Many factory owners are stuck in a dilemma of continuing to operate but not making money, or shutting down and facing bad debts. This woman also pointed out that China's economy is facing severe challenges, with a particularly noticeable decline in the consumer market. Some key terms like extreme low consumption have even been banned from the internet by the government. This ban, she believes, reveals the harsh reality. The more something is bad, the more it reflects the truth. She shared that while she was in a taxi, she says she often chats with taxi drivers about their incomes. Many drivers for DD ride-hailing told her that if they work 10 hours a day during a good market, they can earn about 10,000 yuan a month. However, the situation has drastically changed now, with many drivers barely earning 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. One of her students also had a troubling experience. This student had been running a breakfast shop in Beijing for 7 to 8 years, with a stable monthly turnover of 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. After deducting costs, he still had a profit margin of about 50%. However, when he returned to his hometown in Barr-Nunn last year to continue running the shop, the business plummeted. Throughout the summer, the shop's daily turnover was only 100 to 200 yuan, and he couldn't afford the rent.
理发、打车、早餐这样的生活消费都没有了。
When people stop spending on things like haircuts, taxis, and breakfast, even if you figured it out and lowered the price of jeans to 260 yuan, no one is buying. That's why I'm saying that after this May Day, there may be another wave of business closures. After every major holiday, a group of entrepreneurs face reality. Tourist spots get crowded. Popular areas are packed with people, but the good things only happen to a very small number of people. The joys and sorrows of the world never really connect. Morgan Stanley's chief China economist, Xing Zhiqiang, stated the situation in China is much worse than expected, which shows that tariffs are starting to take effect. He predicts that China's economy will significantly slow down in the second quarter, and the government may be forced to speed up stimulus plans. However, some pointed out the issue of lack of stimulus. The government needs to let go of the dirty hands that are choking society, businesses, and the market, and allow the market to return to itself. Cut taxes for businesses, relax regulations, and reduce policies. The government should step aside. If the government does less, society will regain its vitality. Recently, a video by economist Xu Chenggang about the difficulties of stimulating domestic demand under the communist regime has circulated online. He believes that the real affluent class in China is very small, with the middle class numbering no more than 200 million. Most low-income groups lack the ability to consume, and any stimulus policies are unlikely to work. The fundamental problem, according to him, is that the Chinese government controls almost all resources. Land is state-owned, banks are government-controlled, and wealth ultimately flows into the government and the upper elites, leaving ordinary citizens to bear the losses. The wealth gap continues to widen, and as a result, China's economy cannot rely on domestic demand for growth. In the context of the US-China trade war and tariff battles, Xu Chenggang noted that China's export trade has been severely damaged. The situation of being trapped both domestically and internationally has led to a devastating impact on the economy. He emphasized that the problems in China's economy are not just at the policy level, but are deeply rooted in the system itself. As long as the authoritarian system remains unchanged, the wealth of the people cannot grow, and the economic difficulties are unlikely to be reversed. As one netizen put it,
我们现在中国人做生意不赚钱，开店不赚钱。
Right now, Chinese people aren't making money in business. Opening stores doesn't make money. Entrepreneurship doesn't make money. Investing doesn't make money. Working doesn't make money. Even doing e-commerce doesn't make money. We've entered a time of uselessness. It feels like nothing has returned to a normal track. With all these ways of making money aren't working, then the society has a problem.
美国加税对我们有什么影响？
How do the U.S. tariffs affect us? Let me give you an example. Take the jewelry industry. The tariff they added is between 153% and 164%. For instance, we shipped some goods recently, and the customs declaration was $1,000, but the tax we need to pay is over $1,500. Think about it. The goods themselves are worth $1,000, but we need to pay over $1,500 in tax. This is because these orders were placed earlier in the year. We're gradually fulfilling them. The deadline is May 2nd, so if the customer receives the goods before May 2nd, they don't need to pay the tax. But if the customer receives them after May 2nd, they'll have to pay all that extra tax. Can you imagine? That's a huge loss, right?
Mr. Feng, a business owner in Yiwu who's been in foreign trade for over 10 years, made a video on April 30th saying that the goods being shipped to the U.S. are facing heavy taxes. His profits have turned negative.
肥说义乌老板就是非常有钱的。
Who said Yiwu business owners are all rich? You invest in a shop, spend millions, but look at us factory workers. We're all stuck with the goods. After the tariff increase, the cost of our products has practically tripled. Because of this, more than half of the goods in our 1,000 square meter warehouse are stuck. We still have a lot of unfinished products downstairs, and the losses are huge. Yiwu International Trade City, which covers more than 6.4 million square meters, houses 70,000 businesses, over 3,000 of which engage in trade with the U.S. In April, the U.S. imposed tariffs as high as 145% and even up to 245% on Chinese goods. In response, China has imposed tariffs of 125% on U.S. goods. The tariffs are so high that it's almost like a trade embargo. Yiwu suppliers are right at the front line of this trade war, and the impact is making many of them anxious. You have to understand, 90% of the Christmas products in the U.S. come from China. If China stops supplying, they won't be able to get this much from other sources anytime soon. In fact, foreign trade profits have already been squeezed to the limit over the years. With these high tariffs, there's no way factories can bear this burden alone. We're worried that doing business will only get harder, because for us, if our customers don't make a profit, none of us make a profit. If there's no profit, there's no cooperation, no win-win situation. When it comes to Yiwu, many people know it as a bustling hub for all kinds of small goods, but recently, many people have been sharing photos showing that the international trade city is empty.
With the current market conditions, if you can hold on, hold on. If you can't, just tough it out and see who can last the longest. The bosses are just holding steady. The International Trade City has closed again for the May Day holiday, and the businesses aren't open. The Trade City is closed for May Day.
With the May 1st May Day holiday approaching, Yiwu Trade City is unusually quiet. Many shops haven't opened their doors. A blogger posted a video saying, with the May Day holiday approaching, Yiwu International Trade City with its high-priced shops is harder to manage each year. This year is especially tough. Friends, what's your situation this year? On April 20th, a foreign trade worker in Yiwu filmed scenes in Zone 3 of the International Trade City. It showed a desolate scene. He expressed hope that the trade war would end soon.
Friends, there are no more customers in Yiwu now. They've stopped coming to China. The reason is that so many Chinese factories are setting up overseas, and many countries are developing their own manufacturing industries. China's market share in manufacturing is steadily shrinking. Yiwu's market, which was once so vibrant and busy, now, I tell you, it can only be described as empty.
Yiwu International Trade City covers 4 million square meters and is divided into 5 zones with 75,000 shops. Zones 1 and 2 sell toys, jewelry, small appliances, and hardware, while Zones 3 and 4 are dedicated to office, study, cultural, and sports goods, as well as clothing, footwear, and daily goods. The 5th zone, built in September 2005, is dedicated to imported goods and bedding. Wang Guiying, who has been running a wholesale framing business in Yiwu for 30 years, recently told The Guardian that now less than 10% of her customers are from the U.S., a far cry from the early days of her business. Most of her current buyers come from the Middle East. She said, business is getting harder and harder, but we can't stop. Similar to Wang, Ma Lin, who sells beauty and accessories, said that most of her clients are also from the Middle East. She believes that the impact of tariffs is hard to assess, but expects it to cause major losses in trade between the U.S. and China. Yiwu merchants are more concerned about the global economic impact caused by U.S. tariffs, rather than the tariffs themselves. Cheng Xiaoyan, who exports creative ashtrays, is worried that this won't just be between the U.S. and China, and that other countries will follow suit. Mr. He, who runs both an online and physical store, said that this year, with rising labor costs, overall orders have dropped, and sales are down by more than 60% compared to the last 2 years. He said both online and offline, business is sluggish. Yiwu, a county-level city in Zhejiang province, is home to the world's largest small commodity wholesale market. The Yiwu International Commodities Fair is one of China's 3 major trade expos, alongside the Canton Fair and the Hua Fair. However, with tariffs escalating, shrinking foreign trade demand, and rising costs, Yiwu is struggling. Now there are no more orders going to the U.S. The already poor economic environment is affecting all industries in Yiwu.
What happens when you
On May
make
1st,
enemies?
a Yiwu resident posted a video expressing their frustration, saying, "What's going on in Yiwu this year? As a business owner in the market, I pay hundreds of thousands in rent every year, but the market is so quiet. Where have all the customers gone? Foreign trade is struggling, night markets are empty, and restaurants have signs saying for lease everywhere. Even landlords can't rent out their properties. After years of offering loans, especially this year, my clients are all saying business is extremely tough. What part of the process is causing all of this?" On April 28th, a blogger posted a video saying, "The situation in Yiwu now is troubling. Business owners in the international trade city are struggling. Clothing vendors in Huangyan are struggling. Vegetable vendors are struggling. Fruit shops are struggling. Milk tea shops are struggling. Restaurants are struggling. Travel agencies are struggling. Beauty salons are struggling. Real estate agents are struggling. Construction material suppliers are struggling. Even delivery drivers for Meituan and Didi are struggling. Now, even we in the loan industry are struggling. Tell me, is there any industry in Yiwu that isn't struggling right now?" Another vlogger shared, "The situation in Yiwu right now might be hard to believe. Many companies can't even pay salaries. What's even worse is that some companies had employees working normally one day, then suddenly in the evening, the company group chat announced that the company was shutting down and would no longer operate. One of my clients complained that their company is not officially announcing layoffs, but is just assigning more and more high-intensity tasks. If you can handle it, you keep working. If not, you just leave on your own." I've met many business owners in Yiwu. Some conscientious owners, even if they have to take loans, will still pay their employees' salaries first. But some owners couldn't care less about their employees' well-being. Now it's not just companies struggling, many street shops are barely holding on. For many of these shops, their monthly income can't even cover the rent, let alone make a profit. In reality, very few people are making money right now. That's the true situation in Yiwu. April 24th, the production shop of 12 Fine Apparel in Suchi Town, Yiwu, hundreds of workers were working as usual. Under the bright white lights, workers and sewing machines worked closely together, stitching fabric into finished garments, which were then sent to other workshops for packing. Mr. Jiang, the factory manager, said they mainly produce men's shirts and other apparel. The factory has about 350 employees and is one of the larger factories in the area. The company's owner, Mr. Jiang Zhi, told Jiwu News that their business mainly focuses on foreign trade, with about 80% of their orders coming from U.S. clients. But their U.S. business has almost come to a standstill, and the impact of the trade war is significant. Yiwu business owners are now feeling lost, anxious, and are desperately seeking new ways out of the shrinking profit margins caused by the U.S. tariffs. Mr. Lin, a business owner in Yiwu, said that Chinese e-commerce has already become unprofitable, which is why a few years ago he chose to enter the cross-border e-commerce and sell products overseas. He explained that merchants can either supply goods directly to e-commerce platforms or join e-commerce platforms like Temu to quickly push products into overseas markets. Mr. Lin pointed out that many people think cross-border e-commerce is easy, and it's simple to make money, but in reality it's not. With such thin profits, to make money, merchants have to ship a large volume of products. However, just stocking up on goods isn't enough to make sales or profits. Merchants are forced to rely on the platform's rules, which are very strict. Either they have to lower their prices or face penalties. Sometimes, after shipping large quantities, merchants find themselves in a passive position, as the platform holds all the power. Once your goods are shipped, it's like giving the platform leverage over you. You have to follow whatever they say. Even so, many merchants still can't collect payments or have lost their products. It's truly a lose-lose situation. Mr. Lin stated that merchants are struggling to survive in such a tight spot, with the U.S. now removing the small parcel tariff exemption. Even packages worth less than $800 will be taxed. This is a huge blow to Yiwu. Now, many export factories in Wenzhou, Yiwu, Foshan, and Fujian are now on holiday, and many factories are cutting salaries or laying off workers. Mr. Lin said if he could do it all over again, he wouldn't have chosen cross-border e-commerce. This business offers no sense of security. His overall sales have already dropped by 50 to 60%. Without volume, there's no way to make money. Mr. Lin admitted that he can't sleep anymore. Every morning when he wakes up, all he thinks about is how much he has to spend, his costs, and so on. He said, "I feel like I have no way out, and I just have to keep going. I'm getting more and more tired, super tired." The company is now scaling back, including moving to a smaller warehouse, laying off employees, and cutting salaries. He chuckled bitterly, saying, even if we have employees working, they can only get a basic salary. For small and medium-sized businesses like ours, it's hard to escape the fate of being eliminated. Mr. Lin also mentioned that Yiwu's most common products are low-end items like small household goods, daily necessities, and accessories. These products are now unsellable. Things like socks, gloves, hats, toys, and storage boxes are just sitting in the warehouse, unsold and turning into garbage. He warned that anyone interested in cross-border e-commerce should think twice. The failure rate is 99%. Only 1% of people can make a name for themselves. The rest are just cannon fodder. Another Yiwu e-commerce business owner, Mr. Xu, said that the China-US tariff war has greatly impacted e-commerce. The US market is no longer viable, and there are no orders coming in. He mentioned that whether it's cross-border e-commerce, domestic e-commerce, or offline traditional stores, business is tough all around. Mr. Xu said, every day I feel lost, anxious, and pained. I can't sleep at night. I can't afford to hire employees, so I'm doing everything myself. I work more than 12 hours a day, with no days off, not even on holidays. I keep doing the same thing every day, selecting products and putting them up for sale. This life makes me feel so lonely and exhausted. Merchants are struggling to sell their goods, and logistics companies are also being affected. Yiwu, which once had more than 20,000 freight forwarding companies due to its huge export volume, has seen the business of these logistics companies drop by more than half. Mr. Wang, the owner of Yiwu International Logistics Company, said that since the trade war started, half of the freight forwarding companies have ceased operations, and shipping volumes have dropped by at least 70%. He sighed and said, all the small businesses that worked with us have stopped operations last week. Mr. Wang explained that because they're worried about the risk of additional tariffs being added after the goods are shipped, small freight forwarding companies now require clients to pay cash up front before shipment. Some even ask clients to pay additional taxes in real time. For example, if the shipping container has been at sea for 2 days and tariffs increase, the logistics company has to immediately ask the client to pay the extra tax. This is because they fear that if the goods arrive at U.S. ports and the tariffs have increased, U.S. customers will refuse to accept the goods, and the logistics company would be left with significant losses. Mr. Wang revealed that in order to survive, logistics companies and exporters have had to adopt certain strategies, but these come with risks. One of these strategies is the Fulfillment by Amazon model. Fulfillment by Amazon, FBA, is a service provided by Amazon where sellers store their products in Amazon's warehouses, and Amazon handles storage, picking, packaging, and shipping. This model may be too costly for small sellers or those heavily impacted by high tariffs. Buyers are very sensitive to price. A price increase of just $1 can lead to a noticeable drop in sales. However, it's not just about keeping prices low. Sellers must adjust prices based on market trends. If competitors raise their prices, low-priced stock will sell out quickly, leaving nothing to sell afterward. Another way to avoid high tariffs is through cargo consolidation. For example, the tariff on clothing is extremely high, around 145%. If a container is filled entirely with clothes, the cost becomes unbearable. Therefore, logistics companies usually load only a small amount of clothing, around 16 cubic meters, and then mix it with goods that have lower or no tariffs. This cargo consolidation strategy aims to reduce the average tariff rate and the total value of the goods, thereby lowering the amount of duty to be paid and creating some breathing room for businesses. However, Mr. Wang emphasized that this method carries significant risks. If customs discovers inaccurate declarations, the company could face hefty fines. For example, a single container could incur a fine of over $100,000. Mr. Wang believes that if the trade war continues, in 3 months, only about 5,000 of Yiwu's 20,000 logistics companies will remain. In other words, more than 3/4 of companies will be eliminated. This is the true situation in Yiwu today, a city that was once bustling with business, now trapped in a crisis. Yet the people of the city can only watch helplessly.
All I can do is run. Okay, where am I? Just try to get in the store. That's all you can do.
Ignites China's social pressure. Mass strikes, protests this week, China. This is a suggestion that this board has been jeopardizing. Let's see what this next is.
Pay my wages! Pay my wages! Workers at Shengdi Optoelectronics in Wuzhen, Tongsha City, Zhejiang Province are shouting in unison, demanding the company pay their overdue wages. The workers went on strike starting April 28th due to the company's long-standing failure to pay wages. The next day, they gathered in front of the Wuzhen town government to protest, continuing to pressure for the wages they've been owed since January. However, the police arrested several protesters on the spot.
Of course they did.
They stopped us all here, didn't let us in.
Hey, another one. Look, the one over there was arrested again. The police arrested him directly. A worker at Shengdi Optoelectronics connected with foreign media via phone. They said, over 1,000 of us went to the government to protest. We haven't received wages for half a year, and the boss owes too much money.
So this definitely was an ongoing problem way before the tariff situation started in the first place. So obviously when the tariff situation came in, specifically to this region, it affected them even worse than I think we in America absolutely could have even imagined.
The factory should have shut down a long time ago. The protest continued on April 29th. But the workers still hadn't received any clear responses. One worker angrily said, the city and town governments haven't taken action, and they even blocked us and arrested over 10 people. We haven't committed any crimes. It's only right to demand our hard-earned money back. According to their description, there were not many police present at the protest site, only auxiliary police and traffic police maintaining order, with some personnel possibly hired temporarily. Public records show that Shengdi Optoelectronics Technology Company Limited was established in 2000, located in the Minghe Economic Park in Wuzheng, Zhejiang Province. The company's legal representative is Shen Jingxiang, and it operates in the production and sale of lighting appliances, light source components, and decorative lighting. According to data from Chichacha, the company is currently listed as a defendant with an unpaid court judgment amounting to 16.9 million yuan. As of now, neither Shengdi nor the Wuzhen town government has issued further statements on the matter. On the first day of the strike, a factory official stated that the company was unable to pay wages due to a supplier lawsuit, which led to the freezing of its accounts. However, workers did not accept this explanation and only wanted to know when they would receive their wages.
Of course. Because, bro, why would you have worked
Keyword.
for a really long time?
Probably was not shit anyway, but the keyword.
Contract, let's say. The company itself is making money, but yet you're the one not receiving any type of income. Of course, you're going to not want to partake in this anymore.
Recently, with the escalation of the U.S.-China trade war, the impact of tariffs, and the ongoing economic downturn, issues with wage arrears and strikes have sprung up across the country. In addition to Shengdi and Zhejiang, workers at the Suining Shangda Electronics factory in Sichuan also went on strike to demand their wages.
On strike. Suining Shangda Electronics is on strike, see? All the workers are not getting paid.
On April 27th, workers at the Shangda Electronics factory collectively went on strike, protesting the company's long-term failure to pay wages and Social Security. The workers revealed that the company had not paid wages this year, and Social Security payments haven't been made since June 2023. As of that night, employees still hadn't received their wages. Public records show that Shangda Electronics was established in 2004 and claims to be a leading company in China's FPC, flexible printed circuit industry. It has production bases in Shenzhen, Guangdong, Huangshi, Hubei, and Suining, Sichuan Province. The company's legal representative is Li Xiaohua. Notably, workers at Shangda Electronics production base in Hubei also went on strike for unpaid wages and Social Security on September 26, 2024. Last May, a Sichuan-based media outlet revealed that Shangda's factory in Sichuan had never kept its promise of paying wages on time. In Chongqing, which is close to Sichuan, there were also reports of unpaid wages from the construction site of the 2077 Cyber City project. From April 26 to 27th, workers at the construction site gathered to demand payment, with several workers going to the local police station for 2 consecutive days to seek their wages.
Here they come again, asking for money. It's been going on for dozens of days now, and we're at the police station to ask for money. These migrant workers are here to get their wages. Give us money. They're all here to demand their wages. These migrant workers asking for money are more infuriating than working for money.
On April 28th, over 10 migrant workers gathered at a project site in Xi'an to demand their unpaid wages. The workers reported that they haven't been paid since February.
This is a worker. This is from the production contract team. This is also a worker. This is the boss. This is also a big boss. Look at what is happening in China.
The boss is a big guys.
One of the workers gathered in front of the project's entrance, some holding banners, and their emotions were high. Many passers-by stopped to watch, and the scene became chaotic.
He's already got
the project management did not provide any official response and kept silence when questioned by reporters and citizens. One worker, visibly agitated, said, "We've been working since the 10th of the Lunar New Year, and it's been delayed until now with no settlement. We can't even get our living expenses." They had tried multiple times to communicate with the project department, but received no clear answers. Left with no other option, the workers gathered to raise awareness and seek attention from relevant authorities. Also in Shanxi, on the morning of April 30th, several migrant workers climbed to the top of a building and construction site to demand their wages. Look, everyone's coming. Look how bad it's gotten. According to them, they had gone to the Xi'an municipal government a few days prior to ask for help in recovering their wages, but they were unsuccessful. Desperate, they climbed to the rooftop to demand their wages.
You say climb?
One woman fainted and was later sent to a hospital for treatment. On April 25th, in Liao, Inner Mongolia, several construction workers gathered on the rooftop to protest unpaid wages. There have been numerous reports online from netizens complaining about unpaid wages. One netizen shared, "China Railway 25th Bureau's 6th Division owes me over 70,000 yuan for work done at the Jingxi train station from 2012 to now. I'm owed 20,000 yuan by a company. Over 20 workers are still waiting for their wages. We worked at the Chongqing Fuli City 3 years ago, and we still haven't been paid. Zhongwu Company owes us over 100,000 yuan."
Guys, there are a lot of rules. So the more you guys said in these videos, the more I started to realize that, okay, listen, there are massive issues. It's not just these tariff situations at all. There are like inherently, like it seems to be like baked in issues over there in China and people getting paid their wages.
"I've been waiting for 23,000 yuan from Beirong in Jiangsu for 3 years." Netizens from Shanxi, Sichuan, and Inner Mongolia also shared their experiences. "I worked at a mechanical and electrical engineering company in Changshan, and they owed me last year's wages.
Last year?
They owe us 60,000 yuan for 3 people." Other workers from places like Yulin in Shanxi, Guangdong, Chongqing, and Xinjiang also reported wage arrears. Zhongjian 8th Bureau in Yulin owes me
Look, are these like government projects or they're all like private projects?
wages from last December to April this year. Another said, "They owe me wages from 7 to 8 years ago. We worked at a construction site in Yunnan, and they still owe me over 40,000 yuan." Another shared, "The Hanhuagao Construction Installation Engineering Company owes me 49,300 yuan. In response to the situation, the leader of the 1989 student movement, Ji Feng, told Radio Free Asia that he recently returned to Beijing from his hometown in Guizhou. On the way, he spoke with many business owners who expressed their frustration. They said that business is tough, almost impossible to make money, and they're running out of funds. Some business owners even said they'd rather go to jail because they feel powerless.
Yeah, guys, it definitely looks like that's what that's the path you're going to have to take. Generally, you don't just go to China and start protesting. It's generally not a thing, so I'm definitely surprised that people actually do it at the risk of it all. I think that basically, it says a lot in this context. You're willing to risk your life to prove the point of how you're owed money and how your government is not actually helping these processes. Right? It's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, if you understand like anything about how the CCP works specifically, we'll start to kind of put together that if they don't work, Xi Jinping is not in power. That's not a, he has to make sure that they can literally live, right? I mean, that's the purpose of it, of that style of, say, government.
When wage arrears occur, workers often go to government departments to protest. As soon as there's a protest, businesses must find a way to borrow money to pay the workers. For instance, if wages are overdue for 3 months, they have to be paid monthly even if the company needs to borrow money. If the payment isn't made on time, the government may arrest people. Ji Feng further pointed out that the employment situation has been grim for a long time, and it didn't just worsen after the China-US trade war. In fact, it started deteriorating around the end of the pandemic. When the pandemic ended, the government was optimistic about a possible recovery, but instead, businesses didn't get the rebound they expected. What came instead were retaliatory tariffs.
Yeah, guys, really quickly, when it comes down to specifically the 19, let's say, things that happened after 2019, Guys, China, the United States of America, basically every single country on earth has been affected. Specifically the countries that dealt exclusively, let's say, in US dollar or in back currency off of the US dollar. These are the countries that are definitely going to be the ones who are suffering the most consistently. Most likely the reason why so many people started running towards the United States of America over the last, 6 years, guys, right? Because of this, the pandemic affected the entire planet, and we're still feeling repercussions of these mass shutdowns.
Hu Shezhi, the director of the China Issues Research Center and an advisory committee member of a Taiwan think tank, said that while China's economy has continued to grow since the pandemic, the growth rate has significantly slowed, consumption is weak, and the job market is worsening. Currently, global distrust of China is rising. The high tariffs promoted by President Trump have made China's economic situation even worse. There's been a massive outflow of capital, and foreign investment has also slowed down, resulting in a shortage of job opportunities. Moreover, China's manufacturing sector is facing overcapacity, and businesses are struggling to operate, making it difficult to pay wages. Some businesses are even laying off workers to cope. Bloomberg cites a Goldman Sachs report saying that the high tariffs imposed by the U.S. on Chinese imports may cut off the access of Chinese products to the U.S. market, potentially affecting up to 20 million jobs, or about 3% of China's workforce.
They basically back their economy up exporting and manufacturing, right? And specifically exporting to the United States of America. And of course, while doing this, being able to legitimately undercut whatever any other country could basically pay, right? While manipulating their currency, making it legitimately just the most attractive financial deal you could possibly make in trade. This is the repercussions of this. Like, there's only so long that a country wants to sit there and say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and import every single thing, all right? While people are literally suffering through jobs because they don't have jobs, manufacturing is basically gone, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry, I see the pain, guys. I'm not blind to the literal pain that we're seeing that people are going to be experiencing, and they are currently experiencing this. Keep in mind, about 2,000 yuan equals about 140 US dollars, right? So when they're saying these gigantic numbers, understand these like massive inflation. And the average person here that's basically making the things for everyone are getting paid $140 to $280 a month for this. Right? So yeah, they've been undercutting us for a really long time. There's no way that a single American will basically do a job that pays that amount of money, because you can't do anything with that amount of money in the United States of America. It's not legitimate.
Hu Shezhi emphasized that if the U.S.-China trade war continues to escalate, the situation will be difficult to resolve. Goldman Sachs predicts that up to 20 million people could be laid off. This is in addition to the 12 million university graduates entering the job market in June. With both the layoff pressures and the increase in job seekers, the unemployment issue will become even more severe. According to estimates from economists at Nomura, in 2024, the U.S. accounted for 14.7% of China's total export value. Including re-export trade through Hong Kong, this figure rises to 15.2%. If the redirected trade flows are included, the proportion reaches 20.6%. Considering that about 16.3% of export products are not affected by tariffs, the tariffs will directly impact China's GDP by 2.2%. They also warned that the real economic impact could be even greater because the shock will ripple into other areas, especially the service industries that support exports. Scott Kennedy, a China expert at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, believes that for Trump, this trade war is a way to show power, but for the Chinese government, it's a life and death issue. A furniture exporter whose revenue comes 60% from the U.S. market said, "There's no way out through compromise. It's a dead end." As China's economy continues to decline, CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping is facing growing doubt and discontent within China. Yet he views the trade war as an opportunity to turn things around by creating an external enemy to rally internal support.
Yeah, I felt that exactly.
On April 25th, the Chinese Communist Party held a meeting chaired by Xi Jinping. The meeting emphasized the need to respond to increased external shock impacts and the uncertainty caused by dramatic changes to the external environment, and set the goal of stabilizing employment, businesses, markets, and expectations. This reflects China's vulnerabilities in the global supply chain, as well as multiple challenges in foreign trade, employment, and real estate. Professor Sun Guoxiang from Nanhua University in Taiwan pointed out that the Chinese Communist Party's Politburo meeting repeatedly emphasized two main lines: stability and struggle. The first focuses on stabilizing the internal economy and social order, while the second continues the narrative of great power competition in foreign affairs. However, there's a significant gap between the actual outcomes of these two lines and their policy goals, even showing signs of contradiction. On the socioeconomic security front, the Chinese Communist Party is trying to achieve short-term stability by strengthening ideological control and guiding public opinion. However, Sun Guoxiang said that deep-seated socioeconomic contradictions remain unresolved, and the high-intensity control is bringing side effects. Currently, China's internal economic pressures are significant. Weak consumption, high youth unemployment, escalating local debt risks, and other problems remain unresolved. The CCP is addressing the current crisis with heavy stability maintenance measures, while workers are protesting for their wages. Bloomberg reported that through interviews with dozens of people from China's business and government circles, it's evident that nationalism is rising in China. A 145% tariff level could completely sever trade between China and the U.S. Public sentiment is a key factor in the CCP's resistance to the U.S., but for Xi Jinping, the stakes are particularly high. Trump has repeatedly urged Xi to call and reach an agreement, betting that high tariffs would force Xi to compromise. However, Xi Jinping cannot show weakness. He needs to show CCP officials his strong stance. On April 28th, CCP Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hua Chunying once again denied claims, stating that leaders of the two countries have not spoken recently. She continued to emphasize that there have been no discussions or negotiations on tariffs between the two sides.
Listen, Xi Jinping definitely has to appear excessively strong. Not even like normally, we're strong today, right? No, he needs to be excessively strong. Because with his people basically suffering through this, specifically not getting any type of wages, their businesses are shutting down, people are stopping the purchase of like luxury goods, etc., etc. There's a lot of things happening right now there. Okay? The last thing he can do is look weak, because he will be beaten alive in this context. He will. He in fact will. His position depends on his people having dirt. All right. And when I said when all this started happening, I was like, listen, we can do about 400 to 1,000% tariff. If you want to fix it right now. Fix it right now. 400 to 1,000%. Right? Because what will happen is that all of the companies that are basically pushing out all of these things, the United States of America, undercutting every single American worker and company, right? They're going to lose their business. They're going to lose it within months because no one's going to buy a single thing. Like, not even an odd person saying, we're just going to regulate the cost. No. 400% to 1,000%. Nobody will buy it. Right? And when that happens, everything is just going to be like expedited in terms of Xi Jinping literally coming to the table and trying to work out a deal that makes all the sense in the world to us. Okay?
However, South Korea's Chosun Ilbo reported that around 7 a.m. on April 24th, a senior official from China's Ministry of Finance entered the U.S. Treasury building, accompanied by 10 staff members. Chinese personnel attempted to prevent journalists from taking photos. Why does the CCP deny U.S.-China tariff negotiations? U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explained that the CCP was appealing to a different audience. No matter how the CCP pretends, even if they don't admit to speaking with Trump, this toughness does nothing for China's economy. The living standards of ordinary Chinese people will only continue to deteriorate, and more protests will emerge. In fact, long before President Trump initiated the tariff war in April, China had already seen numerous strikes and protests over unpaid wages. For example, Shandong Taishan Steel Group Limited had overdue commercial bills amounting to 1.17 billion yuan. Making it the first steel company to collapse in 2025. On February 17th, hundreds of investors gathered outside the company's office and factory, demanding the company pay off its financial funds and settle payments for goods. Videos circulating online showed numerous protesters gathered in front of Taishan Steel, confronting the police and security guards while chanting, "Pay us back, pay us back." Protesters even blocked the road outside the factory. Several related videos on mainland social media were quickly deleted. Also on February 17th, a fire broke out at the Chongqing Industrial Park, burning for a full 7 hours. According to sources, the arsonist was a worker protesting unpaid wages. Mr. Deng, who witnessed the fire, said, "Just thinking about it is frightening. There's only one street separating us from the scene." He works at a nearby machinery factory, and the company's dormitory is just a street away from the burning factory. He said the area on fire was quite large. The warehouse was basically burned down, and it was filled with flammable materials like plastic. On February 16th, in Shanxi's Luliang City, several sanitation workers went to the government to demand justice for their unpaid wages. On February 18th, a family member of one of the workers said, "My parents have worked as village sanitation workers for 600 yuan a month, but they haven't been paid for 20 months. They only received part of their wages for 2023, and the rest haven't been paid for over 3 years." The sanitation company responded saying, "The government's payment has been slow, and the company is under financial pressure." This shows that wage arrears, layoffs, and company closures have become a normal part of Chinese society, with many people losing their jobs. The entire society is becoming increasingly disordered, and the CCP's regime is facing significant pressure. With the ongoing U.S. tariff war, China's economy could collapse completely, and the wave of protests will continue relentlessly. Each wave of protests could be even bigger than the last, and China's society will inevitably implode and collapse.
600 yuan comes out to about $82.52 a month. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's go. Yuan here, guys. I'm definitely surprised to kind of find out that there was definitely an issue, because again, not a lot of information basically that ever really leaves China. Not a lot of like actual information. It's not like look at how amazing I am at propaganda. These videos are not normal, right, to encounter in life. These are still not going to do anything to stop. Like, for example, Americans seeing this is not, it doesn't change my perception of, bro, we're getting a bad deal, let's come to the table, right? It doesn't change my mind, right, at all. It shouldn't change yours. What's happening has nothing to do with anything else but the concept of greed. And so even under communism, there's a gigantic amount of likelihood of world super uber rich. Right? There are, right? How is that a thing? I don't know. Guys, anyway, listen, let me know in the comments what you guys think. If you guys are really please like and subscribe. Let's join the conversation. Right? In the meantime, thanks for watching. For move to display tariff costs next to products. Alright, guys, I'm going to forecast that Trump does not have this. Obviously, the titles are dictated also, but I can imagine how he's going to most likely perceive that Jeff Bezos is doing some type of side deal or siding with China, et cetera, et cetera. Think about it. Amazon basically sells the most stuff. Everyone is always on Amazon. Why? Because just deliver with Prime, like the same day, next day, or in the morning type of thing. Things fast. Go to sleep. By the time you wake up, it's on your doorstep. Right? I mean, they've mastered this whole thing. Right? The problem here is that, guys, if the cost of things start going up massively, obviously the sellers on Amazon are going to be feeling that. So the only way to kind of mitigate it is to say, hey, this is the cost, but this is the cost with tariffs. If that makes any sense here. He's looking out for his business, I'm speculating, obviously. Why would he not? Everyone looks out for their own business. But if you start realizing that things are going to be getting more expensive, obviously then the return on that people are going to get pissed off with tariffs. Okay, so, double-sided. Definitely looking out for his business and explaining to the people that are coming there. Like, hey, listen, things are getting more expensive. Keep in mind, if you look at the recent Blue Origin flight, that entire political stunt that he did, specifically giving the specific people for his flight crew, more like tourists, space tourists. So either way, you'll understand immediately kind of the side of things that he's generally doing. Right? So, all right, let's go and jump into this meeting and see what it takes us, guys. I expect this to be absolutely full of drama and mystery. This is coming from MSNBC, so let's take that with a grain of salt. Let's jump into it.
White House officials were pressed about these tariffs and this new Amazon move just last hour. What did they say?
Yeah, on the tariffs more broadly, you heard some optimism that there could be trade deals struck
Scott Bessent. We talked about the use of what he called euphemistically the president's strategic uncertainty in his negotiating position over time here. Amazon, in this report that Amazon might start listing the additional cost on specific items put in place by the tariffs, the president is clearly angry. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said she had spoken to him about it this morning. And the question, the idea that this shows factually that it is American consumers who pay the cost of tariffs, not the Chinese or any other foreign government, seemed to be the thing that set off the president's anger. Listen to how the White House Press Secretary addressed this issue.
It's true. I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why did Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, the statement that she made here is moderately valid. Right?
Savage.
Unless things get excessive. See, because like the problem is that under Biden, you went up like what 25. The dollar lost 25% of its value. All right, you're right. In context, it didn't do anything. It did not. Right. But if we start talking about massive amounts of tariffs that are like 145%, let's say, it's 200%, etc., then I can imagine that could be something that you want to kind of point out specifically. Consumers are 100% paying the tariffs. Reality. I'm not sure there's much of an argument for every economist who pretty much agree on that. It's like a statement difference.
So just to clarify, not an announcement from Amazon, just a report at this juncture, and something that should definitely watch closely given the White House's response to it and how much attention they're paying to the relationship between President Trump and Amazon's multi-billionaire owner, Jeff Bezos, now at least a bit rockier than it was this time yesterday.
Yeah, Christine, before we go bigger picture on Trump's first 100 days, talk about Amazon and the potential price difference they could be highlighting if they indeed show what the tariffs are. Well, if you have a 145% tariff on Chinese goods, any Chinese goods sold by Amazon then would have a higher cost. I mean, you think of it this way, a $10,000 container of goods coming over would have a $14,500 tariff on it. That's more than the cost of the goods is the cost of the tariff. That would clearly be a big cost difference for these sellers that are selling on Amazon.
Guys, that may actually end up being a good thing. No, I mean, like specifically, if you're used to buying something and that thing goes up 145% in terms of the cost, you'll then look for another buyer. Like, you'll be able to blatantly see the products that are actually coming from China. For the most part, you would be forced to finally purchase them. You know what I mean? But keep this in mind, there are other things are going to be more expensive also by default. I think they would kind of have to. If you raise the price on one thing, the sellers are like, wait a second, people have no more options. Let's go ahead and raise the price. That could be something that also happens. But all right,
what's interesting to me is you've already seen Temu and Shein raise their prices, and one of those low-cost retailers actually putting right in the cart the cost of the import charge. A lot of people had noticed that over the past couple of days, so sort of breaking out the import charge. So we may see more retailers start to do that, although you can see from the White House, they're taking that, if that were to happen, Amazon as a political move. It would be a shock for consumers, though. Garrett, you also have reporting on tariff walkbacks, at least when it comes to the auto industry. It's going to help the auto industry. What do we know?
Well, Anna, that's the way the White House and the Commerce Department is framing this new decision today, which is to basically say that the president's 25% tariffs on automobiles and auto parts are the only tariffs that will apply to those businesses. They won't be stacked, if you will, on top of tariffs on steel and aluminum, which are obviously key components in cars, or added to tariffs that affect just Canada or just Mexico or just Germany, for example, places where we might import cars or parts.
Damn it!
The idea is to make it a little bit simpler, a little bit easier for these auto companies to invest in the United States. So says the White House. But the price of cars is still going to go up. And many of the companies, the big three, the domestic auto manufacturers and parts manufacturers, have responded tepidly, let's say, to this announcement. It will help them, but it's not the same as getting out from under these more burdensome tariffs on the industry more broadly.
And Christine, the president has faced backlash on the economy, largely driven by the tariffs, which continue to be a moving target. Walk us through the president's economic actions and the impact in these first 100 days of his administration.
Well, it's really the rollout of a strategy and what people who are people who are going to be at the other end of this tariff see as a haphazard kind of implementation of his tariffs. I mean, here's the recipe of what we have are 145% of imports from China. That is essentially grinding trade between the world's two biggest economies to a halt, and that's where we'll be watching to see the goods that are still coming in. At what point will you begin to see those import surcharges?
In months. Because China basically imports so much to the United States of America that we basically have a surplus of food. Right? So when that stock runs dry, we're going to have to start importing at large scale. And when that happens, then you'll literally see the price
on your bills. But the steel and aluminum, the USMCA, there already was a trade deal with Canada and Mexico, but the president ripped up himself. So that begs the question, what kind of reliable trading partner is the U.S.? So this is what's all on the table right now.
He's on a
and
roof.
Then you look at what the stock market makes of that. As you pointed out in your intro, this is the worst performance for a first 100 days of a president since Richard Nixon.
Worst performance basically means a lot of people are going to be gigantically rich. That's what I hear and see the front page news, like fear
They can snipe me from over there. Not only snipe me,
right? But again, a lot
hit
of
me
people
with a
are
rocket.
that's something rich, and it's not going to be us normals, guys. All right, it's going to be the ones who have the ability to dump millions upon millions upon millions into, or billions at least, right, into these excessively low-performing stocks, basically. And specifically the ones that are for dividends, specifically the ones that factually have always gone up regardless of whatever was going on. All right, looking for performance.
Why is it?
Right? So like things like that, that's what's going to happen. Okay. People making a gigantic amount of money. Every single time the president gets in office, there's always some type of manufactured crisis that he has to basically come in and take charge of. Then the stock market dips. Obviously, Trump getting his second presidency is in fact doing the same thing that every president basically has done. So the buddies, the donors specifically, that have dumped money into their campaigns can make a gigantic amount of money. Guys, everyone knew this. Obviously, all the multi-billionaires pretty much already understood this. Hence the reason why there was a gigantic push towards liquidating assets to have some type of liquidity for the sole purpose of dumping into the stock market. Look at the Walton family. Follow the Walton family.
Outstanding.
Right? If you follow them and realize when they start making big, gigantic moves to sell assets, pay attention. Then pay attention to specific stocks and things like that. You'll start to realize that they are following these things. They've been on Earth for a really long time, really old. Okay, they understand like president takes office,
inches away.
Prices, stock market dips, they buy in. Then in like 2 years or so, America has a very short memory for certain things. Right? But the stock market's going to go right back up. The Tesla stock. If you bought in before it had a gigantic boom, right, you're working. But if you bought in, again, also at the same time, the second buy-in time was when everyone was going crazy about Tesla, Doge, et cetera, right? Tesla's up. I'm up on Tesla. All right? Specifically coming from that time because you should have known that if you follow politics close enough, you realize that every single president has a manufacturing crisis within the first 100 days. But all right, we keep complaining about it, right? But manufacturing crisis.
Almost 8% decline in the S&P 500 and roiled markets from the dollar and the bond market as well. So just awful lot of uncertainty. I will say there was a bank note this morning that said the first 100 days of ... uncertainty. So we'll see if there's more clarity from the president tonight about the next 100 days and what business and consumers can expect from that.
And Shaq is joining us from the state where we'll see President Trump head later today. The White House framing this first 100 days as a smashing economic success. Shaq, the polls show otherwise. You've spoken to Trump.
This is Shaq that we're talking about?
Again, where do they land?
Well, Anna, in my conversations with Trump's biggest supporters here, they acknowledge the reality that you guys are talking about. They see and feel the impacts of the tariffs. They see the softening market, the looming price increases because of the tariffs, but they say they are sticking with them for multiple reasons. One, they
Nobody likes to pay more for anything. I don't, but in the long run, I think it's going to be good.
The tariffs, they don't scare me at all. My money went down just like everybody else's. My investments in their company.
Yeah, and they're coming right back at you.
I know exactly. As a country, we owe a lot. We're in a lot of debt, and if those tariffs are going to help bring back more to our economy, I'm all for it.
Anna, in some cases, you heard some of his supporters essentially repeating the analogy that he uses sometimes when he talks about a sick patient, and that you might have some tough moments in the beginning, but this is ultimately going to lead to a country that is stronger and healthier. It's clear that his base is sticking with him, even as when you look at polling among the general population. This is an issue that shows to be pretty risky for his presidency.
Yeah, guys, there were definitely a lot of people who decided to vote for Donald Trump in a wrong manner, let's say. They were following their emotions, or logic, or household economics, let's say, or they didn't have the idea or understanding at least that Trump's not going to be able to make things cheaper. Right? Not in any meaningful manner. You're trying to immediately make things cheaper. Guys, the money was printed. $1 is not worth $1. Okay, so, and I get it. Wages themselves have remained moderately stagnant. You have not been able to make more money, but yet everything is more 25%, let's say, more expensive. Back in 2019, $1 was $1. We all remember this dollar. That same dollar is $1.25 right now, guys. There's too much money that has been printed. Yeah, unless you burn the money and remove it basically from circulation, how exactly do you think money is going to? How do you think things are going to get cheap? You can't. The money has already been printed. They can't get cheap. They can't. Okay? So there are definitely some of his supporters specifically that do not understand that. There's also a lot of other people that do not understand that. They just thought he was going to walk in, wave a wand, and $1 is going to be $1. It's not. It can't, because supply and demand, it's not a thing anymore, bro. Like it cannot exist again unless the money disappears. That's it. Like if you want the dollar to be worth more, get rid of more dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like get rid of $30 trillion. Right? Take $30 trillion out of circulation and your dollar.
Come here. Come on.
But don't do that. It's asset prices. Assets are.
The roof is wide open.
Right.
Jack Rooster, always appreciate your reporting there. Thank you, John. You write about this really seismic unilateral approach in terms of the actions President Trump has taken so far. You write, in times of war and economic crisis, past presidents from Lincoln to Roosevelt have tested the constitutional limits of their office. None have tried to exercise so much power across such a broad range of issues and with such disregard for Congress and the courts as Trump has in a time of relative peace and economic stability. John,
stability.
This is a Republican president who has a GOP majority in both chambers of Congress, yet he has signed fewer bills into law than his predecessor.
No way.
Eisenhower. Is that by design?
He won. There's no doubt.
It is, Anna. I mean, the president had the ability, if he wanted to come in and work with Congress and do some major things.
Not many people can
actually with Congress. His aides said, I talked to Caroline Leonard, the White House press secretary, last week, that he will be focused on getting a deal on the budget reconciliation bill. Of course, the White House uses the term deal all the time, even when there's even when they're only negotiating with their own side, which is basically what's happening here. But she says that they'll be focused on that in the next 100 days. I think Trump wanted to hit the ground running. I think he promised to hit the ground running. And this has been breathtaking, whether you are a fan of his or a critic of his, whether you see what he's doing as necessary, regardless of the law, if you see it as both unnecessary and potentially breaking some of the laws. We see the courts push back on him. However you see it.
I mean, the courts are basically stacked. Like the ones that are specifically pushing back generally, like the president, like they cannot allow anything in the country to actually happen in their head because it hurts their feelings. And that's the problem. Trump doesn't seem to be someone who cares too much about your feelings. He doesn't feel like that at all. But these judges are like, I don't like how you said that. But it's true. But I don't like how you said it. It hurts my feelings.
This is breathtaking. We haven't seen anything like this in terms of the size and scope of change in such a short period of time.
Yeah, no doubt. And Christine, we heard there with Shaq that there are Trump supporters who say they'll be patient. Sure. They're really buying the line. Just wait, give me time to let these policies take effect. Well, we have some new reporting, new warnings about when these tariffs will be felt.
You're better.
Severe. And
It's going to be in a couple of months.
let me be clear. If consumers have to pay more for a set of sheets, that is not the end of the world, right? I mean, the consumers are so used to very, very cheap goods.
There would be
That's
no
not what
peace
the
in this
issue here
life.
is. The issue is the way that trade has been just thrown off a cliff. You're going to have longshoremen, you're going to have truckers, you're going to have the people who handle all these goods will be seeing layoffs. We've seen from the West Coast Longshoremen and Warehouse Union, they say that this is a war on the working people, and that the first Trump tariffs didn't result in companies moving wholesale their operations back to the U.S. It just
because it wasn't enough.
It was a bigger burden on the people who pay for it, the people who work in these industries. So a big concern from this big union that this is going to be a problem. And we've been checking.
Yeah, bro, but you didn't say nothing from the Lord and Savior basically took all of Trump's tariffs and kept them basically in place, specifically the ones on China. You had nothing to say with Biden. You said you had nothing to say. Where are the videos? No, it's just because he did. Okay. This is why I don't trust you.
Sort of our channels with freight logistics.
That's why I don't trust you.
Trump really off, some sources are telling us. So these are working people who may have voted for Donald Trump, who instead of just the maybe paying more for your everyday goods, we're talking about a reordering of working class parts of the American economy. And if you have a recession, so many economists tell me the first jobs to go into recession are manufacturing jobs. So in a policy that's meant to restore manufacturing, the first fallout will be in manufacturing if you don't pull this off exactly right.
Okay, that's valid story. That's definitely valid story. But that's also the reason why the tariffs is right. Like, so the reason that it would make sense if we dumped gigantic tariffs on other countries consistently throughout the decade, massive. But that's not the case, right? So, like, the higher the tariff is, the companies start to realize immediately that they're going to have to come to the United States of America if they want to get the business of Americans. Like, so for I can only give you an example here, guys. I am absolutely in fact. I've been a photographer for 2 decades, a director of photographer for a little about 13 years now. Behind me are professional video cameras, right? And so I'm saying this to say this here. I went to actually go, I went to the camera. And so I went to look at the camera. It's from an Australian company, and the camera was expensive. Let's just say that it was expensive. But then it got like 40% more expensive. Then the company was called Black Magic. They just released a brand new camera, and I'm thoroughly interested in adding that to my production company. And it's incredible. It was incredibly, the price hike was wild. And what they decided to do was move manufacturing to the United States of America, and then brought the camera back down to very expensive, but not as expensive. Like maybe $500 or something like that, right? But this again, I do this professionally, so my company pays for that, right? So the thing is, the price hike was close to $7,000, and I'm just like, guys, what? I'm not buying it. But my company is not buying it for what reason? We can't justify it. Not that type of not that type of purchase, right? Brand new technology, everything's great, but they decided to move manufacturing to the United States of America if they want to sell it to Hollywood specifically, which they did. And they did fast. I mean, within like a week of people being like, wasn't that camera like $5,500 last week? Was it? How did the price go up so high? They basically make a public statement saying, hey, listen, it's a tariff. Right? If you want it, it's a tariff. Expect a gigantic price. And they were able to bring it down. So that's a good thing. What they did was move the manufacturing. Okay? So when you start dumping high tariffs on it, people don't know what to buy your camera. Not that guy. I'm going to find something else that's different, but the same. That makes sense. But anyway, companies will come back. Higher the tariffs are. That's a reality. But in the meantime, listen, we got to talk about something during your day.
a more active president than Joseph Biden was during his term. So can't blame him completely. Roe was a living potato. They literally got necromancers to make sure that he got to the podium every day. So anyway, you think this is good news that Hannah Dugan, Milwaukee County District Judge, has actually been arrested? No. Judge Juan Cano and his wife arrested by federal authorities after they harbored a trendy Aragua gang member at their home. You can't make this up. We keep winning. We need Senator Van Hollen en route now. She has got to meet these judges. I love justice. Look at this. The wheels of justice turn. I love this. This is so nice. Wow, look at that. This dude really thought he was doing something there. He betrayed his country. There it is. There it is. It's our boy with trendy arrival.
Aim high enough.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Good job, random judge. Now, the irony is, these judges thought they could get away with everything, and for the longest time, they had. Obviously, the media is doing their absolute best to spin this into the most disingenuous, disgusting way possible, saying that Trump is a threat to democracy. He is literally arresting judges. What a threat to democracy. Every single leftist talking head piece of garbage has been retweeting and saying the same exact ideology. You can't arrest judges. You're a threat. Now, the irony is, here's Mark Hamill, known for being retarded and other small things. So Cash Patel made a tweet saying, just now the FBI arrested Judge Hannah Dugan out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin on charges of obstruction after evidence of Judge Dugan obstructing an immigration arrest operation last week. We believe Judge Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrest. Thankfully, our agents chased down the firm on foot, and he's now been in custody. But the judge's obstruction created an increase of danger to the public. We have more to share soon. Excellent work, FBI Milwaukee. Now, this is amazing. Mark Hamill, of course, bro is literally the classic woke talking head, woking toast to the sun. We have now arrived at the arresting judges level of fascism. Wow, what an incredible level of fascism. Arresting judges. Now, of course, the irony is Mark Hamill's known for his "no one is above the law" tweet when he said this about Trump becoming president. No one is above the law. I mean, you said it so well, Mark Hamill. I am so glad Mark Hamill is down here to spit facts in the past when he's referring to his political enemies. That is incredibly cool of him. I absolutely love it. That's awesome. That's great. Remember when Biden arrested Trump's lawyers for defending him? Remember when that happened? Yeah, I remember too. That was pretty messed up. But anyway, no need to talk about any of that. Use the force, Luke. Don't be a retard. So this was a glorious day, and everyone is essentially freaking out in the same way as Mark Hamill. Great! They're arresting judges. It's fascism. Great! And I personally think this is awesome. This is great. I don't like the idea that you have district court judges literally breaking laws and getting away with it because for some reason they are a first-class citizen, and we are all the peons that actually have to go through the system like normal people. I think it is so important to hold people accountable when they commit crimes, whether they're judges or they're Congress people. If they were found doing massive corrupt dealings and making tens of millions of dollars through nefarious ways, get them out of here. I don't think any of these people should be above the law. You make a fantastic point. My favorite "no one is above the law" tweet.
How do I run straight towards it?
Elon Musk. You have to see what Mr. Musk has been saying. The problem is he tweets a lot, so I don't know if I'll find it. But. So, this is the greatest tweet. Joe Biden tweeted "no one is above the law" about Trump. And the community note, on December 1st, 2024, President Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, for crimes covering nearly 11 years of offenses against the United States, which he has committed, or may have committed, or taken part of during the period of January 1st to December 1st, 2024. I think that's so awesome, man. I think this is literally the greatest thing ever. The fact that Biden said no one is above the law, and then got community noted that actually your family seems to be above the law, Mr. Zombie, Zomboy, So, Charlie Kirk made this tweet saying, while Attorney General Pam Bondi explains what really happened to Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan that led to arrest by the FBI. So anyway, lock in, boys and girls. We're going to watch this, and then we're going to see more meltdowns. Hell yeah, I love meltdowns. I do love meltdowns. Meltdowns do be fun. They make me happy. They put a sparkle in my step.
So rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes. Victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom, you're going to believe this, takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out of private exit.
Bro, you gotta be kidding me. These are people that think they're above the law. That's why you absolutely need to punish people when they break the law. This is clown world. And you know the craziest part? The craziest part is they thought they could get away with it. They thought they can get away with it because for years, they have been getting away with this. They have. Oh my God, what a massive W. I know that this is a controversial perspective, but I think finally going after people that were supposedly in untouchable status is such a good sign for rebuilding of the country. Oh my God.
Tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
That's disgusting. And somehow, the leftist media is defending this. They're defending the judges. They're saying this is tyranny, this is fascism, how dare you arrest the judge? And the judge is literally there with an illegal immigrant that wants to deport themselves. And the victim of this illegal immigrant is in the other room. And she makes sure that these immigrants that are not legal in the country are rushed out through back doors to run the fence for them and try to trick the cops into not arresting them. What is going on? And the fact that they thought they could get away with this because they did for so long. Oh my God. 5-0. Holy, what a massive double.
You know, Madam Attorney General, great to have you here, and thanks for coming back on America Reports. And we remember these words of Tom Homan, the border czar. This was March 17th, and his message on these judges who apparently are trying to get in the way of this administration's efforts. Listen.
I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
So when you see these judges...
I mean, to be fair, these are criminals. They're not legal in the country. Get them out of the country. I don't know why this is so complicated.
Trying to obstruct your efforts to make this country safer. What is your message to them?
The message is there is no one on the planet, aside from maybe like, Hamas, there is no one on the planet that's more anti-American than the far American left. And the crazy thing is, people are finally waking up and realizing it.
We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe actually that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen, Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting a criminal defendant over victims of crime.
They've actually just...
I mean, look, are we all on the same page? Oh my God, she's fat too. Sorry, that was uncalled for. This fat ass really thought she could smuggle some people in the car. sorry.
Had an initial appearance in court. There's also this other case coming out of New Mexico. Judge Joel Cano and his wife were...
Yeah, baby, two of them.
Arrested for harboring a TDA member at their home. The alleged TDA member had been picked up by...
TDA, by the way, is Tren de Aragua, a terrorist organization, a Venezuelan terrorist group that is charged for, that is known for sex trafficking and child trafficking and drug trafficking, rape, murder. Like, they're bad. They're really bad guys. Like, really bad guys. And these are the people that are being harbored by these judges. Like, what is going on? Clown world. Actual clown world. It's amazing.
And law enforcement. And now he and his wife were picked up and arrested. believe, as the Attorney General, that the person that they were having living at their home was a truly, potentially bad individual.
Yeah, that's the judge up on the screen now who got arrested. Yeah, his name is Ortega. He was is a known TDA member, So he comes through Eagle Pass December 2023. He's living in our country. January 2025, ICE, they get a tip. Tom Homan's done a great job. Our FBI did a great job on this case, too. They get a tip that he is living with a judge and the judge's wife. So they have him arrested first on immigration charges. Judge Damian Martinez releases him.
No. That's crazy. You
It's
see,
on a
like,
SSD.
there is no one more anti-America right now than the far American left. It is mind-boggling. This is a Trinidad gang member, a certified terrorist.
Alright.
These are violent monsters. Guy was arrested, judge is like, poof, let him out. Back onto the streets. Hell yeah.
That's insane.
Let's steal elections and stuff. Let's do it the way Grandpa Biden intended.
Saying that Judge Cano has a good BS meter and wouldn't let just anyone live on his property.
There is no way they released him from prison because he thought that his friend had a BS meter. That is insane. This is the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And I know retard, but my retard detection, it's going through the roof. Oh my God. Like, do you see how cooked we are?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the associations with this violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, and this person that they harbored in their home, he was showing signs through clothing, we were told, tattoos. There was evidence through voice messages and text messages of his association to TDA. So what charges will...
I love how in the past, you'd have like the FBI research someone, arrest them, and, put them through trial and stuff, and, no one says a word. But now, every single arrest done by the FBI needs to immediately get proven to random idiot streamers on the left. Alright? Hassan Piker will not stand for this, because you gotta realize, you know how Hassan covered this, right? You do realize what Hassan covered in this little thing. This is the video he made. Can we call this fascism?
Fucking motherfucker.
Not even kidding.
He was accused of...
I got it.
What is insane about this story is that the current Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is complaining about due process taking place.
Such an idiot. No, the concerning thing is that there are judges blatantly breaking the law all the time. But anyway, moving on.
Cano and his wife face, if any.
Savage.
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction. He is charged. He admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and
there is no way. There is no. How do these people exist? How do they live? Like, what? There has to be some sort of crazy shadow cabal. Because this is not a normal thing for people to do.
And walked the pieces to a city dumpster to dispose of it to...
The judge himself destroyed the phone of a terrorist and threw the pieces in a dumpster outside. Like, what? Huh? What is going on? Like, this is unbelievably retarded. And it's evil. Like, how long has this been going on that you've had people in power literally just getting their way by doing all sorts of shady, underhanded stuff? Like, dude, they couldn't think of this in a house of cards.
Protect him. The wife also is charged with destroying evidence. Sandra, not only that, this TDA member, and he had on a necklace that said kill, something about death. He had tattoos all over him. He also
looks like a nice upstanding guy.
Had on his cell phone pictures of two decapitated victims. Decapitated, gruesome photos. And he was sending them out, and whoever he was sending them to was sending back saying, hey, you need to be careful. You shouldn't be sending these. You shouldn't be texting these photos out.
Oh my God. They are literally running defense for terrorists. Like, not just like Hassan saying terrorism good or whatever he says, America deserved 9/11 on the street. Like, actually breaking their phones, letting them into their home, destroying evidence, advising them, hiding them in their, like, closets and stuff. What is going on? These are terrorists.
Not only that, these two, the judge and his wife, gave him assault rifles that belonged to their daughter. That's what they're charged with. In the criminal report affidavit, he goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting. This is the last person that we...
I am telling you, there is some really evil stuff going on. This is some satanic crap, bro. I don't know, man. This is crazy. I am telling you, someone absolutely is making a lot of money. And I really hope that we get to the bottom of it at some point. Because what would bring a judge who has a nice career, a cushy lifestyle, what would bring him to this point? What could he gain? What do they have on him? Is this some Epstein, like, blackmail situation or something? I don't know. This is insane.
Want in our country, nor will we ever tolerate a judge or anyone else harboring them.
Let me, if I could, Madam Attorney General, come back to the Wisconsin case and Judge Hannah Dugan, because in allegedly letting the perpetrator and the attorney out through a non-public exit and allowed them to get out in front of the building, we had a situation where we've seen that I know Tom Homan was complaining about in Colorado, where there would be no...
Judge Snorlax out here performing duty.
No transfer of a defendant from a jail to ICE custody on a detainer request in a way that was orderly and protected public safety. They would dump them off in a parking lot, and then ICE would have to chase them around with DEA or whatever, or FBI, and pick them up. This ended up in a foot chase in public sight. It says here...
And that is incredibly dangerous. You can't... she's endangering the public. I wonder, what do they have on the Abunga appointed judges, or how much money are the Abunga appointed judges making by doing this? How much of a vice grip was America really in by this shadow government or whatever? Like, what is happening?
For a foot chase and shoot, the agents, and this was a DEA agent and an FBI agent, pursued Flores Ruiz for the entire length of the courthouse, ultimately apprehended him near the intersection of West State Street and 10th Street. So the judge apparently has created a situation where you have a public foot chase, and we all know that, well, sometimes they can come off without incident. They can also turn into very dangerous situations.
John, that's exactly right. She put the lives of our law enforcement officers at risk. She put the lives of citizens at risk.
And that's not just with the case on foot. How many criminals and gang members and illegal immigrants did she release from prisons and from custodies and from law enforcement back into the wild that reoffended and committed crimes? Like, it's mind-boggling to see this level of corruption. And thank God that these people are finally getting prosecuted. They were untouchable for way too long.
A street chase, which is absurd that had to happen. But yes, she put a lot of people in danger.
Judge Diabetes out there was doing more than just harming herself with her lifestyle.
Judge did it, so did the other judge. Judge Cano is charged with it. They were allegedly giving him assault rifles, AK-47s, AR-15s, with a suppressor, a known TDA member, letting him go to a shooting range to refine and perfect his shooting skills.
Crazy.
Now, what's happening to our judiciary is beyond me.
Yeah, so when the American public...
And then when you see people say, yeah, this stuff needs to get shut down, like, you definitely understand it. Now, the wildest part is, when Hassan, large leftist political street career, when Hassan reacted to this, all right, he reacted, he cut this all out. He cut out that entire segment. Look at his entire video. He cut it all out until here. And that's where he brings it up. And he rants a little bit about how it's fascism.
Adjacency of what the Attorney General is stating here. I don't know what to tell you. You are so lost in the sauce. You are the average German citizen at this point that goes, yeah, well, maybe people shouldn't hide Jews in the floorboards because how
Don't do it.
do you make this comparison? How do you make this comparison? How is a judge hiding a known terrorist in their basement the same as Nazi Germany, Germans hiding Jews under the floorboards? Like, how do you do this? What is even going on? We're literally living in clown world. You do not hate these people enough, man.
they are all dangerous criminals. Like that.
Bro, these are Trinity Aragua members. These are illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrant Trinity Aragua members. How can you possibly consider them the Jews in the Holocaust? How can you make this comparison? The largest Jew defender and Hamas supporter, Hassan Piker over here, known for his defense of Jews and other things.
Here's this, and they think these were once upstanding people in their communities and their professions, and they put it all on the line for this. I mean, have you dug into their motive? Like, what?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I want to know the motive. How did we get here?
Inspired them to carry out these acts and harbor criminals.
They're deranged is all I can think of. I cannot believe, I think some of these judges think they are beyond and above the law, and they are not. And we're sending a very strong message today. If you are harboring a fugitive, we don't care who you are. If you are helping hide one, if you are giving a TDA member guns, anyone who is illegally in this country, we will come after you and we will prosecute you. We will find you.
We will find you. Bro, hit them with hit him with the John Wick.
I can get a better car. Very significant development that you're arresting judges. Now, it could be that the judges...
And everyone's freaking out about it. I don't know what
this actually might be the best car.
If there was a judge that murdered his wife and then killed his dog and then nailed his body parts to his neighbors, would you want that guy arrested? Everyone would want that guy arrested. But because there are some sort of political situations involved, people are making it like it's a different story. This is not a different story. This is a judge, sure, by profession, sure, committing heinous crimes, harboring terrorists, giving them weapons, destroying evidence, allegedly, right? Like, why is this, like, shocking? And Twitter freaks out that this is fascism. Fascism is here.
To engage in terribly bad behavior and deserve to be arrested. But you know what critics will say? They say, "Oh, this is a government that is expanding the powers of the Article 1 of the Constitution. Now they're arresting judges." How do you respond to that?
No one is above.
For some reason, there wasn't this much backlash when they tried to jail Trump. Like when they tried to put Trump in prison, there wasn't as much backlash from the media. The president, there wasn't as much backlash as this. Another one. You want to know a crazy example? We still have no information on the guy that tried to assassinate Trump and shot the man in the ear. We know nothing about him. The media doesn't care about that guy. They don't care that the president was almost assassinated. Oh, but some random little Obunga appoint the judge, this little tiny district judge, Big Chungus judge, Mrs. Chungus. Nah, that's important.
Of the law, John. No one is above the law in this country. And if you are destroying evidence, if you are obstructing justice, when you have victims sitting in a courtroom of domestic violence and you're escorting a criminal defendant out a back door, it will not be tolerated and it is a crime.
It is. Absolutely. No, this is still the craziest statement. But you think that's crazy? Nah, dude. This is the craziest statement of the year.
So lost in the sauce. You are the average German citizen at this point that goes, yeah, well, maybe people shouldn't hide Jews in the floorboards because they are all dangerous criminals. Like, that's what we're doing. And I know when I make this comparison, a lot of rabid right-wingers are going to turn around and say, oh, dude, yeah, making an Anne Frank comparison again with a violent criminal. It's like, dude, until there is due process.
They're Trinity Aragua members that are illegal in the country. If we know all that is a fact, then you are literally coping. The Jews in Germany were not illegal, violent people. Okay? What is even happening? Actual clown world. And now anyone that criticizes him for saying the Trinity Aragua members are just like Jews during the Holocaust, anyone that criticizes him, that's just a rabid right-winger. And he knows that he messed up the moment he said it. Oh my God, like this is insanity, like actual insanity. Anywho, the message has been sent. People are starting to get arrested. Liberal hive mind made a video on this. I wanted to see some of the meltdowns. He does a good job covering some meltdowns. So hell yeah, lock in for some meltdowns.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant.
Arresting judges who break the law. Is this a constitutional crisis?
Democracy of the left. Well, I guess it's coming back to haunt them, right? Democrats for years screamed that no one was above the law, not even the president. But if you listen to them now, it's almost as if that slogan had an expiration date, and that expiration date conveniently happened to be on Donald Trump's inauguration, huh?
No fun.
It's like Schrodinger's douchebag. It's always been Schrodinger's douchebag. My statements do and don't apply at any point in time, but they do apply when it's on someone that I don't like, and they don't apply when it's on someone I like. It's like Bernie Sanders going out and yelling about the oligarch. I can't believe the oligarch. He's so powerful. The billionaires are dangerous. And then it turns out that he's only talking about the billionaires that are supporting Trump, but all the billionaires supporting the Democrats is kind of okay with. You remember when he hated millionaires and then he became a millionaire, and now he only hates billionaires? Yeah, same guy.
Because now, all of a sudden, as we have an administration that is holding rogue judges accountable, suddenly it's fascism. I guess another constitutional crisis. Give me a freaking break. The truth is actually pretty simple. The Trump administration is finally restoring law and order. And part of that means going after these activist judges that have spent the last decade turning courtrooms into political beacons of the radical left. It's finally happening, folks. The gloves are coming off. Long overdue reckoning is here, and Kash Patel is leading the way. We're now getting a report that Kash Patel has arrested a far-left radical judge on charges of obstruction, as she was allegedly purposely obstructing immigration arrests. In the end, even though some people are very disappointed with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, and I'd say rightfully so, we might actually be seeing the era of accountability. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so it seems as though Kash Patel is not playing around. And like I just said in the intro, this might be the start of the era of accountability. Kash Patel tweeted this, but he actually deleted the tweet. Maybe there's some legal reason as to why he shouldn't have the tweet up, I'm not exactly sure. But anyways, I have a saved screenshot here. FBI Director Kash Patel writes, just now the FBI arrested Judge Hannah Duggan of Milwaukee, Wisconsin on charges of obstruction after evidence of Judge Duggan obstructing an immigration arrest operation last week. We believe that Judge Duggan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the suspect to be arrested in her courthouse. Eduardo Flores Ruiz, allowing the suspect, an illegal alien, to evade arrest. Thankfully, our agents chased down the perp on foot, and he's been in custody since, but the judge's obstruction created increased danger to the public. We will have more to share soon. Excellent.
Yeah, the craziest thing about all of this is that, like, this is definitely a step in the right direction, but it is so far from what is actually needed. Like, imagine cleaning up this swamp that was made by who knows who in the shadow government and decided to flood the country with, like, all this corruption that's impossible to deal with. Like, it's unbelievable.
Work FBI Milwaukee. And so basically it's a continuation of what we've been already seeing. Remember the viral clip we covered, I think, roughly a month ago, where a similar case happened as federal authorities were attempting to pick up an illegal migrant that was due to be released from prison, or rather, released from a local county jail. The relevant local authorities purposely kept the feds in the dark, refusing to release him into their custody or even coordinate with them at all. And so these federal agents were forced to actually have to camp outside the county jail, waiting for him to be released onto the streets, and then they had to chase him on foot, which obviously creates unneeded danger. Well, now it's basically the exact same thing, except much worse. A sitting judge used her courtroom authority to shield a criminal illegal migrant from federal agents. And according to the report, ICE agents were literally inside the courthouse to detain Ruiz, who, by the way, was facing battery charges. And Judge Duggan didn't just ignore them. She actively misdirected the federal agents and then personally guided the illegal alien and his lawyer back down a hallway, out a side door, and into a public area so he could simply slip away.
And then the second guy got arrested. Oh, he's just covering what I just covered. I'll tell you. I think more people need to know about this story. I think this story is it's unfathomably huge, and absolutely everyone needs to know what's going on. On the left, when you see people on the left talking about judges getting arrested, it's just a constitutional crisis. Like, I can't believe this. Like, it's so sad. Judge arrested. Spelled out like an idiot.
What do you need, boss? Some wheels?
Look how insane this is. I'm just typing this in randomly myself.
he is being...
Look at this side by side. This is when Trump was arrested, and this is going to be when a judge is arrested.
treated no better or worse than anyone else. This is not selective prosecution. That this is not somebody who's singled out. That he is being treated just like anyone else. That is what it means to have a rule of law. That is what the Justice Department is really signaling and messaging here, is that everyone will be treated, as Merrick Garland has said, as equally in this country. This is really a great day for America. So there has been a violation here that we know for sure.
We know for sure.
It's not the judge. Exactly. You don't do it. Even if you thought that there was a ground for doing this, the judgment call that you thought that this is the case to bring, it tells you everything. There is no...
What? What are you talking about? What? Oh my God! They arrested someone for legitimate suspicions.
No adult in the room who would have said, "Are you kidding me?"
Are you kidding me? Arresting the judge when they break the law, but they're a judge and they're on our side. You can't arrest the people on our side.
Why would you possibly do this? And the answer is
because they're a criminal.
Because we want to send a signal.
Oh, because fascism.
To the judiciary, and that's what you shouldn't be doing.
You arrest the only time you arrest criminals is when fascism is going on. You know how it is. But anyway, and this is the classic flip-flop garbage that you see on the leftist media right now, and it's crazy. It's just like everyone is equal, except some people are just more equal than others. Thank you for joining. Definitely subscribe for future retards. I very much enjoyed this saga. The FAFO arc is really fun. I personally want to see this in overtime. I want to see a lot more people that are corrupt, that have been doing crimes and criminal activities, that are doing it for the detriment of America. I would love to see them get absolutely cooked. That would be a massive, colossal W. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Definitely subscribe. Thanks for being here, babe. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxenor. See you there. Stay weird, man. This person wasn't wearing anything to do with protesting. Anyways, this person didn't get caught out. What about this situation over here? Not following the dress code. Whatever. What about all the blue suits over here? No one cares. No one cares. Trump wore a blue suit. Half the people are wearing blue suits. Look, I'm not doing math. I'm not counting. But it seems to me like a solid 40% of the people wearing the blue suit. Let's not even talk about Zelensky over here, dressed up like a car mechanic to go to the Pope's funeral. All right, listen, I get it. He doesn't wear suits. But like, what are we even talking about, man? You're really going to turn this into like some kind of gigantic media shitstorm to propagandize people into hating Trump more? This doesn't work. It literally never works. It's a giant hoax. No one will ever fall for any of this, bro. Like, what are we even talking about? Like, it's insane. The Pope died, okay? The Pope died. Let's all come together and recognize that the Pope died. Now, you can mourn him. You can talk about him. Say why you liked him. You can even say why you didn't. I don't really care. I think this is like a whole ass other level. Using the Pope's funeral to propagandize people into hating Trump. Like, what are we even doing? This is unbelievably hilarious and pathetic at the same time. Don't worry, we'll be covering this in greater detail also. Another thing that happened after the Pope's funeral was what looks like a meeting between a dad lecturing his child for not running in the Vatican. It seems like Donald Trump is having a meeting with Zelensky over here. And I'll be real here, a lot of people don't know what they said, where this is going. Obviously, last time they had a face-to-face meeting, it got pretty explosive. However, apparently they got a lip reader to actually read the conversation that they had, and we have so much more information on all of that. So, the is confirming what he actually told them in this viral clip, and also, this same channel, Liberal and Hive Mind, is exposing the media for all their fake and editing garbage in regards to the whole blue suit hoax, we're calling it now, because they literally have nothing else to throw. They are all out of ammunition. So, lock in, boys and girls. We're going down the hoax rabbit hole. How much does the left hate Christians?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind channel, so we focus on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, there's a reason why Donald Trump always ends up winning in the end. I'm sure he'd call it the art of the deal. But
It's not that hard of a deal. I really think that the reason why Trump became president the first time is because the amount of bad press that this guy got. Like, dude ran for president of the United States, and instead of just ignoring him like the media should have done if they wanted to actually win, they decided, no. They're going to use everything in their power to try their very best to attack him from every angle. And it made him most popular, and he won 3 elections. I'm joking. 2 and maybe the 3rd election. We don't talk about 2020. That's getting sussier and sussier by the day. But the point that I'm trying to make is they are making him so much more powerful than they could have ever imagined.
Boils down to is that Donald Trump understands that leadership isn't about optics. It's not about pretending and acting for the cameras, just so the corrupt press can write all kinds of glowing reviews.
What are you talking about? Joseph Biden was a powerful leader, and that's why no wars started anywhere in the world during Joseph Biden's term. Everyone knew he was a strong guy. No one told him what to do or what to say. He is a man that used his own goddamn auto. He may have looked like a potato with hemorrhoids, but goddammit, that man was sharp as he was retarded. It was pretty great. The necromancers that brought him back from the dead for every single one of his speeches absolutely were getting paid in overtime. And I absolutely appreciate all the hard work that they've done to make sure that the sharpest president the United States have ever seen, Joseph Eleanor Biden, actually managed to do it. This is so crazy. He was way too competent, bro. He was too competent to stand trial. I read that wrong. Apparently Biden was too incompetent to stand trial, and therefore they will not be making him stand trial. Oh, I read that wrong. Yeah, okay.
It's about power, leverage, and actually delivering results. And that's exactly what
Frank says that he's going to do things, and then he does them, and everyone hates that. They're like, come on, man, you're literally ruining our whole thing.
doing. At least that's what I believe he's doing. Sure, we're in a little bit of some shaky water right now, but at least I can still see the light at the end of the tunnel. I see where we're going. The whole purpose is to weather the storm. The purpose is to get to the end. And the most important thing is that I can tell that Donald Trump is genuine. He's serious. He's not looking to go out there and masquerade. In this case, on this diplomatic trip for the Pope's memorial, he's not going there just to shake hands, smile for the photos, and do a bunch of photo ops. Donald Trump is going there to win. And today's clip that has all these leftovers, Donald Trump is a bully. Donald Trump just absolutely mobbed Emmanuel Macron. There's a viral clip currently now.
I didn't even see that. Hold on.
Around the internet, where Donald Trump basically takes the president of France out of a meeting with Zelensky in order to get Zelensky one-on-one.
That is crazy. That is insane, big ball style. Oh my god. All right, I didn't even see that clip. Oh man, all right.
Of course, the left is throwing an absolute hissy fit, but this right here goes right into the point I'm trying to make. This guy's not playing games.
Giant balls, they're big and they're orange. They're a little bit smelly, but they're massive and swinging like pendulums. All 7 swing states, swinging. Okay. Dude, it's crazy, man.
He's not engaging in this fake diplomatic bullshit. He's there to get a deal done, and he's removing the dead weight, even if that means the
dead weight is the Prime Minister of France. Listen, I mean, we all knew that.
This is going to attack him for it. I gotta show you guys this moment. It's just absolutely legendary. It is peak Donald Trump. It's basically like this clip, but in this case, the stakes are a whole lot higher. Alright folks, so here's a clip that has everybody talking. This happened at Pope Francis's memorial. There was a moment where Donald Trump was to sit down with Vladimir Zelensky, and the event organizers had 3 chairs laid out. One for Trump, one for Zelensky, and one for Emmanuel Macron. And well, Trump walks in.
Oh my god, there's no way. Dude has so much aura. Go away, France. The grown-ups are talking. Oh no.
Then takes one look at the setup and instantly flips the script. Take a look.
Alright. Well, he sees the 3 chairs. Okay, 3 chairs. He sees them. And then Trump literally takes him and he cock blocks him. And he's like, no, sir, get the hell out of here. Sorry, Emmanuel Macron, your husband is calling you. Please leave. God, that is insane. Bro went to the 5 Kage summit and told 3 of the other Kage to leave. And that's insanity, bro. Oh, you can't sit with
us. Macron, get the hell out of here, man. You are not going to be part of this. I'm sitting down with Zelensky for a one-on-one. And of course, Emmanuel Macron then turns around and walks away with his tail tucked between his legs. And then to add insult to injury, there's a photo that's then later captured where Macron gets physically removed from the scene. That's absolutely based. At least it...
So unbelievably disrespectful. Oh my god, that's insane. That's crazy.
It's based if he's doing it for the purpose that I think he is, which I think he is. We've got this piece here from The Sun, where they supposedly consulted with a lip reader, and the lip reader drops his theory on what he thinks was said. Don't mess around. Lip reader reveals Trump's 5-word warning to Macron moments before mini-peace summit with Zelensky at Pope's funeral. Professional lip reader Nicola Hickling analyzed the interaction between the world leaders and told The Sun Donald Trump reaches his hand out to both of them and brings them towards him. Classic Trump power move. And he says to Macron, "You are not in the right here. You need to do me a favor. You should not be here."
No. There's no way he said, "We're not in the right here."
Zelensky then nods in agreement, and Vicar, who is in front of the camera, turns his head to the side, looking worried at what he has heard between them. And so basically, Trump told little Emmanuel, "Pack your bags and take a hike, kid."
No, man, I feel like lip readers be making stuff up half the time. That's crazy. No. He probably said something much more peaceful and nice to Macron, and he was like, "Macron, you're looking very gay and retarded. Go tell your father wife that he's calling you." And then he left. That's probably what he said.
You know, this is way above your pay grade. And I'm loving what they're calling this. They're calling this Trump's mini-peace summit. And obviously, Donald Trump's view is that Emmanuel Macron should not have been there. He doesn't view his presence as necessary and probably views the inclusion of Emmanuel Macron as counterproductive.
And to be honest, I agree with him. I completely agree with him. Like, France has literally just been there simping for Ukraine the entire time to win brownie points with mango wokies. Like, it's crazy, man.
To the end goal. And I don't blame him in the least. But of course, the second that happened, the mainstream media is losing their freaking minds. Once again, every leftoid on X is talking about how Donald Trump is disrespecting global leaders.
Okay, all right, I don't understand. I don't get it. I literally don't get it. Last time Macron was in America, he was disrespecting Trump, and Trump was disrespecting him back. I don't know. You should respect people the amount that they respect you. I don't know why Trump needs to feel the need to go out there and blaze everyone all the time. Like, what is going on? Everyone's freaking out that he told the Prime Minister of France to leave. Well, why does he need to talk to him? Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom that you get to listen to what I have to say.
Bringing shame to America, embarrassing America. The same old tired script. But here's the thing, it's not about disrespect. It's about reality. Trump is there to do a job, to end a catastrophic war. So he doesn't have time to babysit.
I mean, and to be honest, look at the world, he's kind of the only one that wants to end this war. I know that I have some people in my chat that are trying to push back. No, dude, of course not. Other people want to end this war. It's not just Trump, obviously. All right, so who wants to end the war? Is it England and France, Canada, giving billions of dollars to Ukraine to continue the war? Is it Ukraine, who's saying they don't want to end the war until they get Crimea back and join NATO and other things that are literally not going to happen? Is it Russia, who does not want to give back any territory that they've already captured? Well, the number one person that actually seems to want to stop the war is Trump. It literally is. And for some reason, no one seems to get it or notice it. So yes, I think having Macron at the conversation to just back up Zelensky the entire time saying Zelensky needs more money, I'll be real, not productive at all.
Agile egos of irrelevant European figureheads. Macron's presence is useless and counterproductive. The president of France doesn't represent anything that Trump needs. And really, I'm tired of these European leaders asserting themselves. You know, here's a point in my mind that the media will never admit. These European leaders are not equals. Not even close. Macron is basically a governor of a European province. The European Union as a whole is maybe the closest comparison you can get to the United States. But obviously,
it's just an insane way to say it. But it definitely would piss people off, so I can't be that mad when people are going to get angry about this.
Even then, it's not a one-for-one. Emmanuel Macron is a leader of one state in the European Union. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is president of the United States. He's the one funding Ukraine. Doing it with grants, by the way, not with loans, as the Europeans are collecting their money back, or at least expecting to. Not to mention the American economy and defense spending is carrying NATO and funding European defense. They're just not equals, and it's time for the president of the United States to assert himself. Trump isn't disrespecting Macron. He's telling him very clearly, get out of the way. And honestly, it's about damn time. You know, in my view, that's how real diplomacy should work. It's tough, it's uncomfortable. Maybe it doesn't look pretty, and maybe some people get offended.
That's the craziest thing to me, is when people are like, but it's offensive. It's like, what do you mean, but it's offensive? He's trying to end a war. Do they have to all stand around each other, giving each other BJs all the time? Like, that is not what this is supposed to look like. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't live in reality very, very often. Everyone gets so mad, freaking out. Someone was rude. He was rude. The world is audience of Trump was mean to Canada. All right. Yeah, well, Canada was, tyrant the hell out of America for the last 10 years. What are we talking about? I don't need to throw in the bad guy, definitely too weak. Again, bad guy. Just think he's the guy. He's a dude. That's following the classic woke playbook.
The whole purpose is to get results. And for too long, the Europeans have stood in the way. They've sabotaged and stood in the way of peace. This administration is making it very, very clear that they are 100% steadfast, determined to use diplomacy to end this war. Don't take it from me, take it from the Trump administration.
How iconic. That setting, that scene, that meeting is going to go down in the history books for President Trump to be a president of peace. To be
honest, it's a crazy image. I don't understand how insanely photogenic this man is. But this image is insane. Look how awesome. That's crazy. This is absolutely some guy's home screen somewhere in America right now. That's crazy. Look at this. Peace talks in the Vatican. Trump and Zelensky looking like